Ladies and gentlemen, wherever you're watching us across the land of South Africa or even across the world, we welcome you to Northwest Province in the JB Marks Oval here in Potchefstroom. This is game number 2 of the 3-match unofficial one-day series between South Africa A and Sri Lanka A. Sri Lanka A starting off with a dominant 93-run victory on Saturday. They come back after winning the toss and choosing to bat first again. Now we're going to see how it's going to turn around. Brought to you live by Pitch Vision and the Cricket South Africa YouTube channel. We'll be bringing you ball-by-ball action. My name is Bendulo Makubane. Gert Maloney will be coming on later. And next to me, Mr. Brady Barons.
Morning, Pendula. Thanks for that. Great start this morning. Good morning to all the Manchester United supporters as well. Hope you guys are doing well out there. Beautiful day this morning, Pendula. I'm really happy, really excited to obviously watch this game today and cover it with you as well. Should be an interesting one as well. Beautiful conditions as well.
Yeah, you're getting the best of both worlds. I'm seeing the shirts that you're wearing, never walking alone. Big smile on your face as you're about to watch the sports that all of us love and all of us cherish. Dayan Khalim will be starting off for South Africa. One of the couple of changes coming in the team. Deval Brevis, Tristan Luce, Ethan Bosch and Sipamla are out. Dayan Khalim, one of the changes coming in. Ooh, that fresh leg juice, Dayan Khalim, bowling to Lahiru Udara.
Yeah, Daim, good cricketer as well. That's obviously replaced by the looks of Lutho Sipamla, which started on Saturday. Beautiful delivery to start off. A little bit of shape as well that we've seen. We didn't see much shape on Saturday, so it'll be interesting to see. And remember, I spoke about the warm conditions and good lines, good lens. It's a good start by him here. Obviously, we spoke about my theory on Saturday about being a little bit too cold, so obviously shape. Potchefstroom normally known for, if you want to get any assistance, it's obviously in the first hour. Let's have a look to see if there is going to be shape this morning.
The bowlers in the first game were very reliant of movement off the seam, off the pitch rather. And here we're getting a gentle swing. Bilateral movement is what was lacking. You spoke about it very thoroughly in the previous game. And it was actually very windy on Saturday, so it was surprising that there wasn't as much movement, much more calm today. And Dan Khalim is getting that assistance. As you can see, with 2 slip fielders in there.
Oh yes, bit of shape.
Shaping very well, and the important thing here from Khalim is that he's making these batters play.
Yeah, most important thing there, especially early doors. Not obviously letting him leave much of a cricket ball. We spoke about it in the previous game, making him test the defence. We saw Fernando where we were a little bit wide to him, early doors, and that got him in and obviously got him going. So this morning, obviously, Khalim looking to attack those stumps yet again.
And interestingly enough, Mishra looked really good for his 73 on Saturday, but when his innings started, seemed to have a little bit of problems outside of that off stump, just getting it together. Luso Sipamla and Tristan Luce were hitting good lengths in the beginning of the game on Saturday, but eventually when he got going, he showed us why he averages 51 in 50 over cricket.
Yeah, really a batter that obviously took his time to obviously get going in his innings. Beautiful, bowled. You see some good shape here back into the left-hander. As I was saying, Mishra, we on Saturday took his time to obviously build his innings, and he built it up beautifully. Very unlucky not to go on and get 100. But I think the order of the day for them and the Sri Lankans, just about how they went about their business on Saturdays, they really look after the power play with not losing too many wickets. So South Africa's trying to get inroads with that to try and knock them over here. Shot.
Khalim is starting really well, though. So often, when you have that much movement at the beginning of the game, it's either you overcompensate to try not to bowl too wide, then you just lose it, or you search too much of that length and you overpitch or bowl it too short. That is just expert opening bowling from Dan Khalim.
Yeah, definitely. I just feel a bowler, when you got the new ball in your hand, you obviously set the tone, and you set the tone for throughout the whole day. And it's very important that person that starting with the new ball sets that tone, and Khalim has done that, which is really good to see. We see on the other side here, Cody Yusuf into the team. He's one of the changes. Really exciting bowler. This I really like the look of him as well. Had a good SA20 as well. Got the call up. Went with the emerging team to Zimbabwe. Did extremely well there as well. Good bustling, runs in at you the whole day, tests your defence, and doesn't stop charging in for you. Really, really exciting prospect here.
One of the changes coming in, Cody Yusuf, wasn't here on Saturday. And the thing that people don't really see, it's that pace that he has, Cody Yusuf. He's deceptively quick, can crank it up to over 140 kilometers an hour in a consistent rate. And you add on that skiddiness, that hustle and bustling, you have yourself quite a package if he continues refining his skill.
Yeah, definitely. I think he just keeps improving as he gets older as well. Oh, good lens.
It's just 26 years old,
yeah,
Cody Yusuf.
Yeah, 100%. He's been around as well. Even though he's 26 years old, he's been around. He's done it the hard way, you know. Originally from Gauteng area, had to leave, came back, did really well for the Lions, got the call up to obviously the emerging team as well.
Ooh, good shot. Wonderful shot from Lahiru Udara. Just a little full. That shape creating more width for the batter, slashing it through the covers. Good shot for 4.
Yeah, beautiful shot there. But I don't think he should be despondent with that, because I still feel there's good shape there. So obviously just maybe his line, just adjust his line, and I think he'll definitely be in the game to bring those 2 slips into play.
We saw how active Andile Mokhakane was on the field in the first game. He's there wearing the number 27, standing at backward point, and an equally dangerous fielder next to him in Andile Simelane. So we saw how important the fielding was from Sri Lanka. Sahana Ratchik at short extra cover was causing many problems for South Africa. So South Africa in the field here today will have to be vigilant as well. But Udara dispensing of any need for them to work for now. Oh, and he returns with a jaffa. That's Cody Yusuf.
Yeah, good delivery there. He just obviously dragged his length back a little bit after obviously over pitching there, which is also still a good length.
The line also important. It squeezed Udara at his home. It's so uncomfortable where in your comfort box where you just under your eye, the ball still causes problems for you.
It'll be interesting to see how this wicket plays compared to the one that played on Saturday. Good running. Nice drop and run into extra cover. This is good cricket by the Sri Lankans. Like I said, it'll be interesting to see how this wicket plays compared to the one that was on Saturday. Remember, on Saturday it was inconsistent bounce. We've moved a little bit more to the middle, which is the better wickets, more true bounce, consistent bounce. So it'll be interesting to see as well. There's not really a short and long side for today as well. So will be very, very interesting to see how it plays. As we see now, the first few balls have been good, true carry through to the keeper.
and working those lengths well. Cody Yusuf, like we say, deceptively quick, rushing Kamil Meshara for that final delivery. It took a good drive from Lahiru Udara to score those 4 runs, and it takes the Sri Lankans to 6 for no loss after 2 overs. And as you speak about those conditions, we're using a pitch, or the pitch that we used on Saturday is the one which is just left on your screen if we take a panning view. So we've moved a little bit central, and what happened even on Saturday is that when the game started, the pitch played true. But then at the back end of the first innings, we started seeing that inconsistent bounce, and then later on in the day, we then saw the pitch really drying out, slowing down, and all of a sudden the spin bowlers were in true action, getting mountains of spin.
Yeah, in the back end in the second innings, the wicket obviously started to turn, which was not very normal for Potchefstroom conditions. Always a good wicket to obviously chase down scores, but it started getting turned. And it'll also be interesting today to see if the Sri Lankans do get that turn in the second innings.
Dayan Khalim, though, starting on the money. He's not allowing these Sri Lankan batters to do as they please. He's dictating the flow of the game when he's bowling.
Yeah, it looks like he's hit a good line and length here. He's settling pretty well. Obviously pitching it up, looking to shape the ball, which is getting a little bit of shape. Probably to bring those 2 guys catching him behind the stumps.
Lahiru Udara fell on a full pitch delivery straight to his pads on Saturday. Khalim pulling his length back, going over the head of Udara.
Yeah, good bowling this by Khalim. It's always nice, obviously, yes, he's a bowler that pitches the ball up and looks to shape it, but you don't want a batter to obviously get comfortable in that position, because that's his threat, and that's obviously the wicket-taking ball. So in order for him to obviously get those feet away, it's good that he's obviously bowling that bouncer now.
This is really good stuff from Khalim. He's keeping the batters on their toes. He's never truly know what is coming next, but the important thing is that execution. It's one thing having the ideas, okay, let me push him back, let me bring him forward, but actually getting to do it is a different story, and his execution is top notch.
Yeah, it's been beautiful so far. Good start by him. We spoke about obviously setting the tone, and he certainly has set the tone this morning.
Even the walking is confident, feeling his stride. And it's just hitting his lines well. And all of a sudden, you're seeing now Udara feeling a little bit uncomfortable. The South Africans are chattering, closing the space down on the batter.
Yeah, previous over there, obviously, they got that one where there was that drop and run. And we could obviously see Andile there really close in at extra cover to prevent that drop and run. I think Point can come a lot more closer than what he is right now.
Mid-wicket, we'll have to be wary. That's where Udara lost his wicket on Saturday. Just a flick off the pad, straight to mid-wicket. Oh, this is gorgeous.
This is beautiful. This is really good bowling. This.
Right up there so for Khalim. Good judgment from Udara to let it go. Dayan Khalim constructs a magnificent maiden over, coming in with all the good stuff. It's 6 for no loss after 3. And remember, just around the corner, we will be starting the South African domestic season. The CSA T20 Challenge will open its doors on the 27th of September. We'll be starting off with the Yakskay Derby of the Titans versus the Lions, where this man, Cody Yusuf, will be representing the Lions. You'll just get to see more of this really good bowling coming from Cody Yusuf.
Yeah, good start here by these 2 this morning. They've hit good lines, good lengths. challenging the batters, which is really good. As we see Cody's numbers coming up here, 14 games, 30 wickets, average of 13, which is really, really impressive for a young fast bowler. That. Oh, good shape.
Superb work. Really troubling Mishara, but it gets enough bats. Does Camille. It's past mid-wicket and into the square leg boundary for 4.
Very unlucky there. I thought he should be very, very, very annoyed with that shot. Good ball, and it obviously gets the inside half of the bat and trickles away to deep square for 4 there.
Good length as well. Felt like he was tucked in, Camille Mishara, but it got good timing and good connection over the ball.
Beautiful lines, beautiful lines. Like I was saying earlier, just like you shouldn't get despondent with him getting driven through the covers there, but even with that one there, something he couldn't control. He controlled obviously the lines and the lengths that he wanted to hit, and unfortunately he got the inside half of the bat, which goes on to square leg. And if he is going to hit that line and that length, I think your mid-wicket can come a lot more straighter then.
You do have the feeling that he's a little bit too forward, just a little bit too much in front.
When that guy's obviously looking where he's fielding now, it should never be there for a flick which is in front of the wicket. It means that's a really, really long half volley then. So if he's going to hit that line persistently with that length, to restrict that going for 1 or going for boundary, he definitely needs to come a lot more rounder. Bowled. Great shot.
Well bowled, beautiful batting. Incredible shots from Mishara, driving it on the up. The control to keep that down the ground and the control to pierce that little gap. Goes for 4.
Yeah, beautiful shot on the up there, as you see. Beautiful, beautiful shot on the up there. That's a good sign for us, obviously, with if batters are hitting like that on the up in front of the wicket, it means it's going to be a good scoring wicket. This.
Surely nothing that South Africa, they'll be happy with that kind of shot. It's just that the execution was so good from Mishara. They remove a slip into short extra cover. And that's what we were saying about that mid-wicket. He can also every now and then get the ball to shape back into the left-hander, which then makes the angle that the short shots will be played at a lot more straighter than that where mid-wicket is. So they end the over with 2 more runs, and all of a sudden Cody Yusuf has gone for 10, 16 for no loss. See, now this just releases all the pressure that Dayan Khalim is building up on the other end.
Yeah, definitely. You always speak about batting in partnerships. It's also about bowling in partnerships as well. And I'm pretty sure Cody's not happy about that over because he's obviously letting down Khalim to a certain extent. But I still feel that was still a good over. We shouldn't just look at the boundaries that have obviously come off that over. We shouldn't just look at the boundaries that have come off the over, but you always look at how the boundaries obviously came. So you should never be despondent. He shouldn't be despondent. I think that was a good shot on the up through the covers there for 4, and then the one that got the inside half of the bat down to deep square for 4 also. So he couldn't control, but he controlled his lines and his lengths, which was really good. So you should never feel bad about that as well. But in saying that, a bit of pressure has been released.
Flicked off the pads. That's how Udara went out, but this time he's like, no, I got this where I wanted it. He has been bogged down for a very long time. Good scorer of the ball, quick scorer of the ball, and he shows why.
Yeah, Khalim just coming a little bit too straight there. Obviously seen that he is getting a little bit of shape. Probably thinking I can start a lot more straighter to try bring in the edge. But obviously just going on with the arm there.
He's been defending very well, though, Lahiru Udara. Seems like he forced the hand of Dan Khalim there to just see if there's something if I go a bit straighter. And that's where he's been operating for the rest of his previous 2 overs. That's why Udara felt a little bit relieved when he saw one that he can just get away.
Yeah. It's always nice to get a ball like that as a batter. One on your legs just to get you going in your innings.
In that National Super League, the Sri Lankan 50-over division, his strike rate was 138, Lahiru Udara. Averaging 39 runs at 138. That is serious stuff. Even in the final games where Candy lost, does play for Candy, he scored 86 in just 50 deliveries, showing the scoring nature of the right-handed batter.
Yeah, he sounds like he's a free scoring batter. There's Udara. I think Dalim, he should get excited here. We just saw a forward defence that he tried to play that went square of the wicket 2-point.
They force the hand, they take a quick single, and the Simelane can't collect.
There's a chance there, good chance for the South Africans there to get a run out, but unfortunately Andile didn't pick up cleanly there. But as I was saying, even in that defence, if he's looking to defend the ball square of the wicket like that with 2 guys catching behind you, bringing those guys into play behind the stumps there.
Just testaments to the areas that Dan Khalim is bowling here. He's been doing so throughout the course of the morning. A different test now, he's been peppering Lahiru Udara's off stump, now bowling to a left-hander in Kamil Mishara. Only one slip in place. Senoran Mutsusami standing at short extra cover. It's just great control from the opening bowler. Ends over number 5. Sri Lanka still haven't lost a wicket. Great composure from Lahiru Udara and Kamil Mishara. It's 21 for 5. It's definitely the summer of cricket. We are springing it into action now, with September just starting. And we'll be opening up the gates with the Cricket South Africa Annual Awards happening this Thursday, the 5th of September. See all of your favorites who did the good job over the 3 formats and 3 competitions for the Cricket South Africa. Some of the players playing here today have been selected, much like Andile Mokhakane, who is part of the CSA Newcomers of the Year. The captain Matthew Brietsky. Diavald Brevis, who is not playing today though. Cody Youssef, who will want to build up his ranks and one day become one of those nominees. So remember, it's this Thursday, 5th of September. Visit www.cricket.co.za to find out more information about that. And you can catch it live on Supersport, channel 212, on that Thursday, 5th of September.
Very well bowled. Yeah, going back to Cody, because he's got a really quick arm action, so the ball obviously skids onto you and gets onto you quicker than what you think. Very short run up, but very strong in the crease.
And those are all the things that create that little bit of deception. Just that little bit of extra pace as well that he gets through. He's been always that guy, just the consistency and then the exposure, the opportunity is what been lacking. Lions, historically, a winning team. The competition to break through in such a landscape is not easy, especially when you're a winning team, you want to source the very best from other unions as well. So it's pretty tough for a homegrown talent who's not a creme de la creme to break through.
But it just shows, obviously, his class as well. For him to obviously break through there, it's a big union with good players over there and a few players as well. Oh, well tried. In saying that, it's big union, lots of players to obviously choose from. He got his whenever he gets his chance, he's under pressure obviously to deliver, and he has been doing it, season in, season out. Yes, he probably would have liked to play more games, but at that union there's quite a few Proteas that are floating around, and good Proteas that are obviously floating around there. So your chance that you get is very slim, but when you do get it, you've got to make the most of it.
Ooh, just straying down the legs here for a couple of deliveries. Saw in a bit of his warm-ups actually in the morning before the game started that some of those deliveries were drifting down to the leg side, have those cones set up, just warming through and bowling through them. Some of them were just bordering down that leg side. But at this level, you sure know how to change up and get it back to where it needs to be. Just like that!
Chance.
Great delivery! Almost chopping back into the stumps. Oh man. Just unlucky there.
Close, very close.
It was last season, actually, where the Lions were short on their batting lineup, or bowling lineup. Injuries, players going to SAA, players going to South Africa. That's where we saw Cody Yusuf playing way more cricket. And the proof is in the pudding. Give him one good season, all of a sudden he's playing for South Africa Emerging, he's playing for South Africa A, playing South SAA.
Catch.
Oh, now he gets a wicket! Cody Yusuf strikes. Kamil Meshara has his eyes lighting up on a shortish one, but he hits it straight to Mihlali Mpongwana at mid-wicket. It's 24 for 1.
Yeah, good catch there by the fielder at square leg there. It rushed him, it got onto him very, very, very quickly there. He's done very well to obviously grab it, but big wicket for the South African team as we see Cody running in here.
It was a hard hit from Kamil Meshara, clean hit. Camera could barely keep up with the ball. Mihlali Mpongwana feeling it on his chest, wearing it on the body. But that's what it takes for the team to strike. And it brings in the captain of the Sri Lanka A team, Pasindu Suryabandara. Looking for scoring opportunities there, Camille. He's already scored a boundary through that square leg area, squeezing the ball past Mihlali Mpongwana at mid-wicket. That's when he'd feel like it was an easier ball to dispatch, but he delivers it straight to the mid-wicket fielder. It's actually Andile Simelane who took the catch.
Just like what I said on Saturday and what we spoke about, we shouldn't shy away from the short ball as well. And as we see there, the short ball obviously brought the wicket. And a very, very important wicket. We speak about taking wickets in the power play. The South Africans are well on their way now with one. They'd like to get probably another 2 to go as well.
It was Mpongwana who took the catch. And now it's Nwanidu Fernando coming in at number 3.
There we go.
It's a nasty one. Mikhail Prince is in
That's
the
a
game.
great catch.
They appeal the South Africans. But umpire Stephen Harris says it's hit Fernando on the shoulder. He's not out. Gets away with one. Nasty stuff from Cody Yusuf. Ends over number 6. It's 24 for 1.
Good call. Good call. We all thought it hit Batcher from up top here. Great call. That's why they're down there, these umpires.
It was a great delivery from Cody Yusuf. Just as you speak about those short deliveries, didn't see much of them from the opening pair in the first game. All of a sudden, they bring a wicket now, and they're causing Fernando problems.
I'm pretty sure the South Africans probably spoke about Fernando in their team discussions for big wicket. Well, as a big wicket for them, I'm pretty sure. Good to see that they've got him in early doors here to try and knock him over earlier, because he is a really, really good batter, and we saw it on in the first ODI, the way he went about his business. Nothing really fazed him. Kept his game plan very, very simple and executed. So they really like to knock him over early doors here.
Saw him having a little bit of problems with the ball, jagging in towards him, where he's forced onto that front foot to defend within those first 15 deliveries on Saturday. Moving away here from Dan Khalim, but he's hitting the good stuff. He's getting it in good areas. What we saw though with Fernando, perseverance and very good judgment in terms of leaving the ball. Wasn't rushing too much. After 15 deliveries, he then started going at it.
Yeah, I think the South Africans really need to be hard on themselves there. Yes, we've seen that as a good line and as a good length that is going through towards the keeper, but he obviously doesn't want to be there, especially to the new batter, especially to Fernando. You got to get him playing.
Absolutely nothing wrong that from Dan Khalim. He has Andile Semelane standing at cover. He has Andile Mokhakane standing at backward point, and they really are close in. They're standing three strips away. And Dan Khalim is bowling to his field, but that is just brilliant awareness from Fernando. Two slips, waits.
Could see a bumper here. There we go.
And it's a well-directed bumper on top of that.
This is really good by the South Africans, especially to Fernando. And I think they've obviously identified that they're going to try bowl a few short balls to him.
What made you think that will be the bumper?
It's just a feeling, I think. Just seeing what Cody obviously did prior to this over, where he bowled the first ball, which was a bouncer, and he didn't play it really well. So I think they're probably going to try to test him upstairs, and you just get a feeling, I think. Bowled. And that's why, so that becomes your threat now. So the full ball becomes really the threat. So because he's bowled a bouncer, it's always got the batter thinking, when is this bouncer going to come? When's it going to come? Then he doesn't push forward enough. That brings the edge, or it brings the LBW, or brings the bold, because you're not really comfortable committing forward and going into the ball, because you're worried about the short ball the whole time, and you're thinking, I need to play the short ball, but the short ball's not coming.
Does exactly that. The feet go away, and then you just start fending at the ball, fending at deliveries that you're not supposed to be fending at. And Dayan Khalim bangs down his second maiden over in just 4 overs. This is excellent bowling. 25 for 1 after 7.
Yeah, beautiful bowling by these two, especially Khalim. Going back to that as well, now all of a sudden we saw that Fernando was leaving outside off stump his previous balls before the bouncer. Now all of a sudden he's playing those balls outside off stump. So there's probably a lot going through his mind at this present moment, and trying to suss out why and what lines and lengths that Khalim's trying to bowl, as well as also worrying about the bouncer as well.
Oh, now they're really starting to bowl in tandem here, Cody Yusuf and Khalim. They are getting into the correct wavelength for their captain Matthew Briatske. And it's causing problems for Lahiru Dada and Nwanidu Fernando.
I think the South Africans going to try to push hard here to try to get another knock one over here. And the old saying, One brings two.
Good use of the man who was already struck once.
Bowled.
Gets it under really good control. And you see now the most important thing here is that because of this bowling and the pressure from the field being so close, they are so close to the batting strip. Those drop and goes that the Sri Lankans had on Saturday, which was just keeping their score going, are not to be seen here today.
Yeah, especially with them taking out a slip and putting him a catching cover.
There's the short stuff. Still uncomfortable. Udara getting it on the pads. Rushed for pace by Cody and direction accuracy from the bowler. They get one.
It's a good bouncer there by Cody Yusuf. Also in saying that because he's really short and he's not a tall guy, and he bustles in at you. His bounces are really well directed and it's actually at your helmet, So it's really hard to play those ones, especially the ones, the skiddier bowlers and the shorter bowlers. It rushes onto you a lot more quicker than what you think. So you shouldn't shy away from the short ball, yeah. Because we see a slip going back into second slip. We've got a deep square, fine leg up in the ring. Or bowled.
Oh, they are putting on that pressure now, South Africa. They've decided that the fine leg must come closer. He's now in the inner ring. We saw that short ball. It went exactly where short fine leg would be. That's where Mpongwana is. They pushed square leg deep onto the ring. So if that scored 97 on Saturday, it wasn't just 90, it was a great 97. Well constructed 97. Right here at Potchefstroom, but on the strip, just next to that. And on this new one where there's just a little bit of movement for the opening seamers, Dayan Khalim has been brilliant, keeping it down at 1.5 runs to the over. Cody Yusuf, he's the one who's gotten the breakthrough.
Been a good start by these two so far. Created chances, they've bowled with good energies, good lines, good lengths. Unlucky not to be two down now.
Can't help but feel like one is coming for Dayan Khalim, the way he's just been putting on that pressure. Still getting that movement. This is so good from Dayan Khalim because he's being patient. He's not chasing it. He did it once, and that's when he got hit for 4. But apart from that, all the rest of his deliveries, and literally all of them, Brady, have been where they should be.
Yeah, he's really hit a good line and a good length, and funny, it's really good to see that there's still shape on the ball. I'm not a big fan of them losing slip now to the square.
Interaction by a batter squaring themselves up because of that movement away from him is more likely to bring a second slip in to the game.
Definitely, spot on there. And also, just saying that the Sri Lankans haven't got away. Their run rate is literally at 3.3, and they can still play around with their field and obviously have attacking field still. Good fielding by Cody. Chance. Oh. Yeah, as I was saying, is that they can still have attacking fields because they can still play with a little bit of runs. If you're still going in the power play, if you're going at 4s and you've gambled and you've taken another 2 or 3 sticks, you're still winning, so that's why I say I'm a big believer that they should still carry 2 slips catching behind.
Especially when we've seen an edge also being put down, it also plays on the minds of the batters too. Now it goes over the top. The pressure has been building up. Lahiru Dara gets good connection. It goes for 4. It's been a while.
Good shot by him over extra cover there. I think he's had enough of Khalim there hitting this line and length, and he said, if anything's up, I'm actually going to go over, which he did, and he played it really well there.
Khalim also just offering a little bit of width on that one. He is trying to make use of the new fielder they put in as a catching position. Easily they could get a thick edge and be there. But Lahiro Udara is a good batter, clean batter, good hitter of the ball as well. He's shown on that occasion. Back to his areas, Dayan Khalim. Sunuran Mutusami cleans up. He goes for his second boundary in his first 30 deliveries. Dayan Khalim has been nothing short of sensational, just missing one on that W column after 9 overs. Sri Lanka A, 32 for 1.
Good start so far here by the South Africans. And I'll keep emphasizing and saying that we need another 2 or 3 in the power play here, and I'm pretty sure they're gonna try and knock 1 or 2 over here now in this last over before we see the end of the power play. So
Cody Yusuf in deep conversation with Matthew Bretsky. I'm not sure about removing slip for Cody Yusuf. Not really sure, but they've taken out Senoran Mutusami. They're putting him at mid-wicket. Telling him to bowl straight in. He's gonna make it home! Woo-hoo-hoo! That would have needed a closer inspection from umpire Stephen Harris.
good fielding there by Britsky. I think Fernando thought that he's getting in quite easily, but Britsky got to the ball really quickly, as we see.
Was a good shot from Fernando. Oh, would have been really close. Would have been really close. But he's off strike.
Beautiful.
Oh, Dara with a glorious stroke. Doesn't even have to run through it. The flow of the bat was simply sensational. It runs for 4.
Yeah, Cody just over pitching there, but it's, for me, I just think there's a lot of movements that is just happening at this present moment. I look at the field previously, they took out a slip, they had him at mid-wicket and a deep square, so that obviously saying that he's got to be bowling a lot more straighter line, which doesn't afford him to obviously go off the stumps or give width to the batter line. And as you see, they've taken out the mid-wicket or the mid-wicket into extra cover catching, which now probably allows him to maybe hit outside of stump.
If they had that set up for that boundary ball, it was probably going to be stopped, wasn't going to go through. Cody Yusuf has been really good outside of that off stump. He's been getting the batters to drive. We saw one where it was nearly chopped back into the stumps. And now forcing them to drive on the up. Andile Simelane with the stop.
So in saying that, speaking about the fields and, so if you're going to nick him off because you're attacking with your slip, so your lines are probably different. Okay, so but they moved a guy, they moved second slip into a mid-wicket, which means he's obviously going to be bowling a straighter line. So now your slip doesn't come into play anymore. Whereas if he moves him over into extra cover catching, he can still play with his line, he can still nick him off. And probably the straightest he can comes, which is off stump, and you're still bringing in all dismissals. In saying that with mid wicket, there's just one dismissal that you're bringing into play, and it's probably either the LBW or the bold, and hoping that maybe he might just chip it in the air to him, and you can't really hope.
Bowled with much more direction by Cody Yusuf. Saw a lot of adjustment on the field, a big pause. And they worked it out well, but it was just a roll off the fingers over the bat by Udara to keep the ball on the ground. And clearly they're looking to attack the legs of Fernando and go wide to Udara. That's how it goes. As you were speaking about the catching options, bringing the slip in, they bringing the short extra cover in, they're also bringing the point fielder in and the mid off because they are so close to the field after the end of 10. It's 39 for 1. Just remember, more cricket to come. 27th of September, we will be starting the CSA T20 Challenge. The Lions, the defending champions, they'll be hoping for a much better start than they had last season when they were defending their one-day cup. As they defend their T20 cup, they'll be doing so against the Titans. Make sure that you get your tickets. www.cricket.co.za. Game will be playing at the iconic DP World Wonders Stadium. After 10 overs here at Potchefstroom, Gert Maloney joins us in commentary. It's 39 for 1.
As we see a bowling change here, we see Andile Pekagwai. We also see a commentary change now with Gert coming into the comm box. Andile Pekagwai had a really good game on Saturday with ball in hand. It'll be interesting to see how he goes about his business today. But welcome, Gert.
Thank you very much. As the golden voice departs, Pindulu Makobane, and Andile must love this, being the first change bowler. For it doesn't often get that role in the Proteas setup. Loving getting a ball that's a little bit newer, especially with this morning as we've seen the shape that the opening bowlers have had.
Yeah, it's been really good shape this morning. Khalim really set the tone with the ball. He got the ball to shape nicely as well. Very unlucky not to get a wicket. Oh, and he's got him. A short and wide delivery. And it looked like Fernando just threw his hands at there. And I was wondering what is going on there.
Almost like I was caught in two minds. He's going to leave this or he's going to have a big waft at it. And all of a sudden, a fine nick and one of the easiest catches Makiel Prince will ever have. Just look at this. A gentle loosener by the veteran. Almost on the wide line and a gentle nick. It's almost like he's rolling a wrist on that cut. And a wicket for SA.
Yeah, good wicket for SA. Fernando obviously got dropped earlier doors, but this time Makiel obviously taking the catch. It was a real loosener by Andile Pekagwai, but in saying that, he has got the knack to take wickets.
He does. Doesn't matter what format he plays. He does have the knack to pick up wickets. And also, he's known for having a bit of a golden arm and breaking up partnerships as well. He's done that in the international stage as well as Andile Pekagwai. And he just did it again. And this was a big wicket. This is the man that scored 97 in the first match. Fernando, that's been dismissed with not a lot. And Mohammad Shiraz coming to the wicket.
Yeah, big wicket for the South Africans. In saying that as well, you know, compared to Saturday, they really didn't make inroads in the first 10, and it looks like South Africans have made inroads with wickets plus controlling the run rates as well, which is really good. They're controlling the game at this present moment, which is something that they probably spoke about in the dressing room compared to what happened on Saturday. Even though controlling the run rate, they're taking wickets where the Sri Lankans on Saturday, they didn't really score at a fast rate, but they kept wickets in hand.
As we see Mohammad Shiraz there, strike rate of 55. He's not known for his big striking, but he's very early in his touring career. One thing that I would mention is I wouldn't get too excited if I was the SAA guys, because they picked up the big wicket of Udara early up as well, but just the consolidation that Sri Lanka have shown and the patience that they've shown to build up an innings, they need a couple of more before they can get too excited.
Yeah, I think I don't think they will get excited. I think they'll probably get excited if they get another 3 or 4 down very quickly. As we see another short and wide, which Andile bowls, and with Shiraz off the mark with a little cut into that gap between point and cover.
It's almost like he tried that delivery again, didn't he?
I think I'd also try it if If it gets me wickets, eh?
Yeah, a bit of a long hop. Let's see if he wants to edge it again.
I'd love to know how many times, or there must be a number with regards to long hops and how many wickets long hops actually get.
Ah, STWs, huh?
Beautiful shot.
It is a lovely shot through back, literally through backward points there. And it's not Shiraz that came to the wicket. I thought it was a bit interesting as we saw him on the screen. Is much more known for his low order batting. As the captain has actually come to the wicket. And he's got a pretty decent record. You see his strike rate there of 73. Average of almost 35. And just look at that lovely swing of the blade. Is the captain Surya Bandara.
Yeah, beautiful shot there by Surya Bandara. Bit of line. Beautiful shot after. It's always good when you see things like that as a batter, where he gets a boundary and he's still got the ability to still rotate strike and get that one, which is really good to see.
Surya Bandra is one of those players that's been around for a long time. He's got a lot of experience. That's why he's captaining the Sri Lankan A side. A couple of these names just knocking on their door. You see Petlakwaya into the Sri Lankan captain.
That's a beautiful line by Andile Petlakwaya. And that's where he was really good on Saturday. He got crucial wickets at crucial times of the game to slow the Sri Lankans down because of his lines and his lengths that he hits on Saturday.
That last part, I think, it was the key on Saturday. It was more the lengths that he bowled that was key, and also his change-ups was brilliant. There's a little bit more for the bowlers this morning. Early still in the match, only busy with the 11th, one ball to go.
Oh! Inside edge then, runs away to fine leg, could have easily chopped on and hit the wickets there.
Happy escape there. And it brings a boundary for the Sri Lankan A as the 11th over signs off. Surya Bandara, very lucky to get away with that one.
As we see Andile going for the cut, another cut, trying to cut backward of point and gets a bottom edge and runs away to fine leg.
And in fairness, the ball was there to be cut.
Yeah,
it's another wide one by Andile Petlakwaya. He's, I think he heard us up here. Maybe going for that. The good deliveries isn't taking wickets. We saw Cody Yusuf bowling with a lot of venom this morning. And hopefully Similani can do the same.
Yeah, as we see Similani coming in to attack, another exciting bowler. Young, exciting cricketer as well. All-round cricketer. It's really good to see some of these young, bright prospects playing over here, because they've shown some good talent over the years. Good start. I really like the look of him, and I think he's got a really bright future ahead of him as Andile Similani.
Yeah, still very young, only 21 years of age. He's a right-arm fast. He can turn it up. He can definitely turn it up. And as you can see him walking back there, just nice broad shoulders. He's got a very strong action in the crease where you compare it to Cody Yusuf's bustling action. Very skiddy bowler at you the whole time. Just look at that economy, 6.71. Best of 3 for 30 and an average of that he wants to improve.
Good start, well bowled. He reminds me a lot as a all-round package of Andre Russell. He bats, he bowls, he fields.
He's got a bit of a presence at the crease.
Big boy as well.
Yeah, either with bat or ball, he's got that presence at the crease. It does give you something else. And he's a much better bowler than that average would suggest.
Yeah, I think very young in his career at the present moment. He looks to obviously improve that average as well. Well bowled. He's hit a really good line here. Good start by Andile Similani. He's running, he's hit the wicket really hard. We speak about hitting the top of the bails, and he's obviously done that.
His average in T20s is a lot better, averaging 22 in T20, so he is a bit of a white ball specialist. Shorter format of the game generally, so he's only playing in his 19th.
Yeah, he got picked up by the Sunrisers, so spent some time there this past season with them, which he probably learnt a lot in that environment as well. Well bowled. Good lines there, good lines by Andy, good start by him here. Yeah, as I was saying, probably learnt a lot, and then he went to the National Academy, which was really good for him as well, I think.
Was also part of that SA under-19 squad 2 years ago. He is a very, very good prospect. He does have a lot of power in batting as well. Strike rate in List A is 117.
It's a good strike rate, that. Well bowled. I think you might see a lot of that now, obviously after the power play with deep square and fine leg back. And I don't think they bowled enough of that in the first ODI.
I almost had the feeling now, looking at this opening pair and these bowlers, it's almost like we were too cautious that very first game we played, and not a lot of aggressive bowling. Some of the bowlers that we saw in action actually just came through and went through the motions, trying to play too safe cricket instead of, we saw Cody Yusuf just going at the batter.
Oh, it's well bowled by him there. No, you spot on there, Gert. I think it was the South Africans probably thought, oh, let's just try and ease it into something, as you see the end of the over, where the Sri Lankans are 51 for 2 after 12. Yeah, where they're trying to obviously ease into things, and unfortunately the Sri Lankans came out with guns blazing and obviously played the situation really well and took the game away from the South Africans. So different day today. Looks like they've come up with a different plan about how they're obviously going to bowl and what lines and what lengths they're going to be bowling. So it'll be interesting to see.
And in that 11th over, they brought up the 50. It's 51 for the loss of 2 wickets. Udara and the captain, Surya Bandara, at the crease. And all these bowlers have looked threatening. We see Andile Petlequaya pick up a wicket in the most phenomenal way. A bit of a long up, outside off, just nicked it through to Mikael Prince. Did Fernando, the man who scored 97 on Saturday. So we see the experience of Andile Petlequaya coming in again.
Oh, just strained a little bit. Down on the leg side, and it's hit his thigh pad down to fine leg. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how obviously Andile goes about his business today. Whether he will bowl the short ball or not. But I'm guaranteed on that he's got good skills, which he'll probably turn to his change-ups as well. Beautiful.
I think that would be the key for the SAA, is let every bowler bowl to his strength. We know Cody Yusuf in our domestic setup, anyone that's seen him play before, exactly what you saw today is what we see in the domestic setup. He's a very aggressive young man. He comes in hard, he hits the deck hard, and he wants to be in your face the whole time. So he's bowling to his strength. We saw Dain Khalim swinging the ball nice and aggressively. Then you've got Simelane on the other end. Gives Andile Petlequaya just a chance to bowl his change-ups, bowl to his strengths again.
Yeah, definitely. As you see there, he comes in a little bit straight in line, which gets knocked down to deep square for a single. But yeah, he's very good at that, I think. He can control the middle overs for you. While controlling the middle overs, he's got the skill to obviously also pick up wickets as well. You'd really like a player like that in your bowling lineup, because yes, he can control the rate, but he can also take wickets, which is really hard outside the power play.
And also a very great bowler with skills like that to bowl with your spinners, because you need someone on the other end as well that's also going to bowl the change-up, just like your variation in spin. And it's a skill as well to bowl well with the spinners.
Most definitely. Oh, that's a good line by Andile. This is really good by him. This is really, really good by him.
This is something that I missed from him on Saturday. You can see a bit of a stare down there to the batter. Maybe just making sure that he's seen the right line and just asking him. As we know, fast bowlers and special rounders are generally very nice people.
Really, really nice.
They're always concerned about your family and your mothers and your sisters and that sort of stuff.
Yeah, good lines. There we talk. That's what we're talking about there. There's still a little bit of something in this wicket after 12.5 overs have been bowled. If you hit the right areas.
And again, I think the line is the one thing, but the length on this deck, up until it looks like it's going to be right up until the 20th over, there's going to be something for that. And the Sri Lankans will do well, maybe just to eye that up and then assess their situation from there again. But if you look at a run rate, only 4.2, just shows you how good the South Africans have bowled.
Yeah, they've bowled really well this morning. But in saying that, I think the Sri Lankans has obviously sussed out conditions really well, and they're playing conditions. Well, they're playing the conditions really well, which they did extremely well on Saturday as well. If you see the end of the 13th over where the Sri Lankans are 54 for 2 after 13. As I was saying, they set up the game really well, where they looked at conditions, summed up conditions, and then started playing from there, and obviously accelerated in the back end, which took them to 299. I'm pretty sure they'll go about their stuff right today in a similar way, or similar fashion, I should say.
Yeah, they showed a lot of grit, a lot of patience in that, especially this middle part of the game, that the Sri Lankans. Something that we were hoping that the South Africans will take out of their playbook for this game. Oh, Simelane just getting into his stride.
Bold. These two have obviously followed up really well with the previous two that started off this morning, which you really want as a bowling unit. Yes, it's important to start well and set the tone in the power play, but it's also very, very important and vital that you carry on that momentum, that pressure with your change of bowlers that are your first change and your second change bowlers to come in and obviously do the job, and these two have done it so far. Bold.
This is what I love to see, is that aggressiveness. Simelane, and I mentioned it before, bowling to his strength. He's not someone that likes to contain. He's very much a strike bowler. He wants to run in and hit the deck hard. You could just hear that grunt right up to where we are sitting. And totally different prospect, this bowling lineup, than what we saw on Saturday.
We saw a bit of on Saturday where we had Tristan running in with a bit of Vuma, they should say. But these guys have obviously bowled. This is really good by the South Africans. They're really applying the pressure here. And it's obviously also backed up with the good fielding as well. But yeah, all these bowlers today, they can hit a line in length consistently, and they can also bowl a bouncer as well, which is also really, really important. Which I also felt that they didn't do enough on Saturday in the first ODI. So they're controlling the rate, creating chances as well. Yes, they would have liked maybe another wicket or two, but they're controlling the rate and they're also creating chances, which is good. As we see a field change here, where they've got a mid-wicket in. Catch it. Put away there. Short ball by Simelane that's been pulled to fine leg, just left of fine leg. I don't think you should get despondent with that. I think that's really good by Andile. Obviously, they did try to set up that trap with this field that they do have.
You can just see this delivery. Only thing I think is just the line, just allowing Surya Bandara to get inside the line and play that shot so he could pick his spot. Maybe get that one more in front of the nose and have him dragging it over would be a better bet. So nothing wrong with the bumper. As I said earlier, he's not really known for keeping the runs down. He's taking wickets. That's kind of what you want.
Oh. As he just tackles on 1-2 to fine leg. yeah, Gert, you spot on there with regards to the line of the bouncer as well. You probably wanted just outside off stump with a bumper to try and pull him, to try and drag it to either fine leg or deep square, which become catching positions as well. He just came a little bit too straight there, which just helped that he could help it along down to fine leg and obviously beat fine leg.
Yeah, he could free his arms. You just want to cramp him up a little bit more. See that very high backlift of Udara.
Oh, there we go. That's a good chance there. Simelane creating chances as you see the end of the 14th, where Sri Lanka 59 for 2 after 14. It'll be interesting to see what lines and lengths Andile both Andiles settle into, especially outside of this power play as well.
Yeah, but I think the big factor for South Africa will also be the spin coming into play. Mutosami had a bit of a rough time on Saturday. They kind of targeted him. And it's maybe a good thing that he comes in a little bit later. He was one of the first change bowlers on Saturday.
Yeah, he came into play quite early doors, and I think the batters at the time were quite settled in, and they probably they did take the attack to him, whereas at least now they're still in a little bit of like a limbo mode at this present moment, where they don't know whether to strike or not strike, so they might not attack him as much, which bold. All of a sudden he moves into his channel, the Surya Banda, into Andile's channel to try and knock him through mid-wicket, but fortunately for us, it's a dot ball. But in saying that, that's where my apologies, not Keshav, Sen becomes really, really important if he doesn't get attacked. Sen can really settle into a length and a line, and then he becomes very difficult to score off. I think that's where you'll get the best out of him as well.
Yeah, and also basically doing the job that Andile Petlekwayo is doing now. He's just keeping it quiet, and that's what's creating pressures. Everyone talks about the partnerships when it comes to batting, and we talk about 100 partnership we saw on Saturday, and this partnership and the right-left combination. But it's so important to realize that bowling works exactly the same way. Is that partnership between the two. You keep the runs down, your partner on the other side picks up the wickets. It is a partnership that pick up the wickets.
Most definitely. And we saw it with the previous two, and now these two as well are doing a brilliant job as well. Surabanda goes back into his crease, he goes really deep. There's a lot of movements by him at this present moment. He's shifting into his channel, he's going back, he's going deep, and you can obviously see Andile also reminding him about that as well.
Maybe just asking him, what song are you listening to? I want to dance as well. Because he is moving around a lot, just trying to offset Andile Petlekwayo. And that international experience just coming through. A lot of these young players will learn a lot from Andile.
Yeah, most definitely. Good season campaigner. Experienced campaigner as well. Bold.
Not that he's finished an international career by a long stretch of the imagination. He's knocking on that door with the Proteas trying out different combinations. We've seen now Vian Mulder get his opportunity there. Andile is just knocking on their door and says, whoever doesn't put up their hands, I'm still here.
Yeah, and we keep forgetting that Andile is still young. Like he made his debut at a really young age, and we think that he's probably been around the block and he's cracking on, but he's played a lot of games for South Africa, and he's still very young, and he's still got a lot to offer South African cricket. As we see Surabanda knocking it into cover sweeper for one. Once again moving into his channel. But Andile is doing a really good job here at this present moment. 2.5 overs, 1 for 13.
And also mentioning that one of those boundaries was a lovely cut by Surya Bandara, and the other one was a very lucky inside edge. It went down to fine leg and nearly cluttered into the stumps. Andile only 28 years of age. is playing down there by the Dolphins. Also had a stint at the Pole Royals in the SA20.
There's a short ball we spoke about, which is not convincing that they're not really convincing. As we see the end of the 14th, and South Africa is 61 for 2 after 15, and we're gonna have a drinks break.
Yeah, just continuing on that conversation we had by Andile Petlokwayo, if you look at his ODI career, he's got an average of 31 in ODIs, and he's not like he's played a few, he's played 78 ODIs already with an average of 31, batting normally down as low as 7 and 8. That is very well done. And also his ODI bowling, I beg your pardon, that is his bowling career has done pretty well as well. If you look at his best figures in the ODIs, it's 4 for 21. He's picked up 91 wickets already for South Africa. But if you just look at the summary of this match thus far, we saw the aggressiveness of Dayan Khalim and Cody Yusuf opening up the bowling this morning. 1 for 26, Cody Yusuf, and the other wicket taker is Andile Petlokwayo, 1 for 14. But Andile Semelani, those 7 runs, one of them was a boundary. We just missed-targeted a bumper.
Yeah,
and that was played lovely by Surya Bandara.
Yeah, as we see the Sri Lankans as well. Udara at the crease, not out on 32. Surya Banda as well on 13. I think this is a crucial partnership for the Sri Lankans. And the South Africans obviously looking to knock one of them over or break the partnership. As we see the SAA team come up, we got David Bedingham that's playing today, Mikael Prince, Matthew Brietzkis, Sunira Mutasamy, Mihalim Pongwana, Andile Mokokane, Andile Petlokwayo, Andile Semelani, Dayan Khalim, Cody Yusuf, Naba Peters.
Naba Peters, another one that we can't wait to see get into this bowling attack. The leg spinner is going to be interesting to see, as we saw the spin for Sri Lanka did a great job, as Udara's at the crease now with the captain, Surya Bandara. Their partnership has gone up to 22. Wickramasinga was the one who also hit a very fast blown 50 on Saturday of about 36 deliveries. And then the danger man for South Africa is Vanuya Shahan. He is a finger spinner, but oh my goodness, does he turn it?
He got a bit of purchase in the first ODI and starting to turn. It'll be interesting to see if they do get any turn today.
And it's one of those gentlemen that's just going to take it away from you. The wickets that has fallen is Camille Mishara, another man that scored 71 on Saturday. He was involved in that big partnership with the other victim for the day. Fernando scored over 100 partnership when they lost Udara in the first ODI very early. He's gone for 10 at Mishara. 13, he was brilliantly caught by Mpongwana by bowling of Cody Yusuf. And then Andile Petlokwayo got Fernando to play a very uncharacteristic shot, just throwing the bat outside off on a bit of a long hop, and nicked it to the keeper, Mikael Prince. Drinks have come, drinks have gone. And oh, you could just feel the vibe in Potch. Although it's a Monday, it's a bit of a slow start to the Monday, as this is generally a student destination. But I think it'll liven up a bit earlier.
Yeah, I think some of the United supporters are struggling to get up this morning and get going.
I don't think we've noticed. You may be a United supporter?
Respect me, Fred, come on. As you see, Semelani, good start, good dot.
South Africa hoping that a break will bring in a wicket.
Yeah, Andile Mokokane has been really good at backward point this morning for the Sri Lankans. Shaved a lot of runs there. And I think the South Africans have identified that that's obviously a scoring option for them. That run down to third man. And Andile is very backward of point. They're trying to restrict that, which is good.
And also Semelani has got a lovely carry to the keeper.
Bold chance.
There's the one that we spoke about. That's much better directed, that short one. And nearly hit it down the throat of Andile Petlukwayo.
Not very convincing there by Udaro with that pull shot. Even though he's on 33 or 47, still not convincing that day. So I think they should persist with that to him.
Yeah, I shouldn't get carried away with the short ball. But if it's well directed like that, it does become a very dangerous delivery. And the follow-up is just as important. What will it be? Another shorter? Will they go for the good old-fashioned Yorker?
Bold. Well played. Good cricket.
You can see they're just targeting the legs of the Sri Lankans. For today's match, we're very much in a better balanced side, as the larger part of the field is now towards leg side. About a 60-40 split. Don't forget the CSA South African Awards will be live Thursday, the 5th of September at 8 p.m. And it will be on SuperSport Channel 212. We will walk away with the season's player of the year.
Oh, bold. Oh, unlucky. Just fell short there of Mikael Prince, and it's obviously gone through for a bye.
I think you're very generous with the unlucky there. He should have taken that one. He's a much better, and he puts himself in a very high regard as well. Much better keeper than that. That one, I think he just a bit of a fumble.
It'd be interesting to see if that was a slow ball or if it was just slow off the wicket. Didn't really carry to the keeper. Just tucked it in down to fine leg, and it looks like they're running hard. Nah, settle for the one.
Great work by Andile Petlukwayo. And as I said, the South African Awards will be live on Thursday, the 5th of September, 8 p.m. on SuperSport Channel 212. We will walk away with the season's coveted player of the year. And the website that should be in your browser already is www.cricket.co.za. Hashtag be part of it. It is a great initiative, and there's a lot of favorites in that player of the year.
Oh, well fielded by Andile Similani there, as a batter hit it. Udara hit it straight back at him, as we see the end of the 16th. Sri Lanka 65 for 2 after 16.
That was thumped, wasn't it? That was fantastic work by Andile Similani. You mentioned earlier he's a big lad. To get down all the way down to your laces is job done. And also you can see the intensity of the fast bowler. It's not showing any pain, but one of the fielders wanted to give him a bit of a high five there, and you can see him just keeping the hand out of the way. I think that one stung.
Yeah, he did well to save that. Put his hand down there. Udara hit it really hard back at him.
Andile Petlukwayo starting his 4th, 65 for the loss of 2 after 16. The partnership is 26. And the run rate is only at 4.1. So great work done by the South African bowlers thus far, and it's the seamers doing the work.
As you see, Andile coming in again to Surya Banda, and Surya Banda shifting into his channel once again. I think he's trying to shift into his channel either to put him off his line or to open up an area where I think he's really strong, and I think he's really strong off his legs.
It's one of those scenarios where 6 of the one and half a dozen of the other, where I think he's going to stand still for one and try and smack him over extra cover. We know batters like just to play the bit of a bluff game as well. He's going to move across, and as soon as Andile settles into that line, basically just stand still and try and hit him over extra cover.
Good shot.
And that could be especially because there's a close-in fielder on cover. And as we saw on Saturday as well, the South Africans creeping up to the Sri Lankas, which is now a very good ploy as there's a lot of pressure on these batters.
Yes, Sri Lankans haven't really got away from the boundary option, and I think they really look for that drop and run. And the South Africans are really on it this morning. As you can see, your extra cover and your points is really, really close in, and your cover is on the boundary for that boundary option, on the ring. Sorry. Bowled. Very well bowled, yeah. This is really good by
He's
Andile.
trying to get across and trying to access. And South Africa doing a fantastic job, as there's only 3 boundary riders. It's point, I beg your pardon, third man, a very wideish third man, then a long leg, and then also a deep square out. Those are the only 3 patrolling the fences, and we're in the 17th over already. Only 3 boundary riders. Just shows you the squeeze that the bowlers have put on the batters.
There we go, another dot. This is really, really good, yeah. This is 4 dots here in a row, which you can sense that something is going to happen. As we see cover dropping down onto the boundary now to probably look after the over, which is really good and clever from the South Africans, not giving him that boundary option.
Yeah, very important.
Oh, as you see, brings him up as well. This is good attacking. This is good attacking fields by the South Africans.
I like seeing this. Important to close off the over well. 2 deliveries to go. And as you mentioned, that man coming in is the one picking up the ball there as well. He was on the fence, so that would have been an easy one. As we see him now going down, they might just feel that they've got the captain in a bit of a hole. So already faced 26 deliveries. Surya Bandara, and almost happy to give him the 1.
Yeah, I think they just maybe just look after this over. So maybe Andile over pitching or something and beats the inner ring. So rather that than oh, bowl. Beautiful lines, beautiful lengths. Really, really good over there by Andile. Petluguayo. As we see the end of the 16th. Sri Lanka 66 for 2 after 17. They're really controlling this game at this present moment, South Africa. Yes, they haven't got wickets, but the run rate they're really controlling.
He's just dropped under the 4 at 3.9. And don't forget that the Protea men will take on Sri Lanka for a 2 test matches as well. A full Pakistan tour this summer with our favorite Pink Day taking place on the 22nd of December. That's a 2 p.m. start. Don't forget to get your tickets. www.cricket.co.za. Ozanawe. Be part of it. It's going to be another fantastic tour.
You see Simelane charging in here. Oh, it just beats the outside edge. Well bowled by him. He's been so good this morning, eh?
He's been phenomenal. He's charged in. He's hit the deck hard. He's caused a few problems with that bumper of his. That bouncer always getting up to the badge. And then all of a sudden, the captain of Sri Lanka just does not look comfortable against him. Surya Bandara almost expecting the short one and just pushing at that one. Nearly getting a feather down to Makil Prince at keeper.
Alright, well played, well bowled. As you see there, Simelane just straying a little bit too straight. And Udara just working it down to square leg for 1. You know, as you're saying, it's compared to the first ODI where the Sri Lankans was really comfortable coming forward. They're not really comfortable coming forward with this ODI now. And that's maybe because of the change of lengths that South Africa has obviously opted for, with them bowling the bouncer more often. And as I say that, it was another short ball that was bowled, and Surya Bandara, Udara, my apologies, has tried to swat that.
That was a mistimed forehand there. That was against the net. Yeah, he wanted to flat bat that one. And it just hurried him. It was just on him a bit quicker than he expected. And I think that might be the difference as well. We know Sapamela and the other bowlers got some gas, but the bowlers this morning just had a bit more venom than we had in the first game.
Oh, bowled. As you can see, it's not really convincing the way they're playing these cross-bat shots when the ball's obviously short. So I think that's why they're persisting with it, you know.
And they're not getting carried away, making every ball short, just dragging it to a back of a length and then bringing it back. We see the season campaigner and Dile Petlukwayo there on your screen. He must be loving this. As I mentioned earlier, he's a first change bowler.
Yeah, they've really been controlling this phase of the game this morning.
Udara's faced 51 deliveries with 32 dots in his innings.
Catch! Like here as well now, all of a sudden, ball dying, going to the keeper. Are we going to see the same conditions as what we saw on Saturday? With you could see it wasn't, when you hit the wicket, it wasn't consistent. The bounce wasn't consistent.
Exactly what you're saying. On Saturday we saw as well the normal back of the length squirted through nicely, and the ones that really dug in, it was the ones that actually had the tennis ball bounce.
Big ball, yeah, to close this over, this good over. Oh, well bowled. Well played, well bowled.
Computer digits coming in there. Any programmer's dream. 010101 for that over for Andile Semelani, who's bowled 4 overs for only 12 runs.
He's done a really, really, really good job. As you see the end of the 17th. And
it's old 69 that's on the board. 69 for a loss of 2. That's after 18 overs, and the run rate has dropped to 3.8. And anything, if you go back 15 years, anything roundabout years was still considered a decent score. Now you think they're struggling.
Yeah.
As we see the man that we were actually excited to see, Kwaba Peter, coming in.
Yeah, really exciting prospect he is. Funny enough, I heard about his story not so long ago, and it's a fantastic story about how he's obviously developed and got to where he's obviously got to. It's such a wonderful story, and the only thing you wish for guys like this is just a really successful career, and they just continue just doing well and setting the bar really high in South African cricket.
Yeah, he's a great prospect. Very hard worker as well. And he's a wicket taker. That's what South Africa wants from their spinners. It's taking up and picking up crucial wickets.
As we see him charging in here to Surya Banda, it'll be interesting to see. Oh, good start. Good start by Noah Peters.
Very nearly celebrating his 22nd birthday. That will be on the 12th of September, in a couple of days' time. Very much a spring baby. Played for Border under 13s, and also the Paul Royals.
Yeah, reigns out of the Eastern Cape, does Noah Peters. Came out of Fort Hare University, that's where they obviously found him. Oh, yeah, that's where they found him. He worked down there with the great Burton de Wet, which was doing a good job down there in the Eastern Cape. And lucky enough, the Lions obviously snapped him up, and it was just one way for him after that. Bowled.
He's
Beautiful
got
pace.
beautiful variation. He gives it flight through the air. He plays with his variation, his pace of the delivery very well. Made his T20 debuts against the West Indies in 2024 this year, early in the year.
Nice. Last time I saw him, he cleaned us up, which was the Northwest Dragons, and he bowled it a lot more quicker. It's good to see that he's obviously, he started off with his pace a little bit more down, but it's still at a good pace that he's bowling at. His threats is his googly.
Oh yes, he does have a Google that's that flummoxes most batters. And that 2 T20s that he's played, he picked up 3 wickets. His best bowling is 2 for 32. Did get a bit of tap, but when you're a wrist spinner, you want to pick up wickets. That's your main job.
Yeah, wrist spinners are almost like seamers. They get used in white ball cricket. They always, when you bring them on, they obviously look to get wickets, and they've got the knack of getting wickets, and big wickets as well. Bowled. He started off really well here, Naba Peters.
Just hear all the encouragement. Everyone just giving him a bit of a encouragement. No, he's a very young fella.
Googly. Well played. Good fielding at Bandile Similani down at the cover boundary. Really cut off 2 runs there.
Yeah, and we always speak about Ndile Similani's, his bowling is very aggressive, but man, he's an athlete. He does cover a lot of ground very quickly. He's a proper athlete. It's 72 for a loss of 2, 19 gone. That middle overs is what they did very well previously. As we see another change, Similani making way for the man who opened the bowling, Dayan Khalim, changing ends.
Yeah, change of bowling at Khalim started off really well with the new ball. He hit good lines, got the ball to shape as well. Probably brought him on now just to maybe try get a wicket for the South Africans. It'll be interesting to see how he goes about his business now outside of the power play. Yeah, bowled, good start. Just tucked the way down to square leg for 1.
I think this will determine as well if they see there's still movement. They might have Mutusami come in a bit later. I don't think they want to do a double change with the spinners. Have Klaba Peters just settle into his line of length and give him a bit of a aggression on the other side. We saw Similani doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, I think they'll probably hold Sen back a little bit because the seamers are obviously doing the job for them. Shot. It's a great shot. Good pick up here. Pick up and hits in front of square for 4. With the bouncer, it can't be hip or chest height because I think they'll lap onto that and they'll put it away. I don't think you try to bowl it shorter. I just think you just try to hit a hard back of a length which just sets up a little bit.
And that's the one again, just angling into the right hand and just swivel and absolutely smashed 4-4. When it comes to the short ball, I think Similani bowls a little bit of a better short ball than Khalim would.
Oh, that's his line, that's his length, well bowled.
That's where he is very good, and he's had so much success for his franchise as well. Is that just hitting that bit of a back of a length and then letting the ball move. He's also one of those bowlers that seam is very upright as well. He does hit the seam on regular intervals where he gets some movement off the deck.
This morning as well, that's why he was so good this morning, because he obviously hit that line and that length that we're obviously speaking about. That's a short ball we spoke about and down to square. Oh, and he has misjudged it. Andile Petluga has misjudged it. He ran in too hard and it went over his head, unfortunately.
Yeah, the veteran misjudging that one. I don't think he thought it was timed as well as it was. Very lucky to get away with that one is the Sri Lankans. We see him come running in. Misdirected, so the shot was on. And it just died on him a bit. And we see, just came in a little bit too much. He's about 7 off the boundary to start off with. A bit of a luck there for Udara.
Yeah, a bit of a luck, I think. Khalim will be very disappointed with that. He created that chance and we spoke about deep square and fine leg. Being catching positions as we see that ball just flick down to fine leg. Nandile sweeping up, but yeah, we spoke about those positions being catching positions. That's very important as well. Just identifying where you're going to get your wicket. and putting your best fielders in those places in order for them to take those chances.
You see that again, just the one bounce. Dayan Khalim doesn't look happy. It's like he might have done himself a mischief.
Yeah, looks
Just
like
see the hands up there. The physio might just be called. Doesn't look very happy. Physio getting a bit of a exercise as well. He's getting his jog on. You can see that leg is strapped already for Dayan Khalim, so he might have carried something coming into the match.
looks like it's heavily strapped down there.
Mutusami and Luto Sapamla having a bit of a conversation, strategizing. They might be talking football, who knows?
The great game that happened last night.
Just see a bit of water coming out for the Sri Lankan batters. It has been a fascinating morning here in Potchefstroom thus far. But don't forget, the exciting men's domestic T20 is scheduled to start on Friday, the 27th of September, 6 p.m. a night game at the DP World Wanderers, where the defending champions will take on their Yuxkay rivals, the Momentum Multiply Titans, and that's going to be one for the books, with an essence that ignited the hometown pride. The past season promises, and the future season promises, not to be pure cricket excellence, but celebration of communities sharing values and the passion that unites them. We call fans to rally behind their favorite teams and players that will be showcasted in their prowess on the field. So visit that website, www.cricket.co.za. That's for more information. And I say again, that should be on your browser already. All the cricketing info with the Sri Lankan tour, the 2 tests coming up. We've got Pakistan, a full tour, including the Pink Day. Your ticket is available on that website. It's www.cricket.co.za. Ozanawe, be part of it. As we just go through a bit of a summary of what's happened today, Brady.
Yeah, Andile Petligwai obviously picking up 1 for 15, bowled really well. Cody Yusuf as well in the wickets with 1 for 26 after 5. Nava Peters just came into the attack now, only bowling the 1 over, 0 for 3. And Andile Similane after 4 overs, 0 for 13, which is bowled really well. Very unlucky not to get a wicket as well.
Yeah, and Surya Bandara at the crease, 21 of 35. He struggled to get the ball into the gaps as well. Some of these partners moved on very quietly to a 44 not out. He had a bit of luck in that previous over, just getting over the head of Andile Petligwai, 44 of 58. As we see that Dayan Khalim is going to leave the field. He's not happy. It looks like that right leg of his that is heavily strapped. As there's one ball left in the over.
As we see Andile taking over to finish off that over. And the one ball has brought a dot.
Yeah, so the dot, no real damage there. So very, very good work done. And very sad news for Dayan Khalim, as Andile Mokhakane just finished up the 20th over. It is a lovely start for, if you're a South African supporter. Run rate only around about 4.1, 82 for the loss of 2 after 20. As Brady leaves us, and it's the golden voice of the majestic Mufasa of cricket. It is Pendulo Makubane.
They keep getting grander and grander.
We work together so much, I'm running out of analogies.
They never get old. They never do. Ngaba Peter's bowling also never gets old as well. He's shown so brightly in the T20s, going to the West Indies for South Africa.
He's done a fantastic job, that wrist spinning coming in. Oh, not for the first. they haven't done this a lot, actually using their feet to spin. I think they're more comfortable after seeing an over of Klaba Peters. Just conceding the 3 runs in his first over. Oh, big appeal, big appeal. Everyone was excited. They might triple up as there was a fantastic chase on the fence there. Looked like it was Andile Mokokane who did the chasing. It's a long way down there, and Klaba Peters was actually off. He felt there was a very tight call.
He's bowling really straight here, Klaba Peter. Dancing down the track as well was Lahiru Dara. He's been there for 59 deliveries.
Finding the inside part of the bat. I almost feel that appeal was because of that wrong one that he bowls. Dusha coming in there. Okay, fantastic bowling. Playing well with the pace of the deliveries.
It's never bringing you the same thing, Klaba Peter. All different variations of leg spin in that right arm of his.
This one dragged short and the easiest of catches, and not the best delivery, but it picks up a wicket, and Cody Yusuf says, thank you very much, I'll take the catch.
He gets his abundance of wickets like this, being caught out on the field. Many of the batters think that they have a chance of getting him out. But like you said, variations of pace. The ball before, much slower through the air. This one, though shorter, but much quicker. It got to the batter way before he thought he could play it. And Pasindo Surya Bandara plays it straight to mid-wicket and loses his wicket.
You can just look at this delivery again. Leggies does have a tendency to drag it down, but a lot more effort in that, and it just rushed the batter. He wanted to hit that a lot squarer than it went. And Cody Yusuf says, I'll pick up the 3rd. Thank you very much.
Feel like he could have done better there, Surya Bandara. Certainly there to be hit. Nice open area behind square as well, but he decided to play it in front of square, exactly where that mid-wicket is. So it brings in Sahan Arakshige coming in at number 5.
Yeah, it's again a great work done by a South African bowler, breaking that partnership just before it really got going. And we spoke about Udara earlier on. He's 44 of 60, but he's faced 36 dots. So it just shows how difficult it has actually been, and the angles that the South African bowlers have bowled, and that they fielded in the perfect position, angles being cut off very quickly. So great work done there by the South African bowlers, and no one has put their pedal on the gas to really try and hype up this strike rate for Sri Lanka.
It's not easy. South Africa bowling much better than what they did in the first game, and that's why there are 3 wickets into the Sri Lankan batting lineup. Sahan Arakshige, he played against South Africa before during their tour in June in Sri Lanka, coming into bat for his 81st time, averaging 33, so close to getting that triple figures for his best score. That strike rate of 72, the current moment, that's the pace that he'll want to go through, because Sri Lanka need to rebuild something and restructure that partnership again. Klaba Peter gets a wicket like he so often does. A true striker.
Immediately a chance of a run out. Bowlers in. Oh my word, that was very, very close. Would have been touch and go. I think a direct hit might have caused something there, as Udara was also not getting his foot off the ABS there, breaking in the middle. You can just see Klaba Peter just causing a bit of problems. And we don't say that often enough when it comes to the subcontinent teams. A spinner causing a bit of problems.
And the thing is, he's not getting much turn as Klaba Peter, but still causing the problems with the areas that he's delivering. It's going to be very interesting to see how the pitch is going to continue to play throughout the course of the day, because we saw that in the first game it became much more spinner friendly at the end of the day, even at the back end of the first innings. Ngqabapitsa's not getting much purchase, not much movement, but it's that variation of all of his skill sets that's causing problems for the bowlers, for the batters rather.
And causing all sorts of problems. Mokgakane had one delivery already to warm up. He finished up the over for Dayan Khalim. This one just a little bit off target. He enjoys bowling around the wicket to the left-handers.
Just understands his game really well, Andile Mokgakane, in terms of his bowling. Always looking to get it up there. And when he doesn't, he hits that back of a length really well, where the batters find themselves in between the lands. His bowling is starting to take much more shape as he matures.
Another mistimed shot and an opportunity with a direct hit. Now we are finding the mark. So everyone had a bit of hands-on heads there. Looked like that was very, very close.
Ngqabapitsa with the throw. Don't test those guys out. Great take. It was actually a sharp angle that he had to aim for. Got it working really well.
Lovely quick release by Peter.
They're just not getting the change of strike as often as they'd want here, Sri Lanka. They finally get something with really good placement.
Just happy to run it down to third man. And I think this has been, if you looked at Rakchinge's record, he's got 17 50s to his name, and he does not convert those into hundreds, and that might just be a little bit of the frustration that I have with him. He's got all the skills. It's just this conversion rate is not very good, the 28-year-old. Does give you something with the ball as well. Oh, this one just worked to third man again. Squeezed out. And still, what I love about this field is South Africa only have the 3 boundary riders. They got deep square, fine leg, and third man on the fences. As I say that, for the right-hander, it looks like they'll now actually have 4 boundary riders. Nope, Andile Petlekwaya is called in. He's going to go to a short fine leg, and they have moved long on to the fence as well. So the 4 is out the circle. They might feel that Andile's pace is not as much as Simelane, as we got 3 Andiles in this team today.
All of them playing here together. And on top of that, you still have that mid-wicket who's standing there. Mhlali Mpongwane has already taken a catch at mid-wicket. And with the areas that Mokgakane hitting, trying to aim for the stumps, nice and full, so easily you can flick it to the man standing at mid-wicket.
Oh, lovely shot through the covers. No need to run for that. That has just been lent on and driven beautifully, taking him to 49 by Udara.
Gives width, does Mokgakane. Not at that length. Udara able to just get into it. Gorgeous shots through the covers. Immaculate placement. He moves to 49 runs, redeeming his first innings where he was gone for 5 on Saturday. It's 93 for 3 after 22.
Ngqabapitsa will continue, and for the first time they will feel that they've signed off a better over. A couple of singles in there, and 7 from it, keeping that run rate right about the 4.2. They would love to get that over the maybe up to 5.5 from where they are now. Up to 5.5 will be great work done.
We'll need just upping the pace a little bit, which is dangerous against this guy bowling here, Ngqabapitsa. Gets his wickets when you think you have a chance of just attacking him.
Lovely delivery, just floats it up there, enticing the big drive. Just pushed for the 1. He's got some protection on the fence. The 4 boundary riders for the right-hander now is a deep backward square. They also got a sweeper out on the off and the leg side, and then also long off is on the fence. Easier to go with the spin than against. Lovely footwork there. And that means Udara brings up his half century, redeeming his first outing in South Africa. Brilliantly done. 50 from 64 deliveries.
Wonderful batting this from Lahiru Udara. He had to soak up big amounts of pressure at the beginning of the game. Khalim, Cody Yusuf bowling like money. However, he stayed out there, given 50 from 64 deliveries. The runs don't come easy, Gert. You work hard for them, especially if the bowlers are bowling so well as the South Africans are here. Seems like they went back and reworked their game plan against every batter, and now they are restricting Sri Lanka not only with the runs they're getting, but with the wickets that they're also claiming.
And also feel that it is the more aggressive nature. Oh, big appeal. You can just see the umpire just touching his leg there. It was a thuddy sound. It was very soft. But I just think the aggressive nature of the South African bowlers this time round. We look at their delivery again. Just pushing it. Might have been a wrong one. Just gone wrong a tad.
They are being aggressive. Even their field settings, they never just sit on the same field and sit on the same plan. Even in an over, they don't mind changing it 2-3 times to mislead the batters.
Oh, this time he got a bit of a feather on it. And it's a big chase and a quick release. Just did not get the power he wanted, but a lovely chase and a lovely release there. And this one coming off the bat.
Andile Mokhakane, really good fielder. A bunch of great fielders on the field here for South Africa. Mokhakane, Simelane, David Bedingham is also gun on the field.
This over is just maybe gone a little bit quicker than he did his previous 2 overs, as it brings the 3rd over from Kwaba Peter to an end. 147 is his figures. Udara's 50 coming all over the show. He's hit both sides of the wicket, scoring consistently on both sides. It's 99 for the loss of 3, 1 away from those triple digits.
But we can see from his pitch map only 4 runs being scored on the V. Very comfortable playing square off the wickets. He's been leaving the deliveries that force him to play straight. He hasn't been really going on that V. Only 4 from those 51 runs there.
So we see Andile Petlukwayo also changing ends. He's bowled the 4 overs, 1 for 15. His very first delivery took the wicket off Fernando, who uncharacteristically flashed outside off with a bit of a nothing shot to a bit of a nothing ball. And he got the nick down to their keeper, Mikael Prince.
After all, Andile Petlukwayo did get him on 97 on Saturday. Probably saying, let me get you back. And it was a wide-edge delivery that got him on Saturday, chopping it back into his stumps. He's probably going to feel a little bit angry and upset with himself that he fell for the same bowler in almost the same fashion, this time hitting the outside edge.
Immediately you could see the change up there. It just looked like a leg cutter that Andile bowled.
Still going to see Senoran Mutusami also come to bowl as Sri Lanka A bring up their 100 runs.
In a not as quick time as they did on Saturday. This came from 141 deliveries and only 12 fours. No maximums yet in this innings from Sri Lanka. And they just started to get into their groove with the right-left combination, just working the ones a little bit more, finding it a lot easier to hit the gaps as we see a change in the field. You mentioned it within the over, strengthening up that offside with someone in the circle.
It's
South Africa has been a lot more attacking, I feel, today. And I think that's the one thing we took away from the previous matches. We were a lot more attacking, a lot more at the batters than we were on Saturday.
really not playing around. The only time they were able to get these ones, Sri Lanka, was when the power play came to an end and South Africa just pushed that one extra man out, allowing for a little bit of more space to get those ones in. You can see 48 runs coming from boundaries in this 100.
Oh, stifled appeal. You can just see the batter just rolling the wrist there. That's the change-up that Andile Petlukwayo is known for. And with the aggressive nature of Cody Yusuf, Andile Semalani that came in, you can just see Andile Petlukwayo can just get into his work, just run these overs down. Just angling it in, just a little bit of purchase off the deck.
Running down the legs, a little bit high as well, it seemed, from Andile Petlukwayo. Doesn't want to change much from what he did on Saturday. And he seems like he's not changing much from what he did on Saturday. Those are exactly the areas he was attacking, getting a lot of balls straight, and that's how he was getting his wickets. And right now, he's getting value for what he's doing, going at less than 4 runs to the over.
And also just working in the dots, isn't he? He's working on those zeros. Just a single coming from this over, 2 deliveries left. This one just worked down to that deep square, has on the fence there for protection. And this is what I like about this setup now, is we saw with Udara's pitch map that there's not a lot of runs being scored straight down the ground in the V's. So they've brought both those players in. For the right-hander though, they do have 4 out, deep square, a very wide fine leg, and then also a third man and a sweeper, just to protect the boundary and protect this over. Only 2 runs coming from it thus far. This time he's taking him on. He went down the ground. Is it going to reach the fence? It is a big chase, and finally a 4 coming from Andile Petlukwayo.
It's been dry. Petlukwayo has been bowling well, and even that shot was a force of the hand for Sahana Rakjige. He wants to assert himself that he's here, only having faced 8 deliveries. Not necessarily a bad ball from Andile Petlukwayo. It seemed like he slowed it down a little bit even. But right under it is Sahana Rakjige. Like you said, mid on, mid off, up in the ring. Risk-free shots if he can get it over. And so he did. Andile Petlukwayo, not to be too sad about that. He's 1 from 21 after 5. 105 on the board.
I think it was more the field that forced that shot than anything else, not the delivery. Because you could see it wasn't timed perfectly. It was nearly hauled in. So I think that the field has set it up as Kwaba Peter comes in for his 4th over.
And given how Andile Petlukwayo bowled on Saturday and how he's bowling today, it gives Matthew Brietsky, the captain, such a huge relief that he can back his bowler and that his bowler can back him up, because now you have Ngaba Peter, who's gotten a wicket, Andile Petlukwayo on the other side, who also has a wicket. So this essentially means that there's threats on either side of the wickets, and the thing is, both of them are applying that pressure, going for just under 4 runs to the over. Ngaba Peter, less than 3 runs to the over.
And got away with that one. That was a fire down the leg side, and a lefty just picking out the man at 45. Again, quicker. Sweeper have some work to do, picking it up behind square. Oh, lovely arm. Lovely arm. And just again the single. Where we on Saturday we actually saw them turning those 1s into 2s. There was a lot more aggressive running, but I think the fielding angles have been a lot better, realizing that Sri Lankans love playing square.
On top of that, the fielding intensity is just a little bit of a higher level today.
Oh, using his feet, coming down the crease and not getting to it. Kwaba Peter saw him coming and just dragging it in a bit shorter. and very, very nearly he got it down the throat there of the man operating the sweeper fence there, Cody Youssef, who's already taken a catch.
It's that quicker one that's always so problematic from Ngabapeta, because he builds up the pressure slowly, fires in that short one. It's short normally, and the batters just can't get connection with it. Brings in that deep square leg in the game as well.
As we see this time, he's dropping it short, and what a fantastic shot that is, hitting the OFM hotspot. It is the first maximum of the Sri Lankan innings.
Gets a clean connection here. Sahana Rakchige might feel like the length was just not on by Ngabapeta.
I think the line was the big factor here. He's just going too straight there at the stumps. You can just see him dropping that hip and just getting the elevation. And as we know, in Potch, the ball does travel quite a long way.
Opens himself up brilliantly as well, Arakchige. Rather than going down the track and squeezing himself of space, he rocks back onto the back foot, giving himself extra time. It was the wrong one from Ngabapeta, the googly. But with him going onto the back foot, just having extra time to react to whatever movement Ngabapeta would have gotten.
Just settling into that line again. Even with that maximum, he still only conceded 16 runs and picked up a wicket. It is the end of the 25th. 3 wickets down, 113 for the loss of 3. And so Cricket South Africa and Hollywood Bets are excited to bring you the Hollywood Bets Pro Series Women Professional League, made up by the Hollywood Bets Pro 50 and the Hollywood Bets Pro 20. That's starting on the 4th of October. And again, the website should be on your browser. Pindula, I know it's on yours. It's www.cricket.co.za. Ozanawe. Hashtag be part of it.
Hollywood Bets, you can see it on the top of your screen with the Pro Series where you see the CSA. They are the new official sponsors of the women's cricket domestic. We saw last season the women's game getting professionalized in South Africa. For the first time, we're getting players who can live off just playing cricket as women. And now it's just going to be an added boost to them.
Andile Petlokwayo is smashed through the covers, and fantastic work done by the sweeper fielder. It is David Bedingham. You mentioned him earlier. He is a dynamo in the field. He moves and covers a lot of ground, but his anticipation in the field is the big thing there. You can actually see him moved as soon as that ball was hit. He moved there.
At 29 years old, he's at the physical prime of his career at this moment in time, which is why it seems like everything he does just turns to gold. David Bedingham.
This one worked. Andile picking it up. That is the Andile Simelane. As we said earlier, we got the Andile triplets on the field.
It's really good fielding here from Simelane. Love the pressure that the South Africans put on. Whenever the ball is hit on space, you hear them. Give it to one. Azish, quick, bam, bam. And the fielders don't get thrown off by that. They're actually relishing on that because they haven't made too many mistakes in South Africa.
Oh, short ball by Andile Petlokwayo. Just managing to work it around the corner for the one. As Dayan Khalim, who pulled up earlier on with looked like an injury on his right thigh.
Well, South Africa will be happy that he's back. He looks so dangerous with the ball in hand.
Yeah, he did look very, very good with the new ball. There's one that went past the keeper. And the signal from the umpire showing it came off the bat. Again, just working in the ones. Are they setting up the same field as the previous over? The two mids inside the circle. It's got third man on the boundary. It's got sweeper, deep square, and also fine leg. The four man patrolling outside the circle. This one hit hard and fantastic fielding. Cutting it down to 1.
Ngabapeta throwing himself around the South Africans. Being one with the grass. Both of them are green. They throwing themselves down there, stopping any sort of momentum that the Sri Lankans are trying to grow. Becomes frustrating over time when all of these good shots are not accumulating for the runs that they are worth.
Oh, soft hands, just trying to access that man at third man. Just got a bit too much bat on that to end up the over. All ones for Ndile Petlukwaya with a dot in the end. His 6 overs have gone for 26, picked up the wicket. His partnership has moved on to 33 as Sri Lanka A move on to 118 for the loss of 3 wickets after 26.
Sri Lanka now slowly starting to get those singles playing in. They play an unchanged squad from their previous game. They won brilliantly by 93 runs. The spin bowlers will come in handy. South Africa bringing in 5 changes into the game, and we'll be seeing Mikhail Prince starting at the top of the order. Previous game batting at number 8. Not the position that Mikhail Prince bats at, to say the least. So now they've reworked that idea. And Senuran Mutusamy now has the ball in hand. Didn't have a great outing in the previous game, just gone for a little bit of a tapping. But here, hopefully can follow the footsteps of Ngabapeta, not only economical, but also got a wicket.
Oh, you can just see the stats there. Economy under 5 for left-arm spin in South Africa, with the wickets more conducive to seam up than it is to spin. 4 for 36 is best. 87 wickets. See if you can generate a bit of turn on this deck. Always very happy just to flight it up, toss it up, and Sri Lankans will be happy, just as we saw they're working him down straight. The line, they have moved up the run rate to about 4.5, so they want to get closer to that 5 runs to the over.
And if they continue batting like this in this partnership, they're batting at over a run per ball, 34 from 32. Give that a couple of overs down the line, they will eventually reach that 5 runs to the over, and even more.
As we see with Ngabapeta as well, the Sri Lankan batters just eyeing up Mutusamy.
It's just a little bit full there, able to just play the ball without seeing what it's doing off the surface. Haven't seen what it's doing off the surface from Mutusamy.
These 2 batters would not have seen him in the first match, as he bowled the bulk of his deliveries to Michara and Fernando, who had that brilliant 100-plus partnership. So they're just eyeing up, just making sure that they are in the game.
Confusion.
Oh, run out chance. Is that close? Mikhail Prince looking distraught. It is great work done by the close infielder.
Past Stephen Harris saying no. It was just a little bit of hesitation from Arakchige and Udara. Tap and go. Really risky stuff. Was never going to make it home.
Direct hit, I'll tell you what. That was going home on the direct hit there. Just worked around the corner again to run out chance. Wayward throw and fantastic cover work. It is brilliant work by Ndile Semelane this time.
This is good counter-attacking batting from the Sri Lankans. They understand that it's in the singles where the power is key, especially within this spell of the game. It's a slight little tap. Risky business taking on Ngabapeta, was already had a direct hit, but they made it work.
Oh, is the 45 going to stop that? Lovely work. Fantastic work there. And it is just, again, so difficult for them just to get it past any of the fielders, any of the big fast bowlers that is patrolling the fence there. So Mutusamy having a much better start And yes, it's a free hit. Bit of a naughty one there. No ball being called. And he goes for the slog sweep. Just finding the fielder at cow corner. So lucky for Mutosami and South African. No, not much damage on that free hit, just a single. And it's 5 runs of his first over. A lot better than he did in the first game.
Didn't really go for a tapping in that first game. He was going boundaries galore. But here, the pressure is a little bit different. Because like you said, that first game, it was the Meshara and Fernando show. Second wicket partnership, it was only 1 wicket down at this stage of the game. So they were batting freely, they were having fun. So Mutsusami coming in now with a little bit of a different pressure. So you see Devil Brevis coming in as a substitute fielder.
Yeah, he's most likely coming in trying to see if Dayan Khalim is still on the field. I think that leg of his really acting up. He's actually doing a travelling, trying to loosen up that leg. He's now at on the fence with the left armour. He'll be at long on. Kwaba Peter changing ends. It's an interesting move. Felt that he only went for the 1 boundary, so a bit of a, maybe just a bit of psychological warfare being played here.
Let's see what the ball does going down the slope now. And if you can actually see, the slope is the slope is also tilted from the left to the right, going downwards, which should help him with the ball spinning back into the left-hander.
This time dropping and going softer hands by the Sri Lankans. Spongwana couldn't get reach that one to stop the single. Kwaba Peter always has something up his sleeve. The right-hander will have a more torrid time of it. Long off on the fence as well as the sweeper. Then he does have a square leg coming out, and then also deep mid wicket going to the fence as well, leaving a vast land available on the leg side, hoping that he will walk across and maybe try and work it into that vacant mid wicket. Oh, going with the turn. Sweeper coming into play. Bedingham just picking it up and tossing it in.
Thought he was going to bowl that much straighter. Normally like that, Ngabapeta getting it right into the face of the pads. That one just giving the single away.
That's the straighter one you were talking about, and David Bedingham just picking that one up.
Much more threatening delivery, it seems.
Yeah, it's almost like he's... but it just looks like at the left hand he's just a lot flatter, a lot quicker, especially after that pickup that went over mid-wicket for 6. Oh, the oohs and ahs getting up. There's the one they're looking for, is going against the turn into that mid-wicket. Oh, it just gives you so much opportunities, that Kwaba Peter.
It's a very scary delivery to face, as given the fact that can keep that one that keeps low like a slider, has that quicker one going through the air. When he floats it up into the air, it gets a little bit of drift as well into the right-hander, which makes that straighter ball even more dangerous.
Like all spinners get excited with every single delivery he bowls. 5 overs now being bowled by Kwaba Peter, only going for 20 runs, which included a big 6 by Arakchinge. 127 for the loss of 3 wickets after 28 overs. partnership have moved on to 42.
42 from 44 deliveries between these two. Rakchige seems to have stabilized himself onto the crease. 24 deliveries for his 19 runs. Lahiru Udara has looked unfazed for his 64. When he takes on those risks and takes on the fielders, he takes them with calculated risks. The ball go over and clear the fielder. He's been batting really well.
This time just a little bit of a shimmy. Came very early. Mutusami, experienced campaigner. You saw him coming. Udara is on 64, just adjusting the gloves. Just see him pushing that first one, hoping for an opportunity for the second. Ayan Khalim says, no, my leg might be a bit sore, but the arm is still good.
You know, on top of the experience that Mutusami has, it's the experience that he has on this particular ground, which is why it was a little bit shocking that he couldn't find his mark on Saturday. But today seems to have refound what he needs to do.
Played with the turn. Are they going to double up? Oh. Araktinge was coming for it. But Udara says, no, hold on. I'll take a delivery or two here.
Interesting that with all the host of all-rounders in the team, Mihlali Mpongwana hasn't been bowling much recently. He didn't bowl even once in the SA Emerging and Zimbabwe tour. As the ball goes to him now, these are his types of surfaces. Mihlali Mpongwana call him the Jason Holder of South Africa, the 24-year-old. Also a great batter as well.
Oh, nearly run past that one. Just looks like there's a bit of confusion in the running today between these Sri Lankan batters. Trying to use his feet, Udara, to the left arm of Mutusami. Oh, nearly snuck through. Reverse sweep coming out. Calculated risk all along the carpet. It is 4 runs. A fantastic change-up by Udara.
Ooh, that's a really good shot from Udara. If he had missed that one, he was going to be in really big trouble. But he knew exactly what he was doing. Placed the gap perfectly on the offside. Right on the ground. Oh, it's a really good shot.
Lovely wrists came through the line there.
That shows it played in front of square as well. Oh man, nothing much that Mutusami could have done there, but it's 29 overs gone, 133 for 3.
But then don't be aggrieved when the batter takes a calculated risk against you. It just shows how well we've been bowling. They need to bring out their bag of tricks. Reverse sweeps coming out, 133 for 3. One more over to go to the 30th, and this is where you want to double up. As soon as 30 overs are gone, you want to double up the score and then see where you are at and where you want to be. And even if they double up, they're just going to get past that 250. Really need to get the run rate over that 5 to 5.5. Partnership is going well. It's 48 of 50 deliveries. Kwaba Peter changing his angle, going through and around to the left-hander. Again, just showing he's got something else. This time just firing it into the legs. Delicately played down to David Bedingham. Just a little bit offline from that through and around angle. Back to normal against the right-hander.
Left-right combination to deal with as well, so going to be a lot of transition on the field. They use separate fields for both Udara and Arakchige.
there.
So good, Nabi. So good, Biddy.
Very excited there. Udara on 69. Not in a hurry. One more to go for the 50 partnership. It's the most productive one thus far for Sri Lanka, eh? Oh, talk about your bag of tricks. Got himself in a bit of a tangle there. Simalani picking it up. Got himself in a horrible position there. And that's a 50 partnership between these two.
Somehow he made it work. Gert was able to guide it down. Simelane, who was standing at short third man. It's 50 runs. Oh, it's 50 run partnership between Arakchike and Udara.
That's a little bit more convincing by the right-hander.
Back to what you say is normal proceedings. Senoran Mususami really tried up those singles the previous over. We've seen in this whole period of 10 overs, Sri Lanka have been getting 4 to 5 runs per over just by running between wickets. And with that previous reverse sweep that went for a boundary, Mutusami had been applying that pressure. You saw that they were trying to squeeze singles where there weren't any. And so now they're going back to regular proceedings, tries to get those ones, but Ngabapita has also been brilliant on the field.
Great fielder. He's a fantastic fielder in general, but he's great, especially off his own bowling. He hates giving out runs. And boundaries have been few and far in between. You see the last ball of his 6 over to bring up the 30 over mark. Again a reverse sweep, but only picking out the man at short third.
Looking to be inventive, Sahan Arakchike. However, a dot ball ends Ngabapita's over, just going for 4 runs. It's 137 on the board, 3 wickets down, and the players will enjoy a refreshment of a drink. Nairu Dwara, after going for 5 on Saturday, he comes back with a redemptive innings. 72 from 88, and he's still there holding it strong at the top of the order. Meshara, Fernando, after their glorious 100-run partnership, they couldn't replicate it here today. Surya Bandara hitting it straight into the chest of Cody Yusuf, who was standing at mid-wicket. And so Sahan Arakchike are taking it on pretty well here with Lahiru Udara. Their partnership now over 50 runs, 52 from 56. There was a bit of concern early on with Dan Khalim pulling off. That's why he has only 5.5 overs. Andile Mukhakane completed his over. But Dan Khalim has been sensational at the top of the order. And that's where you see Ngabapita, who came in to get the wickets. Petlugwayo carrying on where he left off, also getting a wicket. Cody Yusuf, one of the changers, also getting one for himself. So there's 20 overs to go in the innings. A pretty well balanced game, you would say here, Brady.
Yeah, well balanced, Pindulo. At the present moment, I think because Sri Lanka's obviously got wickets in hand and they can obviously have a dip at the back end, I think they'll probably think that they're on the upper hand here, just in front with Udara at the crease on 72. But at the back of the South Africans' minds, they're probably thinking, if we knock him over and we get 2 or 3 on top of that, they'll be in the pound seat to obviously restrict them for a lowish total.
Once they get this one wicket, Sonal Dinusha comes in. And then into the all-rounders with Chamindu Wakramasinghe, bowled really well. But his batting will be needed. Dusan Hemanta can swing one as well. So 3 batters whom the Sri Lankans can still say, hey, we got something here that can build the runs for us. However, here in Potchefstroom, the players are taking a drink, and so shall we. It's 137 for the loss of 3 after 30. See our umpires, Lubaba Lotuma and umpire Stephen Harris. They have been nominated as CSA Umpires of the Year, alongside Haluaddin Palaka, who's been nominated alongside umpire Tuman Harris for Umpire of the Year. This will all be happening on the 5th of September, this week's Thursday, in the CSA annual awards. It's not just the players who get recognized, it's also the match officials. So Umpire Harris and Umpire Kuma amongst the finest in the domestic scene, and they will be, one of them will be walking away with Umpire of the Year. And there's still more cricket here with the Sri Lanka A and South Africa A tour. They are in preparations. South Africa will be playing Pakistan and Sri Lanka later on in the year. Sri Lanka will be here back in December, then move on to New Zealand in January. And so, with spots open up for both teams, South Africa A and Sri Lanka A are battling it out so that they can put their name in the door.
Yeah, it looks like Khalim is back on the field, which is really exciting and good news for the South Africans, especially he'll probably be needed in the back end. But in saying that, Sen Mutsasamy carrying on with his bowling, and Peter's obviously doing the job on the other side as well. So far been a steady start by Sen compared to his other outing on the first ODI.
Just want to continue on that trajectory.
Good start. Looks like there hasn't been a lot of spin that this wicket's obviously taken, but it'll be interesting also to see how the Sri Lankans spin bowlers go about their business, and if they do get anything out of the surface as well.
If anything, the South Africans will be hoping that it remains this consistent, that there's this minimal spin for them when they are batting.
Most definitely. Good running by these two. It's going to be interesting also now just to see how they obviously play the next facet of the game as well. Next part of the game, I should say. Next 20 overs. Will they obviously up the ante, or are they just happy just knocking it around still? Probably bat until 42 overs, and then maybe have a dip with wickets in hand. Chance, and sails over and Dilip Petluraya's head for 6.
There's one thing we do know, Brady, is that Lahiro Udara can smash one when he wants to. His season strike rate in 50 over cricket is way over 100 for both club and for his franchise, and this is why down the track Senuran Mutsasamy placing it in a good area, but Udara able to turn it into a half volley and over for 6.
Bowled. Good cricket. That's good batting by Udara, yeah. He just got a 6 and he's managed to rotate strike there. The previous 6 there looked like it was almost like a miss hit for 6.
Speaks about the power, just the conviction of playing your shots through and through. Never hesitate.
Good line, good length by Sen.
Arakchike a little bit unsure on what to do with that one as the over ends on 146 for 3.
I think, in all honesty, I think they've probably spoken about Sen and obviously look to take on Sen. Because now we've obviously seen 2 games now where they've really put him under pressure when he's obviously got the ball in hand, because they probably know that he's their frontline spinner, and if they put their frontline spinner under pressure, then the seamers have to come back and obviously bowl their overs, you know. We don't know how Khalim is doing and if he will come back to finish off his remaining overs, which puts extra pressure on Mutsasamy to obviously finish his overs as well.
At least now he has support in Ngaba Peter.
Oh, inside edge. and just misses the stumps and trickles away for 4.
Dangerous customer as Ngabapeta. He'll feel a little bit undone by that. Mistimed by Lahiru Udara, but sometimes good luck is all you need as Sri Lanka A bring up their 150.
Yeah, luck, as we see, try to go for a slog sweep there, and unfortunately got the inside half of the bat and just misses leg stump. Oh, Peter's really good bowler, and I feel he's bowled really well today. Good. As Udara just works it down to deep square for single. Oh, Peters really attacks the stumps. His control has been so good as well. He's hardly put any balls short for a leg spinner.
Not a lot of mistakes indeed. Those short balls are actually the variation, the quicker one that keeps a little bit low. Seen one gone for 6, but seen one getting a wicket. Seen a couple of few just falling short of the fielders.
Oh, well played. Very well played. Critically played. Down to third man. Third man for 4. I think he just got his line wrong there.
It's very deftly touched by Arakchige as well. Andile Petluwayo at short's third man didn't even stand a single chance. For a leg spinner, he does push it through, doesn't Ngabapeta? And because of that little extra pace that he generates, the bats are just using the pace against him, allowing the ball to turn into his bat, then just guiding it down. Very fine of the third man.
I think just by having a look at these past 2 overs, it shows signs, and the signs that are obviously showing that they're probably going to try and up the ante here as well in this facet of the game. Short ball that's been worked. Good fielding down on the boundary by David Bedingham to restrict him only to 1 run as well.
In any innings, you just need that one partnership that's going to stabilize the construction of the runs for a team. South Africa did well to regularly take those 3 wickets in good periods, but all of a sudden now, this one is bringing it back for Sri Lanka. They're now on 5 runs to the over in essence. This partnership is doing exactly what it needs to do. They are so composed and so patient. You hardly see them just going for big shots, and it's a good ping-pong battle here between bat and ball. It might seem very slow, but there are overs where the ball has the upper hand, and then all of a sudden the Sri Lankans are able to bring it back with like 4-5 runs, and in this one they're able to take 11 from it. 157 for 3.
Yeah, spot on there. I just feel they're consolidating and they're obviously absorbing the pressure. Really happy to obviously knock it around with the bad ball in between and putting the bad ball away. There's that wicket that we spoke about. Straight through the gate of Udara, and it's a big wicket.
Just playing all over it there, Lahiru Udara. A straight one from Senuran Mutusami. He just found the gap in between bat and ball. Seems like he was playing for turn, Udara. The turn never arrived. Just continued straight on. Lazy looking shot as well from Udara. Leg stump goes down.
Yeah, it just looked like he played. It went on with obviously with the arm, playing the wrong line, playing the wrong line, and obviously knocking over his leg stump there. But a very well played by Udara. I feel South Africans think that they can really squeeze now with obviously getting this big wicket of Udara now.
Arakchige was playing, the whole squad actually has been playing around so well with Lahiru Udara, and it must be marveled at how well he paced his innings. Lahiru Udara There was never a point where you felt like he hogged strike for too long, putting his non-striker under pressure. And whenever those moments came, he was able to hit the ball and get boundaries. He's gone now, and it brings in Sonal Dinusha into strike.
As you see, Sonal Dinusha's record here, 42 innings, average of 39, strike rate of 78, 850s, no hundreds, and the best of 93. He's going to be very, very important for the Sri Lankans to obviously get to a competitive score.
Batting lower down in the order, getting a 50 every 5 innings is certainly not a bad return.
I think he'll need that 50 today, which is going to be very, very important for them. But in saying that, I think the South Africans think that they can get a squeeze on here.
Speaking about him getting that opportunity of scoring that 50, there's still enough time as well. 17.5 overs. It's a lot of time also for the South Africans to work the Sri Lankans over, especially given the fact that they've removed the dangerous threat of Lahiru Udara. However, Arakchige in himself poses a threat. He's been there for 33 deliveries. He looks set. He's 27 runs on. He's batting at a good pace in the context of the game. So South Africa, it's either they look to eat up the other's end or get him out as well.
Oh, slip. Surely we should be having a slip to the new batter. Good start by Senya.
Especially given the length that Sen is bowling. He's hardly dropped anything short. They hardly had any long hops. He's drawing them onto that front foot, and it seems like now he's really gotten his length going.
Yeah, it looks like he's settled into a really nice length here, especially now with 2 left-handers at the crease. It should be easier for the left-handers to obviously score because the ball's turning back into them. But it looks like Sen's obviously found his length and found his line as well as his pace as well. Just worked around there. It's a short 45 for 1.
And another important thing is that the wicket of Udara hit the top of leg stump, and that automatically turns to the top of off stump for the left-hander. So even if he continues on the line that he got the ball a wicket from, it will still be dangerous deliveries for Dinusha and Arakchige.
Oh, bit of a bottom edge, and now all of a sudden we see a lot happening here. Scoring is obviously not as free as what they were when.
It's going to be important here for Dinusha to be respectful of the pitch just a little bit.
Oh, this is really good by Sen. This is a really, really good comeback over by him, where we see the end of the 33rd. South Africa, my correction, Sri Lanka 159 for 4 after 33. As the camera works, look at the Sri Lankans in their dugout. A little bit relaxed as we speak, so they probably think they've got this, huh?
Wouldn't really say that they're in a bad or terrible position. 159 from 4, you still have 6 wickets in hand. It is a big blow that they've lost a well-set Udara at the top of the order. But right now they'll be hoping that they can get to the 40th over mark without having lost another wicket. And should they lose another one, maybe the tension in that dugout will look a little bit different should it happen.
Yeah, South Africans will be thinking, we can make try to get another breakthrough here. Shot, great shot, reverse sweep. That beat point and it runs away for 4. This is the chest that we're speaking about. Let's see if they bring mid-wicket across into another point area where they're going to have 2 points now. And as I said, that's what they do. I see Similani moving across. Well, this is where batting just becomes a lot more easier now all of a sudden, where the ball's turning into the left-hander. So they can just knock it into the hole and they can try and push for 2. So he's opened up an area on the leg side now for himself.
Peter now has little to no option but to bowl it outside that off stump. Because anything on the legs.
That is just too easy. This is batting now. Now we're watching batting here. This is really good batting and very smart batting. Basan.
Not the ball from Ngabapeta, especially with the fielding change that's just been shown. But he did force that change up from Ngabapeta. He bowled a very good first delivery outside the off stump, which was reverse sweeped for 4.
See, as he's just opened up, he's really attacking that side of the field. Good fielding down there at the cow corner to restrict them just for one run.
It's a really good shot that from Arakchige. You see him a little step across into the middle stump, making that ball a lot straighter than what it is. But you called for it in the previous over with the new batter for Sonal Dinusha. And here they are. Matthew Bretsky has put himself at slip. Ngabapeta will be bowling to Dinusha.
It could be a googly first ball, yeah.
He's thrown a couple of those out as well with good control, Peter.
Not a good ball. Not a good ball to get first up.
Giving a free one away to Arakchige or to Dinusha. You really want to keep it tight to a brand new batter. You want him to play around his pads. You want him to try and get that edge, which is why that slip fielder's there. Peter, just let him off the loose here.
Yeah, this is good. Good dot. Good dot to finish off. Oh no, sorry, my correction. Second to last. But like you're saying, to a new batter, you really want to be tight with your lines and your lengths. You don't want to give him free scoring options and for him to get off the mark very freely, you know.
But this is Arakchige. He's hit Peter for 2 boundaries already.
Yeah, good close off to the over after him going for these 2 boundaries in the start of his over. To close it off with 2 dots at the end, as we see the end of the 34th. And Sri Lanka 169 for 4 after 34.
They've now reached that 5 runs to the over. So 250 will be the bare minimum that they should be looking to get, because from this point onwards, you're not looking for that run rate to decrease any further. After 30 overs, whatever that run rate is, you're just looking to build up from what that is. And Sri Lanka are doing it pretty decently here.
Yeah, they're doing it. They're going along steadily. They could set it up for that 250. They'll be really happy if they can get more than 250. Oh, chance, run out chance, sent back, bad throw.
Don't want to test out any of these inner ring fielders. Ngabapeta has shown that is good. And Simelane in that instance is been throwing himself around the field. Little bit of confusion. Good pressure from the fielding.
Sweep down to deep square for 1. Yeah, they really don't want Sen to settle in a length here. Because if he settles in a length, he can be very, very lethal, and he'll control you really well.
I'd be very interested to see him come around the wicket. Coming to the legs of the left-hander, they don't mind much of that.
Played. So the thing is just with that is just he's coming around the wicket, so obviously you want to bring in all dismissals as well. You're looking to obviously pitch it in line and make it hit in line as well. Not giving them width for them to obviously, especially to a left-hander, because from over the wicket it's obviously really easy for them to score, you know, in this. Catch that! Good bowling there, really good bowling.
Little bit greedy from Dinusha. Really not there to do what he tried to do. They've been working it very easy if they just stay on the back foot, just punching it around the corner for these 1s and 2s. Lucky not to get caught out there.
Something's going to happen, yeah. Oof. I think Sen will be happy with these and how they're obviously going about their business with just knocking it around. He'll be still smiling and thinking he's on top if he's not giving the boundary away. But I sense that Dinusha wants to try and take him down here. You can just see in his setup and where he's batting. He's batting outside off stump here.
It's easy to
Oh,
walk.
good pickup. Great pickup down at deep square. It looks like Andile Mokokane. That's down there. Good fielding by him.
Really good fielding. Backing up his bowler, Senoran Mutsusami. Created a slight opportunity when Donesha popped it up in the air. However, it was clear of the fielder. It's the end of over number 35, 174 for the loss of 4. We haven't seen the South African dugouts much. Devald Brevis is chilling, relaxing. Lutosi Pamla wearing his glasses alongside Tristan Lewis, who took 3 wickets the previous game. Now Cody Yusuf, he'll want to get more stakes. He bowled decently well for his first 5 overs.
Yeah, I see they brought back Cody. Captain's probably looking to get a breakthrough as well, to try and knock one of these guys over, just to slow down the scoring rate as well. Starts off with a back of a length into the hips, and Danusha just works down to deep square for 1.
We've seen the short ball work for Cody Yusuf. He's been putting some of the batters under pressure, especially Lahiru Udara, who's lost his wicket now. He wasn't comfortable with the short delivery coming from Cody Yusuf. Now he's coming around the wicket to the left-hander.
Back. Once again on the middle and leg stump line, and it's just been worked down to deep square for 1. Like you said, it'll be interesting to see if he's gonna use the short ball to these 2 batters. He's opted to come around the wicket now to then probably to tuck them up as well, not looking to give them width at all, especially now that cover sweeper's up in the ring as well.
Might see a little bit of variations as well from Yusuf.
And there's a variation we spoke about.
Just seeing that short extra cover standing there, Mihlale Mpongwana alongside Andile Mokhakane and Andile Simelane, they're rather close. Also, there's that mid-wicket who's standing quite in front here. Wouldn't mind seeing him stand a little bit squarer.
There's a short ball we spoke about, which has been hit down to square leg for 1. In this period of the game, you're always looking, as a seamer, you're always looking to, if you're going at 4 and over, you've done a good job. I think you're looking to try and get 2 dots in the over. If you can somehow get another dot, I think you'll be winning, and you'll be more than happy with that.
It's run management, isn't it, at this point in time? When the wickets come, they come. Grateful.
Once again.
But now it's just minimizing the boundaries as much as possible, trying to build up the pressure in some way or the other. So if you can keep those 2 dot balls in and over, you're making the team score at 4, you're making the team score at 3. They are now falling below the run rates that they're currently batting at, which is 5. And then they'll feel that in a couple of overs' time, they need to go for those big shots. They need to go big, and that brings in the fielders on the ring into the game.
Oh, almost chopped on there. Okay, those are the 2 dots we spoke about in that over. As you see, the end of the 36th over. Sri Lanka 178 for 4 after 36 overs. Yeah, just going back to your point there. You always want to try and make a batter play a rash shot or a shot that he's not comfortable with. And how do you create that? You create that by you obviously bowling dots and knowing where you're going to get your dot and how you're going to get your dot. And that's why there's probably a deep square, fine leg, sometimes maybe a long off or long on back, either one. So those guys obviously become your catching positions. That's a good shot into the hole. That's a really, really good shot into the hole there for 4. Use of the feet beautifully there, Sahan there.
Those are the type of shots that you are looking to induce from the batter. Wouldn't mind too much of that, because you do have protection for that kind of shot, but sometimes the batter does outbat you. Brilliant placement from Sahan Narakchige.
Yeah, this is good batting by them.
Still would really love to see him come around the wicket, spin the ball back in, just outside that off stump. You might get an opportunity of the ball just spinning in between the pads, and Pad has already gotten a wicket like that. Because at this moment in time, it just looks a little bit too easy for the 2 left-handers, especially now that they're starting to set themselves in.
Oi. Sweep shot down to deep square leg for 1.
The worst thing here is that they've already gotten the big shots in the over in the first ball, so there's really not much pressure for them to do anything than to just pocket him away and get these 1s, get these 2s.
Yeah, it's always, the modern day cricketer always looks to get the boundary off the first 2 balls. If they don't, they obviously look to rotate strike, but other than that, if they get that boundary off the first 2 deliveries, it just becomes a lot more easier.
Already 7 runs in the over.
Oi, gets the outside edge without slip there, and they managed to sneak through for 2 there. Good chase down there by Popos, that's his nickname.
Really does a great job to restrict that from being a boundary. Mutusami felt like he was in the game for a little bit. A thick outside edge. It ends over number 37 at 187 for the loss of 4. The Northwest here, home of the Northwest Dragons. They were the finalists last year of the 50 over competition, the Dragons. Here we're watching a 50 over match between Sri Lanka A, South Africa A. Sri Lanka lost 4 wickets. This partnership with 30 runs.
Oh, good dot by Cody there. That's the 1 dot we spoke about. Hoping for another one. And also probably hoping for another wicket as well.
Crucial one will this be of Sahan. Was on 47 from 48. He came in very nicely under the shadow of Lahore Udara.
Yes. It's very well played, that. Very well played. Very well bowled as well. Good cricket all round. Good drop in. Angle of the bat was beautiful there for him to obviously get that 1.
Getting comfortable enough. Probably David Bedingham asking for some batters' weaknesses from the Sri Lanka management walking around the pig field. Man, would Cody Yusuf want to find one of them weaknesses?
It looks now all of a sudden it's dying a bit now, right? So are we going to be seeing same conditions what we saw on Saturday with the previous wicket?
From this viewpoint, it does look drier than the previous Saturday's wicket. But it has been playing well for the whole time.
There's a bouncer. Oh, just right of. Sorry, man. Sorry, left of the diving Nama Peters there, and it trickles away for boundary. It was almost like a slow ball bouncer that I saw there.
Just never got to Dinusha.
If you have a look here. Yeah, a slow ball bouncer that he did well to actually adjust and just wait a little bit longer and make full contact with the ball as well.
Could have gotten himself into real trouble with Ngabapeta just waiting over there.
Oh, gets the outside edge, well played. But Danusha's come in and he's got the scoreboard ticking along. He's on 15 of 18 balls, which just quietly just went about his business, or going about his business. And he's got to that 15 really quickly.
He's a true all-rounder, Sonal Dinusha. Averaging 36 in the 50-over franchise competition in Sri Lanka.
Yes, about that's your line, that's your length. Good finish off to the over there by Cody Yusuf. 6 coming off that over. As we see the score, 193 for 4 after 38. I think they could be staring down the bullet of this game is set up nicely for 280.
It took 298 runs for them to win the first game. Turns out they only needed to score 206, but 298 was enough. Even on a Monday, there's still fans who are coming in to watch the game. Entrance is free, so that does make for a nice time to just come and relax and enjoy the cricket. We had a great vibe on Saturday, an amazing vibe. And they got to see some good cricket. And they got to see a show from this man, Andile Petluwayo, who walked away with 3 wickets on Saturday. He took 1 with his very first ball here today, and since has been under good control.
Yeah, he's been under good control. He's hoping to do the same. He's really hoping to do the same as what he did on Saturday.
Like that area that he's starting off with. It's where he wants to be. And then from that, and leg cutter is dangerous, off cutter is dangerous. And then if we just saw with that little bit of variable bounce, maybe it can keep low if it does play around with those variables.
Yeah, no, definitely. And he didn't look too happy there with Mokokane there at mid-wicket, because he felt he could have saved the 1 there. Beautifully bowled, well played. It recovers for 1.
South Africa have been hyperly aggressive on the field, not just with the placement of the field that they have, but the intensity that they've been putting on. Far less twos than we saw on Saturdays, and the ones really have started growing in this last 10 over period, because Sri Lanka in themselves now want to make sure that they set themselves up well for those final 10 overs. So they've been risking a little bit more of those singles, taking shots over the top. They've played themselves to a good partnership here, Rakjig and Dinusha. 38.
Catch it. Oh, thought I heard something there. But maybe it's just my ears.
Where did that sound come
I
from?
don't know. The crickets, maybe.
Maybe it did tap the ground. Our stuff mic definitely picked up something. But no appeal from the South Africans. So they know it was not bad.
Yeah, I don't know what we're hearing up here. Oh, this is really good by Andy, yeah. This is really, really good. 2 dots so far, only 2 off this over.
On the correct length, that wide delivery after this amount of pressure becomes an actual wicket-taking delivery, because you are being put under pressure, being squeezed, and then the bowler gives you one, just dangling it in front of you, and you think you have a chance.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, unlucky. Good fielding at backward of point by Andile Similani. Almost got a hand to it. Going back to your point with the wide one, especially if you're looking to obviously look after the over as well, with your protection out. Like, at the boundary or on the boundary with cover sweeper down on the ropes, you can throw it a little bit wider, and then all of a sudden, which yes, he could throw his hands and he could get hit for one, or if he's not correct, you can nick him off, and that's when obviously your keeper can have a chance of obviously catching him, which is, as you see, the end of the 39th. Sri Lanka 196 for 4. Game setting up very, very, very well for a good finish here.
It's very good bowling from Andile Petlowayo as well. He hasn't forgotten what he was doing on Saturday, and it has carried over here today. Just 3 runs from that over. Sri Lanka at the precipice of 200 on 196. But you must say, they must be happy. After losing 3 wickets so earlier on within the first 20 overs of the game, they've now brought it back very strongly, having 6 wickets in hand in the last 10 overs, it seems.
Yeah, they've really done well. And prior to even in the first ODI as well, where they've really paced their innings extremely well. They've paced their innings really well to set up a good finish in the back end.
It cannot be understated, it cannot be overstated, the importance of not losing those wickets, nor can it be overstated the importance of never being bogged down as you keep those wickets strong. Taking those 1s and 2s, for a moment it seemed like Sri Lanka were getting into that corner.
Oh, yeah. The key to it as well is not to panic. They probably know that whatever dots that they have eaten up, they will be able to, and they obviously are good enough to score and catch up and make corrections where they felt they dotted up. So I think this is where they've just been so good as well. Got wickets in hand for them to obviously have a good dip in the last 10 as well. Catch, unlucky. It's cut down to third man for.
And Sonal Dinusha can bat, and we've seen Arakchige is now on 49 runs, so close to his 50. He too can bat. That tour where South Africa went to Sri Lanka, he was averaging 67 runs. Yes, he only batted 3 times, but he scored 2 50s in those 3 innings that he batted at Arakchige, and it seems like he's going to be scoring another one here today.
Oh, beats the outside edge here. Cody's actually bowled really well here since he's come back.
Seemed like it just moved away from the left-hander as well, covering the straight line. Opens up Sahan Arakchige. Good take from Mikhail Prince. Cody Yusuf has been bowling really well. Just kept straight. He's came in from a wider angle, which drew Arakchige to the shot. Can't lose his head on 49.
Oh, just beats point. And he's come back for 2. Good running by them. Really well batted. That's Sahan that brings up his 50 really well. Deserved 50 by him. He's batted really well today. He's paced it really well as well. He's almost going at a runner ball as well. 51 of 54 balls.
It's a fantastic innings. Now he wants to take it right up to over number 50. Sahan Arakchige came in under the shadow of Udara. He made his innings without anyone noticing, and now he's on the spotlight.
Beautifully played down the ground for 1. And that's a good finish to the over. As you see, end of the 40th, and we got a change in commentary up here as we see third coming up, and it's 200 up for the Sri Lankans for 4 after 40. This is setting up to be a really, really good finish here. And I think we're going to have an exciting finish in this last 10 as Sri Lanka's got wickets in hand for them to really have a good hard dip. Welcome, Gert.
Thank you, Brady. Yeah, we mentioned that they need to get up to that 5 runs to the over. Guess where they are? Exactly 5 runs to the over. When they bring up that 200s, we see Andile Petlowayo. Coming in for his 8th. Oh, yes, and there's a nick. It is the wicket, and just like he started off with, coming into the attack, and also wicket picked up again. Just a little feather down to the keeper.
I think that clipped the bails, I think it was. I think that just clipped the bails, which I think it's also kept low as well. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this run chases and this wicket's obviously going to play. But in saying that, I think Andile always just manages to run in, and as we see here, trying to play a cross-patch shot, yeah, and it's just clipped the top of off stump there.
My word, and thanks to the producers who's correcting me there, because I nearly thought that was just coming off the bottom edge, and just shows you it's a coach's dream when you tell the guy just hit the off stump. He's kissed the off stump.
Yeah, it's
Getting a well-deserved applause. Very important for South Africa. It's the set batter that is back in the hut.
Yeah, Andile always manages to. I keep calling him the golden arm, and he always manages just to come back into the attack and just get wickets just at crucial times, just to slow everyone down, slow the scoring rate down as well. With his good lines, good lengths, his change-ups as well. And I think it looked like he really, really celebrated that wicket, because it was something that he was probably planned for as well.
And it is one that he desperately needed, because that was the set batter. Arachinge just going to his 50 in the previous over, 52 or 56 deliveries, was upping the ante as well. And one left-hander replaces by another. This is the man who did some damage in the last match, Wickramasinga.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he goes about his business. As you see his numbers there and his strike rate, he strikes the ball at 94. Very, very important here for him to still got time to obviously. He's got time to obviously knock it around and get himself in to have a dip at the end.
Just happy to get off the mark. Scored his 53 of just 36 deliveries. He took a liking to Ethan Bosch in Ethan's, I think it was the 47th over. Smashed a couple of big sixes from the big fella. But a different prospect now.
Different prospect and a bit of time as well to obviously bat.
201 for the loss of 5.
It's a good line, good length.
Lovely bowling by Andile Petlekwaya, who's come in this 41st over. And after just that very first delivery, clipping the bails of Arachinge.
I think the South Africans would think now that they can get a squeeze on here with fairly new batters. Yes, Sonel is on 18, but he hasn't really got away. They feel they can get a few dots, and this is exactly what Andile is doing. And as we say that, you can see he's going to look after the over here, where we see cover sweeper going down onto the boundary.
Dinusha has faced 27 deliveries, as you mentioned, not really getting going. And he wanted that set batter to stay with him.
This is really, really good dots here for South Africa. Andile is doing a great job for them here, just to slow things down as well. Hopefully the Sri Lankans will panic and play a rash shot or something like that.
Yeah, half their team back in the dugout with one delivery to go. Still have 9 overs left after this. So still a lot of cricket to be played, a lot of time to bat themselves in a commanding position. Just that slower
this is
ball.
so good, man. This is really, really good by Andile Petlekwaya. Only going for 1 and plus the wicket. As you see, the Sri Lankans 201 for 5 after 41.
Oh, fantastic bowling. You could just hear the grunt with that slower delivery that he's trying to fool the batter with. Exactly what the doctor ordered, and again, Dinusha not really getting going. Wasn't able to do much with the bat in the first game as well. Ethan Bosch got his wicket when he feathered one down to Makil Prince at keeper. 9 from 15 he scored. And as I mentioned, his partner there, Wickramasinga, smashed a very quick fire 50. Dayan Khalim coming into the attack. You'll see that he's bowled 5.5 overs. In his 6th over, he pulled up with, looked like his right thigh. That was a bit uncomfortable with.
This is good to see him obviously coming back to finish off his overs, especially now in the back end and in the death. He'll be very key for South Africa. Yeah.
Great fielding.
Good shot.
Lovely shot, lovely high elbow.
Doesn't look like he's running in that hard. There's a little bit of a gingerly ball there that he just delivered first up.
Hey, you know, Brady, sometimes bowlers, once you know that thigh isn't 100%, you just bowl within yourself, and then you just rely on the skills and that muscle memory to hit the lines and lengths. You'll be down on pace, but he'll look to bring in those depth bowling.
Good line. That looks a lot more better there. I think better energies as well into the wicket.
Dayan Khalim coming in, and Cody Yusuf still has got 2 overs left, so does Andile Petlukwayo. They might finish up his 2 from this end, and then Andile Semelane has only bowled to 4, so I think we'll see him back. And Kwaba Peter has bowled 8 with Mutsosame bowling 6. You can just see him rolling his fingers over that one as they go scamper through for a very quick single.
Yeah, I think you're going to see a lot of those now in these last remaining overs, where there might be a few slower balls that might be bowled. I don't think they're going to try anything fancy. If they're just restricting the boundary, they're happy if the Sri Lankans are going at a runner ball.
Oh, lovely change up in pace.
It's well played by Danusha as well to obviously get that one. It's really, really important. I just love seeing how batters get their one off a good ball. I think that's so important in white ball cricket, that you can still get one off their best ball that they've possibly bowled to, because it's only saying one thing, that they obviously put in the bowler under pressure. So he's going to be thinking, if this guy's getting good, if he's getting one off my best ball, how am I going to get him out number 1? So he's got to obviously try new things, different things, which just becomes easier for the batter to obviously score.
Yeah, it becomes a strategic move with the field as well. Which gaps do you plug and which gaps do you leave open? It all comes down to the plans, the lines that you're expecting your bowlers to bowl. And at this time of the innings, if you have 5 men patrolling the fence, you can only go for 2 in the over. What a good job that has been done. There's 2 deliveries left though. I beg your pardon, 1 delivery left.
It's a big ball here to close this over off. If he closes this over off without giving a boundary, he'll take it as a win. This. Oh yeah, it's a brilliant over. Brilliant over.
Fantastic. And for those of you who might look at that 6.5 like I did earlier, he does have 1 ball that he bowled less. And it's just been a display of phenomenal bowling as we see the strike rates from the Sri Lankan batters. No one, not even the set batters, going at 100. The closest we had was Sahan Akarikne when he bowled by Andile Petlukwayo for 56 for 92. You just see the bowling figures there. Dain Khalim has bowled 2 maidens up front, gone for 24 runs. Cody Yusuf has been the aggressor. Today he's gone for 40. Adile Petluquayo has picked up 2 as we see Kwaba Peter going to start with his 9th over.
Peter's also, he's bowled decent today. You would have liked probably another wicket onto that, wicket or 2. I think he's bowled really, really decent.
Yeah, he's bowled well. He's searching for those wickets, what you want your leg spinner to do.
Got to work hard there, got to work hard, got to work. Oh, good fielding. Great fielding by Ndile. He's such an athlete, that kid, man.
Oh, Similani is, and he's got a fantastic arm as well. It's not like you can just use him in the inner circle. Doesn't matter how big the field is, you can throw it in a 40 degrees directly into the keeper. He's got a massive arm. And he's a lovely athlete. Cutting that one down to 1. And it is a huge area that he's covering. Anything closer, Klaba Peter would have got to it as well.
Oh no, murder.
Naughty from the spinner. Naughty from the spinner. Front foot no ball. Maybe just searching for that fuller length. This also brings a free hit.
I think he's gonna swing very hard, yeah.
Wickramasinga doesn't need a lot of invitations. Oh, he's tossed it up.
Tossed it up, and it's found the fielder actually.
Though it's found the fielder, everyone in the crowd is very happy, but free hit gives him the 1 run. But very brave to toss it up like that.
Yeah. Very, very brave for him. I think he tried to go for the block hole there, but obviously went into it. And it was a googly as well.
Look at that. This time he goes.
Chance, but I think it's gonna fall safe.
That's just over the head of that man at cover, Matthew Brzezinski. And way short from Mutusami. Not timed at all, but you actually got to feel that if Wickramasinga timed that, it would have been down the throat of Mutusami, who's on the fence.
Yeah, I think he's looking to take down Naba Peters here. Oh, that's a beautifully bowled.
Great delivery. Didn't pick that one, did Wickramasinga?
It was a googly that day that he didn't pick. This is well bowled by Naba Peters. He's, besides that no ball, he's actually bowled really well this over so far.
He's searching for that wicket. He's making the batters play every single delivery.
We're crying for a dot here. If he can get a dot, it'll be lovely.
Oh, just worked into that gap, and they know Andile Similani is charging in, so they won't take him on again. And that's the end of the 9th over for Klaba Peter. 211 for the loss of 5 wickets, 43 overs gone. Run rate is dropped just under 5, and the partnership is 11. And where would you think they would start launching a counter-attack? Around about 45, 46?
Yeah. I think if they could actually have a, I think, not maybe this over, but probably the next over, they'll probably start having a dip, especially with 5 wickets in hand. To get them to a score of, they will be looking at a minimum of 260. Hopefully hoping for 280. 280 becomes a very, very tough score to obviously chase down, especially if conditions are similar to what they were like on Saturday.
Yeah, we saw the spinners coming into play for the Sri Lankan A team. As there's a change in bowling.
Similani.
Simline just dropping it in. Picking out that David Benningham. That's been patrolling that fence the whole day. It's been a bit of a teaser for him down there.
I think he's got a camper chair down there with his umbrella, and I think his pitch tent there.
And Similani charging in. He's taken off the arm protectors for the fielding. It's getting very hot here in Potch. As Vikramasinga is just counting the guys, knowing exactly where the fielders are, the 21-year-old. Oh, he fetched that one top edge.
And has just gone over Andile. And he has chased it down. He has chased it down and he has stopped the boundary there. Oh, unfortunately, no, it's actually not. It's actually the umpire's signal 4.
He might just have slid over as soon as it's played. Andile Similani. Very unlucky boundary that he's conceded.
Very well bowled by him, actually.
Vikramasinga's 22nd birthday is the 6th of September. So he'll be in South Africa for his birthday.
Which is around the corner. Well bowled. Well played.
Worked into that mid-wicket area. Already 6 from this 3 deliveries from Similani.
It's really setting up this back end really lovely for them to have a launch. It could go 2 ways. They could set it up nicely for them to have a big dip, and if the South Africans bowl well, they could restrict them and it could backfire. So it'll be interesting to see how it all plans out.
Lovely shot. This one just worked to the sweeper fence. They're just milking this over. It's been a good one for them thus far. 7 coming from it. And yeah, I think you're right, Brady. I think it will be a scenario of around about that 46th, 47th over with 5 wickets in hand. They'll have a bit of a dip. But they also know that spin is detrimental to the South African batters. Especially Sahan, who that finger spinner turned it through the gates of 2 players of Mutusame and Petlukwayo.
It's a good length by Andile. Really good length. Hard lengths he's hitting. You can actually see he's actually even hitting the bat hard. You can hear.
Yeah, he's bowling that heavy delivery now. And he's 1 ball away from completing his 5th over. It's only gone for the 20 runs, which included a very lucky boundary that they got in this over. It's bowled brilliantly to right and left-handers. Coming around the wicket, Vikramasinga facing up.
Slow ball, bowled.
Just rolling the fingers on the side of the delivery. You can see the South Africans just rushing through. Michael Prince trying to get some impetus in the fielding, trying to work it. 219 for the loss of 5. 44 overs gone. This partnership is reaching 20. So we can just see the Dragon players there just having a bit of a rest.
Yeah, I think they're just done with their training now. So they're just coming to watch some cricket as well.
Everyone in Northwest lives and breathes cricket.
Yeah. Cricket and rugby.
Yeah, as we mentioned, very much a student town, and that brings about a lot of sport. Rugby and cricket being big in Potch.
As you see, they're changing, I think it's a bat grip down there that we at the 12th and 13 man has come on and just changing the grip quickly.
Just making sure that the grip is comfortable. Very interesting to see how badly torn that was then. If he felt he had to change it, and obviously there's runs on that bat, so he doesn't want to change the bats.
Yeah, batters are very picky and choosy about their bats. I was actually listening to an interview this morning with Labuschagne, and he spoke about all these different bats for his different for different conditions, and it's brilliant, like how crazy it actually is, like how close attention to detail he actually is with his weight and the shapes and the for different conditions as well.
I remember asking the interviewer, how much time do you have? Because he literally has almost a scientific approach to every single part of his bat. As Klaba Pizza comes in for his 10th over.
Catch it.
Oh, nearly a leading edge there. Wickramasinga on 12 or 15, and Danusha has scored 24, but he's taken 35 deliveries already to get there.
Yeah, he's dotted up quite a bit. This is really good, but this is really good by Ngaba Peters in this period of the game.
Ngaba Peter has gone for 53 runs, but he's been searching for those wickets. Bowled brilliantly.
Googly coming up.
Looked like just a flatter one. Maybe the toppy just skidding on. Does have 3 or 4 different variations.
This is so good by him. Especially this period of the game, like, it just shows the back end that the skipper obviously has with him to throw him the ball in the 44th over.
Lovely wrist work.
No
Wickramasinga just making sure that they can come back for the second.
Oh,
Simelane just a bit of a wayward throw. If that was on target, that would have been close.
I think if he got it on target there, he was busy smiling there. I think the batter would have been short.
Comes off that fence like lightning. Deepwood Square coming into play now. Cody Yusuf picking it up. Throwing in. He's 2 deliveries away from completing his 10 overs in this match. Klaba Peter has done a fantastic job.
This is really well bowled by Klaba Peter, especially in the facet of the game right now as we speak, as he finishes up 10 overs, no maidens, 58 runs, 1 wicket, 1 no ball, 4 fours and 1 6. He's bowled beautifully today.
Yeah, and he picked up the wicket of the captain, caught by Cody Yusuf, Surya Bandara, and our Protea women will take on England women this coming summer for 3 T20 internationals, 3 one-dayers, and then also a very exciting test match between the 15th to the 18th of December. Hashtag Wozanawe, be part of it. Don't forget that website www.cricket.co.za for all your cricketing info when it comes to the Proteas. Let's go to Yusuf back into the attack. Throwing it nice and wide, Simelane picking it up. He's been very much the aggressor in this South African attack. Nearly an overthrow there. Not that Cody Yusuf needs a lot to fire him up, but that would have not sit well with him.
There's nothing worse as a seamer that they don't clean up, or the wicketkeeper doesn't pick up cleanly and it goes for runs after you've thrown the ball in, or hits the stump, ricochets. goes for 4. There is nothing worse than that.
You're still happy if there was a chance for a runner, but if it just comes in from the boundary and everyone's standing still.
For a bowler.
Very well bowled, on target, on the money.
Very well bowled by him.
Cody Yusuf, 8.2 overs have gone for 41. He has also picked up the wicket of Mishara, who was a thorn in our side in the South African side on Saturday. Caught by Mpungwana.
It's a good change up.
Good change up, lovely slower ball there. Mpungwana's catch hits him in the chest and then in the hands. Left a bit of a mark, but catch taken is a catch taken.
I think Sri Lanka needs to get a move on here now.
He's 27 of 38 deliveries. Mono is striking it at 71. Back end of the innings is not what you want.
Got wickets in hand. Surely they should. There we go. As I speak about it.
As you see that Wickramasinga says, hold on, we're going to get that. And Simelane is going to cut that off. Not brilliantly timed by any stretch of the imagination. Very toey. But it is at least about a 40 yards that Simelane has covered there. It is a big piece of land that he's covering. What an athlete.
Yeah, he's covering a big chunk of the ground there. He's done beautifully well here. But like I said, I think Sri Lanka has to have a dip now. They've got to get going.
Very hardly driven and
For a dot.
timed too well. That man is right on the circle. But just timed too good. Not able to sneak in the run.
And you see that third man comes up into the ring, long off, long on, down on the boundary. Thinking a slow or Yorker. Right in at the stumps.
Exactly what the doctor asked for. Are they going to turn for the second? This is fantastic running chance. Oh! Turned that misfield into 2 runs. Just looks like it was the fingertips of Mpungwana there. 46 overs gone, 230 for the loss of 5 wickets. Cody Yusuf going for 44 runs. As we see the return of Andile Petlekwayo. He still has 2 overs to go. So it looks like he'll be bowling 47 and 49, that penultimate over, which is always a telling factor, is that penultimate over, that over number 49. You can build pressure there. It just goes a lot easier for whoever bowls the last over.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's a very important over as well, the 49, especially if you're chasing down scores as well. You want to be finishing games in the 49th over as well. As a bowler, you get your best bowler to obviously bowl the 49th over. So it'll be interesting to see how he finishes off. He's also bowled really, really well.
And it's not just about keeping the runs down, it's momentum as well. You don't feel your opponent should go with momentum into the dugout. Oh, change up again, bowling that leg cutter. No chance of a second, even with the tumble. I think with Simelane down there, they are very wary because he gets to the ball so quickly. And as I mentioned, if you're bowling that 49th over, you want to swing the momentum as a fielding unit. You want to swing it in your way, and as a batting unit, you want to take it away from them in that last over. So very much a psychological over is that penultimate over, that over number 49.
No, definitely. But
This
shot.
one going down the ground. It will be one bounce and into the advertising boards. First time that there's been a bit of aggression shown. And it's that man again, Wickramasinga.
Yeah, he's got such a good swing. Like his swing is so beautiful. and he hits straight really well, which is the safest option as well. As we have a look here, just look how beautiful the swing. It's a beautiful swing that.
And just stopping in the shot, making sure it goes nice and straight. What great cricket this is. After the boundary, making sure you get to the other side. Andile will have some choice words for the batter. So why don't you try and hit that? Probably the good old-fashioned one shot doesn't make a season came out there.
He's just probably obviously just also asking him how's his dogs and his cats. This is really good, yeah.
South Africa should be wanting to bowl to Danusha.
Yeah, most definitely. It just looks like he's just struggling to obviously get it away a little bit.
And we know Wickramasinga went at Ethan Bosch in that first match, hitting 3 sixes in an over.
I think he might go change up here.
Definitely slower delivery, just a bit of an off-cutter.
This is really good bowling by Andile, especially after going for that boundary. It's come back nicely. Yeah.
That one boundary won't deter him too much.
Yeah.
They know, and his experience will tell him that they are going to go at you a little. And I got to feel that Sri Lanka, anything over that 260 mark rather, they'll be very comfortable with, especially with their spin attack that they do possess. We saw in the space of 10 deliveries, SAA losing 4 wickets on Saturday. This one just dropped down from the hip to the leg side, and that included the run out of Tony De Zorzi.
Yeah, unfortunately. That's a good finish by Andile Petluguayo. As you see there, the 46, there's Sri Lanka 2-3-5 for 5 after 46.
And this partnership is worth 36, and just like they did on Saturday, although they lose wickets at regular intervals, they just find a way to build up partnerships. It was something that was lacking in the SA camp. Cody Youssef going to finish up. Be interesting to see how Wickramasinga is going to approach this over from Cody Youssef. A little bit more pace. He does have change-ups as well. Long on and long off at the fence. This one going directly to deep square, and a little bit of misjudgment. Not getting there, and insult to injury. It's gone for 4 runs as well.
Good attempt there by the fielder down at the cow corner area, but I just kept going away from him. But I really think Cody maybe needs to change his ploy here. Maybe try go wide lines to this, because it just looks like he likes it coming back into him.
Just saw Ndile Mokokana coming in. Oh, this time he's lofted in the air. Is this catch going to be taken? It's going to drop safe again. And they're going to double up. What a fantastic throw that was. Matthew Brzezinski covering a lot of ground, and mind having a look at that. Makil Prince got very excited there.
Quite closer.
Very, very excited.
I think this is a good ploy by Cody, just going a lot more wider.
Looks like Wickramasinga is targeting the pace. Oh, he's absolutely thumped that. That is a massive hit.
That's big.
That was brutal. And it's a maximum.
I'd love to see him come around the wicket and angle the ball across him, because he's looking to hit that area.
Yeah, the angle around the wicket is almost just like in your hitting arc, and it's the same that happened to Ethan Bosch as well on Saturday. They haven't learned. Wickramasinga hitting a mammoth sick, and that is not just cleared the fence, that has cleared the grass embankments.
Yeah, I think now they're looking, there's a good possibility they could get to that 270, 280 mark. If they get to that 280 mark, they will be smiling.
2 runs shy of that 250 mark. Very expensive over. After Cody Youssef was a bit unlucky with the 4. No luck there by the batter.
There we go. There we go. It's really well bowled by Cody.
Better bowling by Cody Youssef. What a big over this is for Sri Lanka. 12 runs coming from it, still 2 deliveries left.
I just feel there's 2 areas, especially now the modern day cricketer, they do hit the straight ball or the straight Yorker and they can. So I just think you always got to go outside of there, outside of the hitting arc. So you either go wide Yorker or you go heel Yorker. So that way you can't really get a nice little hitting arc, you know what I mean? So he has to go and fetch the ball, or he has to obviously move into to get to the, as we see, 250 up for Sri Lanka after 47, well, still in the 47th, and the 50 partnership as well, which is going along nicely here.
And also you mentioned that wide balls. You see another single from Wickremesinghe, just keeping the strike. He does have that lovely swing as well. Hits big sixes. Cody Youssef's figures spoiled by that over that has gone for 14 runs. Finishing up on 1 for 60. He picked up the wicket from Mishara, caught by Mpongwana for just 10. So we see a summary there. Klaba Pizza also completing his 10, 1 for 58. Andile Petlukwayo will bowl this very important 49th over. 1 over to go. He's picked up 2 wickets for 37. And Wickremesinghe in the runs again scored a 53 on Saturday. He's on 35 not out. And he'll be key to get them right up to that 270 mark.
Yeah, he'll be very key. And I think they're banking on him to get them to the 270 mark. So well bowled. Really well bowled by Andile. He's got really good skills there.
Getting the danger man off strike. Still having a bit of a look and a bit of a word. Going to the batter that's not really looked like he wanted to go big. Now is the time to do so. 49th over. Only 7 legal deliveries to go in this innings. Danusha setting deep into his crease, and he has split those fielders to perfection. Andile has done so well with the fuller delivery, going short, and Danusha finding the fence finally. 4 runs.
Yeah, it just looks like he was just sitting back there and just waiting for that slower ball for him to rock back, and obviously to beat Cow corner and deep square, as we see here, sitting very deep.
Waiting for that back of the length. If you're going to go length, I feel they're going to go after you. Going way across and forcing Andile Petlukwayo to go a lot straighter than he would have liked. Great fielding by Cody Youssef on the fence.
That's really, really good by him.
Cody coming in with pace, big arm, making sure it's only the 1. But no respite for Andile Petlukwayo as the danger man, Wickremesinghe. It's the only Sri Lankan batter who's been able to lift his strike rate at over 100.
Yeah, go wide, go wide. Well bowled.
Charged at Andile Petlukwayo, saw him coming and just dug it into the pitch. See every throw, even from Klaba Pizza, they're going to the keeper, making sure that they don't turn for that cheeky second.
Yes.
Do you think South Africa will be happy chasing 270, 280? Do you feel that with this first 30 overs they've had, they felt like they might have let it slip a bit?
Yeah, I think they would have taken 250. Would have definitely taken 250. But 270, 280, I think they probably would have said, oof, we just let them get away a little bit there.
Andile Mokokane picking up that, also just making sure it's only the 1. to the boundary. Great comeback. One delivery left in this 49th over from Andile Petlekwayo. He's gone for 45 runs. He's picked up 2 important wickets. Dinging it in and absolutely spanked over the fence. It is 6 runs, and all the chatter is done with Wickramasinga has just enforced his lust for a maximum.
Yeah, Andile looking for the change up there, but I think he was obviously waiting for it. As you see, he has really sat back, even rocked back in his crease, and he's slapped back to that for 6. It's a good shot, that.
It's almost like he read the mind of the bowler there. Over number 50. It's Andile Petlekwayo there, just walking back, having a chat to himself, asking why oh why. The wider one might have worked better.
They're probably staring on, thinking they can get to the 280 here. Looks like
Andile Simelane coming in to the attack. He's going to bowl this 50th over. He's only gone for 4 to the over. 21 of his 5. He hasn't picked up a wicket.
I think this is very tough for him to come back and just bowl this 1 over in the death, and he hasn't really bowled other than his first spell in the beginning. To get called back now just to bowl in the death overs, might be tougher.
And I like the ploy that he's taking, finally going over the wicket to the left-hander.
Yeah.
Maybe forcing him to play on the offside or driving the ball. We did see that Danusha is a little bit suspect on the drive. He doesn't get the power like Wickramasinga does. Is he going to prove me wrong? Simelane, Danusha, last over.
Oh,
Nearly a chop on there. And you could just see Wickramasinga setting off. As soon as that hit the edge and did not clutter into the stumps, he was almost on the other side. Michael Prince doing a great job whipping off the glove.
yeah, good start here by Andile Simelane in the death over, in the last over here. It's going to be very, very important. And how he bowls now is going to be extremely important, because I can definitely tell you now both these batters are going to be swinging really hard.
And I think they're going to be opening up that leg side. It does have protection on the fence, long on, as well as deep square.
That's it's well bowled, boy.
Fantastic bowling by Simelane. You could just see the batter throwing his head back. He knows that he might have saved the wide there for the SAAs. 4 deliveries to go. Eyeing up that 270, even 275. Wickramasinga just want, even that shot you saw him opening up that front leg to throw the hips to the cow corner. Moving across and taken. What a fantastic reaction catch that was. Brilliant, Brady.
Unbelievable. That was hit with proper venom, and he's taken that with ease.
Oh, brilliantly done. Such a fantastic job. And one thing that you should notice, if they didn't caught that would have winded him right up on the chest. And great take, but it doesn't take away from a fantastic knock by Wickramasinga again, falling 7 short of his second 50 in a row. Look at this ball coming back at you. Bang, and all reactions.
Great reaction, man. But we spoke about just going across him. Even if you don't have to bowl that Yorker, you can still go length, which is across him, because he's obviously he wants to try and target that cow corner area, so he has to play those cross, which is very hard if you're just going across the guy. And on top of it, you can still go across him with a slower ball, you can go across him with the Yorker, and you can go across him with hard length. Now we just keep bowling into the guy, and we just keep helping him and bowling into his hitting arc. But really well bowled there by Andile Simelane.
A right-hander coming to the crease. Strike rate of 84 is Dushan Amintha. Average of just 21. He does have 100 to his name and also 650, so definitely can bat. Might be looking for a very quick single. Get the set batter on strike. He says no, he's going to loft it in the air. This is an opportunity. Mokakane coming in and taking a fantastic catch. Mpongwana, I beg your pardon, was the catcher there. He covered a immensely large piece of field. And all of a sudden, Simelane, who hasn't taken a wicket in this match, is on a hat-trick.
I just said it might be tough for him to come on and bowl this last over, and he's come on and he's actually done the job, getting 2 wickets plus the most important thing, which is 2 dots as well. Look like a back of the hand slower ball as well. It's a great catch by him. Running in is not easy, running in and still keeping your eyes on the ball as well.
You can just see his reaction there, sitting on the field thinking, wow, that was a good catch. You'll be talking about that one for a long time. Pongwana. It's his second catch for the day. He also took a catch from Cody Youssef. Camille Mashara was the victim there. And this is hat-trick delivery. 2 deliveries to go in the 50th. Andile Simelane.
What are the chances of him getting a hat-trick here?
Well, it is the new bats on strike. The Orfi Sahan facing up. Another left-hander. Hat-trick ball. Going across. Appealing. Even a stumping chance.
It was all happening there.
Oh. And all credit to Sahan. Didn't feel the pressure of that hat-trick ball. Just didn't want to see it off. He actually went for the shot. See his strike rate and his figures there. Best of 97. 1750s. Average of 32. A very healthy average for someone who comes in the middle order normally. But his spin bowling is what they'll be looking at later. Last ball of the 50th for SAA. This one is just spanked and they will turn for the second. It is so well bowled and not timed. Gives him a chance for a second. And that takes the score to 268 for the loss of 7. And it means that South Africa will need 269 to even up this unofficial ODIs. Make it 1-1. But it's going to be hard going with the Sri Lankan spinners.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard, this run chase. But I think they will be fairly happy, the South Africans, with them restricting them to 268. As we see the Sri Lankan batting lineup, Adara 86 of 98, Mishran 10 of 13, Fernando, the big wicket of Fernando 2 for 13, 2 of 13, Surya Banda 21 of 39, Sahan 52 of 59 of 56, Danusha 40 of 47, Rakramasinghe with a healthy 48, 43 of 35.
Yeah, it was the only one that scored over 100 strike rate, wasn't he? Dayan Khalim opened it up. He's bowled at 0.5. He had a problem with his groin area, that thigh. Only going for the 24 runs, bowled very, very well at 3.1. Cody Youssef going for 6 to the over, 1 for 60. The other wicket taker was Andile Petlukwa, who bowled very well until that last over of his that went for 14 runs. Picked up the 2. Graba Peter, 1 for 58. And then also Mutusame picking up a wicket. It's gone for 36. 1 for 36. You see the summary there. Exciting men's domestic T20 scheduled to start the 27th of September. 6 p.m. DP World Wanderers will be the place where it all starts. The defending champions will take on the Yixke rivals, Momentum Multiply Titans. With an essence that ignited hometown pride, the season promises not to be pure cricket, and not just to be pure cricket, excellence, but also celebration of communities, shared values, and the passion that unites them all. We call on fans to rally behind your team as the players gear up to showcase their prowess on the field. www.cricket.co.za for all your ticket sales and all your cricketing information. Also not forgetting that CSA Awards will be on Thursday, 5th of September, 8 o'clock on Supersport Channel at 212. Hashtag be part of it. Ozanawe. Brady, lunchtime. It's going to be a big chase for South Africa. And pick up the bowlers, Andile Simelane, 2 for 24, great bowling. And the pick of the batters was Udara, who top scored of 86, but I still think Wickramasinga was the one who swung it into their favour again, exactly like he did on Saturday. Can't wait for the run chase. Join us in about 30 minutes time as SAA chases down this mammoth 268.
Eish. Lotino. Where's that charger? You guys see type it there.
Just plug it in from like it sits on easy.
Ladies and gentlemen, we come back for innings number 2. Sri Lanka putting on 268 runs on the board after their 50 overs. Great performances from Lahiru Udara scoring 86 from 96, and right at the end, Sahana Rakchige, Sonal Dinusha and Chamindu Wickramasinghe with healthy contributions. Arakchige with a 50, Dinusha and Warak Msimge with 40 plus runs each, and those runs were extremely valuable to propel Sri Lanka to a good end here, Gerst.
Yeah, that Wickramasinghe again, just like we saw on Saturday. Man, can he hit a long ball. Hit a mammoth 6. The other one just cleared the fence, but that one on the leg side away from us, that was a biggie. That 43 of 35. Also, the only batter who spent some time at the crease that could go over that 100 strike rate mark. Closest we had was Rachinge, and he went on at 92.
Now it's going to be South Africa in the position that they were last Saturday, coming into chase here. They were looking to chase 298 on Saturday. They only fell to 205. What is it going to do today? David Bedingham, he will be starting the batting. He'll have to face Mohammad Shiraz, who takes 18 runs to get a wicket. He's gotten 80 in 48 games, and it's not a bad record at all for the seamer.
Yeah, 6 for 21, his best figures, 3-4 wicket hauls. David Bedingham, 13 of 13 on Saturday's match.
Starting off with a straight one here, Mohammad Shiraz. Bowling to Bedingham, who averages 41 in the white ball stuff. Strike rate is pretty impressive for a man who's played 40 innings. It's at 105 for David Bedingham, so he scores at a good rate. Like you said, scored 13 from 13 at 100. Sure, he'll want to double, triple, quadruple, all the triples of that score. It's a good start here from Bedingham. Anything wide, we know it gets hits, but the fielding, absolutely fantastic from Sonal Dinusha.
Yeah, fantastic work there by the fielder. That was a la Jonty and Ponting back in the day. Magnificent backward point fielding. Mohammad Shiraz starting off with 2 dots.
Pushing at it that time, David Bedingham opens up the face of the bat to run it past the 2 slip fielders. It's picked up at the deep for a single. South Africa, in their chase, are off the mark.
Mohammad Shiraz made his debut back in the 2024 this year. He played against India at Colombo, 2nd of August, which is about a month ago. He's only played the 1 match. Didn't do much with the bat, only scored the 1 run. And didn't pick up any wickets. Went for 25 runs.
Playing against the mighty Indians. Quite a baptism of fire for Mohammad Shiraz. After performing well for his home team, or for his franchise team, Dambura, which went on to win that 50 over competition in Sri Lanka.
He was a big part of it, taking wickets at regular intervals. Makil Prince finding his way back on the top of the order, opening up the batting.
Ooh. Mohammad Shiraz saying, welcome back to the top of the order, Mikhail Prince. But you are not the king just as yet. It's like he's still out there, Mikhail.
Bit of a toe crusher, that one angled in nicely. Very late swing by Mohammad Shiraz. We saw the new ball delivering for the South Africans as well. A lot of movement, lateral movement through the air. That was a lovely toe crusher right in the block hole. Michael Prince, much more comfortable batting, opening up the batting. And he was batting lower down.
His highest score as he just toe ends that ball. It dies on its way to the slip cordon. After 1 over, South Africa have gotten 1 run off David Bedingham. They need 269 to win.
A bit of a task. Required rate is nothing to get too excited about. It's only 5.5 that they require to get to that 269. Michael Prince on Saturday's match scored 24-33. It was going nicely, but again, it's those the Nusha, the bowler, the spinners making inroads in the South African lineup.
Man is about to take the ball now from the JB Marks end. Chamindu Wickramasinga. He bowled fantastically on Saturday. His introduction really caused a little bit of problems for the South Africans. He was stingy with the runs. They were getting runs from the opening bowlers of Shiraz and Malinga. And when Wickramasinga came in, he stopped all of that, then eventually getting the wicket of Matthew Bretsky. Chopping it back into the stumps, Matthew Bretsky. So we're going to see what is he going to do here, bowling with the brand new ball.
His economy is all the sixes, 6.66. 2 for 31, his best bowling figures. So still very new, only 17 matches. He's taken 5 wickets. Would like to improve that average runs per wicket.
Just 21 years old is Chamindu Wickramasinga. Like we said last time, he didn't bowl too much in the franchise 50 over competition in Sri Lanka. He only bowled 6 overs in his 3 games, taking 1 wicket within those 3 games. And the thing is, he was pretty expensive, going at over 8 runs to the over, nearly 9 runs to the over. Want to come back and show that he is actually an all-rounder here for the Sri Lankans and play a valuable role with the ball in hand. Punched away from David Bedingham. Great timing. It's going to be a big run for Eshan Malinga. He brings it back, but they come back for 3. Michael Prince was gunning for 4, but well timed from Bedingham.
Lovely shots off the hip. Just picking that gap to perfection. And he is just one of those guys, and once the timing gets going, he's fluent.
The man's game looks so simple.
He's very compact. He loves playing within that bubble of his. But Wickramasinga, another man who loves playing in South African conditions. He scored a 50 on Saturday, a 43 today. A couple of days away from his 22nd birthday on the 6th of September. So far has been proved valuable as the batting all-rounder in this team. Hoping with the ball he'll do the same.
Bowls it straight, punched back by Michael Prince. But they're getting those singles in.
This is important. This is what they should be trying to do the whole time. Is just rotate the strike. Make sure that a bowler doesn't settle into a line of length or a certain batter that you are up one end for 5 or 6 deliveries and then change up. We saw in the first match we played here on Saturday as well. That's what Sri Lanka aided brilliantly. Is they were working the gaps, working the ones, working the twos. In that first 30 they struggled to do that, and that's what they struggled to get going.
Pushing for a single, will Bedingham make it home? They throw for Michael's end. Squeezing for those singles like you're talking about, it's what they need. A little bit less riskier, but it's definitely what they need.
Yeah, you don't want that heart in throat feeling. The last thing you need as a batting partner. Oh, that looked like he would have made it safely.
Just playing with the cricket gods, Michael Prince and David Bedingham, but they still smile upon the South Africans for now. with 2 balls to go in the second over. Chamidowik Ramasinga just giving it a little bit of width. He's bowling a bit fuller than what he was doing on Saturday, but makes sense. He's bowling with a brand new ball relative to Saturday when the ball was pretty oldish.
Yeah, and there is a bit of movement, a bit of lateral movement here today. And you just see that Michael Prince maybe just trying to hit it too hard. It's the second one that he's hit it towing into the ground. Maybe just get into it, just lean into it more. Instead of going for the glory boundary, just milk those 1s and 2s.
Bowls a little bit straight, nearly ball just coming off the pads and back to the stumps for Mikhail Prince. A little straighter to end the over. It's 6 for no loss.
Oh, that one just almost looked like it didn't come up as much as Mikhail Prince would have expected it to, especially being a new nut. But Wickrasima is a little bit skiddy. He doesn't hit the deck as hard as the other seamers, and he just skids it on.
But it does work his whole body through the crease, and he gets that little extra purchase because of that little zip that he gets, getting some lateral movement. But South Africa with patient first 2 overs, and they don't have to rush here. They had a little bit of a mistake last match where they just lacked that patience to take them over the mark.
Yeah, try and go into the deep into the 50. We left 10 overs on the field.
And it was those 10 overs where that 93 runs could have been scored. But you can't do that when you don't have any more wickets in hand. And you can't do that when your top order, let's say, becomes much harder when your top order has been dismissed.
And also what happened in that first match was in the space of 10 deliveries, we lost 4 wickets. The run out of Tony Dezorsi being the first. And then we lost Mutsosami, we lost Andilo Mokokane and Andile Petlokwayo. A clutter of wickets in 10 deliveries.
And Tony Dezorsi was looking juicy, wasn't he?
Oh, he was looking so good. It's the thing that I liked about his innings was nothing was forced. And you mentioned the run rate. South Africa was right up to the run rate there. They didn't need to do anything rash. And we actually left more overs. It was bowled out in the 37th over. So it's 13 overs that we've lost on the field there. We had to go at 6 to the over. We're going at 5.6.
Mikhail Prince will have a shy of a free hit. Mohamed Shiraz, ill-disciplined, stepping over the line. Umpire Lulababa Loguma signals the free hit.
Yeah, you know, a bowler knows he was naughty when he doesn't even look at the foot marks. Doesn't look down, he just walked past. With that big stride he puts in, you think that he might have a bit of a no ball issue. So he knows if he gets called, he's flirting with that front line in any way.
There's a short mid-wicket. Extra covers almost on the circle. Fielders in the deep are deep fine leg and deep third man. Free hit. Bowled wide, and Mikhail Prince splits extra cover, and the point fielder had to reach for that one, but got the timing clean and gets 4 runs.
Not the delivery he was expecting. He kind of felt that one would have been straighter at him. Bowler going wider. You see open up his front leg to try and access that mid-wicket fence, and then just slapped it through the covers. Bit of an open face slap there.
If anything, you'd feel like Mohamed Shiraz wanted that to be much fuller to that Yorker length outside the off stump where it's so hard to hit. Just under pitches, the ball turns into a half volley. And back to the regular proceedings. Prince opens up the face of the blade to run it down to third man and consolidates his boundary. It's 13 for no loss.
He's always looked the part, Mikhail Prince. He's one of those that's always been around the fringes. Glad to see he's got his opportunity to go. Still got a long career ahead of him. And he does look more comfortable at the top of the order than he did coming in later, especially with pace on, he looks more comfortable.
Dodgy shots from Bedingham. Played it very late. There's that late movement as well you're talking about from Mohammed Shiraz, just causing a little bit of problems for Bedingham.
In fairness, that looked like a bit of a lazy shot by Bedders there. Almost looked like he was just kind of letting the ball hit the bat instead of the bat hitting the ball.
But it's good areas being bowled here by Mohammed Shiraz. Almost reminiscent to what Dayan Khalim was doing. Khalim was absolutely brilliant in his control of his first 5 overs until he got injured. That's why we only got to see him bowl 5.5. 3 have been done here in South Africa's chase. It's 14 for no loss.
We see the guys with the electrolytes running on. It is not just a change of venue for the Sri Lankans, it's a complete change of atmosphere. The air on the here in Potchefstroom, if you're not used to it, can get a bit thick.
And it's dry as well here in Potchefstroom.
Yeah, not a lot of rain about. We're coming out of our winter season. It's only down at Cape Town, in the Cape Province, where we get rain in the winter. Other than that, we are begging for a bit of rain. Mostly Sunday nights.
Yeah.
When the cricket isn't on.
Yeah, just making sure that's not going to be on Wednesday. Because remember on Wednesday we're having that third unofficial ODI. It's one of the second of 3 that we're watching here today after Sri Lanka took a 93 win on Saturday, setting 298. South Africa falling on 205 runs. And then we'll be going to the 4-day stuff coming Saturday. So the cricket is just never ending.
And all the way down to Kimberley. Got a massive hole down there. Known for the diamonds is Kimberley.
It is the Diamond Oval after all.
Vikram Singh getting some attention to that bowling arm of his.
You can see it's heavily strapped also. It might be some of the reason why he didn't bowl way too much. Because he is a useful bowler. And, well, Kamil Mishra, brilliant on the covers.
Lovely going to his right hand, not his preferred hand. A left-hander.
Just have to be careful, South Africa. The short mid-wicket and short extra cover are gun fielders. On the mid-wicket is Sahan Arakchige. He is brilliant. Kamil Mishra is just as good on the offside. It's going to be a lot of work for them to hit through those areas. Oh, what a catch! Just as we're talking about Arakchige, he dives forward. It's popped up by David Bedingham. He's standing asking, really? But that looked clean from Sahan Arakchige.
It's just a bit of confusion. David Bedingham maybe just waiting for the fielder to ask, did you take that cleanly? Just happy with the answer. Turning around again, not getting going is David Bedingham. His white ball aspirations not going as according to plan. See, that one just popped up from the hip. Very touch and go. Lovely grab. Great fielding. And he has to go, and that's the first wicket for Sri Lanka.
Unfortunate for David Bedingham. Not the start that he wanted. In the red ball stuff, where he made his name for South Africa, bats at between number 3 and number 5, so a middle order batter. Trying something different here, going into the top order for South Africa in the white ball stuff. Just missing out on a ball that he should feel like he could have done better with.
No, he just maybe went a little bit harder at that one. Hard hands costing him. As the captain, Matthew Breetsky, coming to the crease. He's made his international debut as well. He's got a best of 131 and a strike rate of 78. That average still very new. 29. He'll like to lift that by about 10 or 15.
He's getting to a place, Matthew Bretsky, where he's coming into his own now. He's really becoming the batter that everyone knew that he'd be. You can just go back to that massive partnership he had with Tristan Stubbs for the Warriors in the 4-day game when Stubbs scored that 300. Bretsky was there, scoring 186 at nearly a run per ball in the red ball stuff. So that should let you know of the talent in that man's hands.
Yeah, he's going to be key. One thing that the Sri Lankans did very well, although they were losing wickets, they were consolidating. There was always little partnerships coming up, 30s, 40s. Exactly what SAA needs here. 2 slips, all out attack.
Oh, soft hands from Matthew Bretsky. Almost just nestling it back onto his own stumps.
Again, one of those shots where you can just see the ball just hitting the bat. But he's just hanging the bat there, making sure it dies down and nearly from the toe end, slipping through. And that rolled past the stumps. It didn't even stop before that, rolled past the stumps. And
Like we said, Wickramasinghe throws himself through his crease as he bowls. So the balls come in with a bit of weight as they're about to hit the bat.
a bit more intent there.
But you can just still hear the sound of the bat and the way it comes off the bat. Really hits the bat hard from Chamindu Wickramasinghe. And it's no free runs here for the South Africans. He's bowling really well. No runs in the over so far.
Now, Wickramasinghe has looked much better since that arm has been strapped. Might just have struggled a bit. He's hitting these lengths and bowling this heavy ball. You kind of wonder why he's so underbowled as an all-rounder.
And it's just so consistent in his areas. Every single ball is identical to the next. And it was the wicket-taking delivery, funny enough, which has been the worst of the deliveries that he's bowled here.
Yeah, that was the one that was all targeted on the hip of David Bedingham, and he just popped it up to that mid-wicket, lingering there on the practice pitch. Shall I say the pitch we used on Saturday?
Like we said, those two guys on mid-wicket and extra cover, extremely dangerous on the field.
And very close in as well. They're about 15 off the circle.
Glorious. That is just simply beautiful from Matthew Bretsky. Gets into the line, gets into the length, transfers the weight, and it's been pushed down for the boundary with a classy drive.
That's what they need to do, is just keep picking the gaps. Outfield is immensely quick. Those green tinges is not thick grass, and just look at that. Didn't even bother running. As soon as he hit it, he just walked up to his partner and said, "That's a good over."
Oh man, just a little bit overpitched from Wickramasinghe. He has been bowling such a good over and thought, yes, this is the one. Let me just throw it up there. Maybe he'd flash and get an edge. That's why I had 2 slips over there. But Matthew Bretsky up to the task. It's 18 for 1.
Just conceding that boundary was the only runs that he conceded in that over. Also picking up the big wicket of David Bedingham.
Can't be too disgruntled about that.
Wickramasinghe bowling extremely well. He's one of those pick of the bowlers thus far.
Mohammad Shiraz also wants to raise his hand, and he has been in full control, just bowling for the wickets, doing nothing much, just bowling for the wickets.
You can see there's a bit of tape on that left hand of him as well, Mohammad Shiraz. Hope they got enough plaster. Luckily the pharmacist around Potch is there's a few around.
Banging shot. Someone in the stands might need that pharmacy if the ball hits them, but there's no need. It's over the roof of the main pavilion. What a shot from Mikhail Prince.
I'll tell you what, that was picked up so hard off the legs, it should be in a 50 Shades of Grey novel. That was absolutely spanked. Look at that. Bang! Thank you very much. Over the roof. 6 runs.
Incredible shots from Mikhail Prince. Shiraz, well, bowling a seducing delivery right up there. Mikhail Prince licking his lips. And the ball is gone into hiding for a bit. Really was a cracking shot.
I think the sports pavilion might have heard it and just threw it back. Might have thought some big bird has laid a large egg.
Over into the food stands. Someone maybe standing for the queue of their donuts. Like, what's that?
Mammoth hit, fantastic shot. And again, the first time Mohammad Shiraz has tried on those legs of Mikhail Prince. Don't think he'll do that again.
Taking for a quick run, Matthew Bretsky. It's great awareness. It's a good single taken.
Much better length by Mohammad Shiraz. Still opting for the very straight line, but the length they're making it harder for Mikhail Prince.
And that's what actually made it easy for him to just whip it away for 6. It was right up there. Didn't even need too much of a strike from Mikhail Prince. Just whip his hands around it. And what we've seen is that he has good wrists, Mikhail Prince.
And sublime timing.
Oi, just reaching for that one is Matthew Bretsky.
That one just went through bat and pad. He's playing away from his body on that occasion. Might have expected the delivery maybe to swing out and leave him. This one just kept its line, just went on with the angle. We saw Mohammad Shiraz bowl that one big inducking toe crusher to Mikhail Prince in that very first over.
Played on really well, but that's the line, that's the length for Mohammad Shiraz, especially to the new batter.
Just making sure, keeping him honest. Much better played there by Bretsky as well. Nicely under the eyes, making sure it goes into the pitch.
Just reached for one a couple of balls ago without really moving his feet. And these areas are still keeping those feet into one position and just making Bretsky swing with the hands alone. Fielding is good, and it keeps the score to 25 for 1 after 5.
Yeah, 5 overs gone. And I think this will be the 6th from Mikhail Prince. Look at that. Bang. And there it disappears over the roof.
And of course, you're going to see more of this once we start our CSA T20 challenge on the 27th of September. You're going to catch every single game, every single ball live on this very channel you're watching this game from, the CSA YouTube channel. Stick around as we begin this summer of cricket. Chamidu Wickramasinga. Into Prince, just missed timing it. He was looking to play it through the covers, plays it straight back to the bowler.
Wickramasinga also having a bit of a stare down. Great fielding of his own bowling. Just felt that he collapsed in the shot there, did Mikhail Prince. Sat down on that one. Dragged it straight instead of going through the covers. They have removed one slip for him. They put in a square leg just in front of square. Only have the one slip, and then the 2 men on the fence is fine leg and third man. Got a point, extra cover, long on, long off, mid wicket, square leg.
That's the shot he wanted, Mikhail Prince. He gets meat on that one. Flashes past Kamil Mishara in extra cover and into the boundary for 4.
All of a sudden, just waiting that one split second longer, playing it underneath the eyes. Great timing. Great effort by the fielder there that's on cover duty. Look at that flow of the bat, finishing up nice and high. Glorious.
A little bit too full from Wickramasinga. Ball just pitching and already it's meeting the full face of that bat from Mikhail Prince. Great extension of the arms as well from the batter to get the ball past short extra cover. And we have said it before, we'll say it again. Dangerous fielders at that short extra cover and short mid wickets.
And now they've taken out the slip completely. They have reinforced their covers. They got a backward point closer to, and then now moving that deeper cover in. It's just hanging on the circle. They do still have that short cover in as well.
Oh, it goes to the leg side. No one is there except for the ball hitting the boards. What a shot from Mikhail Prince. It's his second maximum off the pads.
Yeah, it's almost like they haven't learned from the previous over. Well, one place you don't want to bowl at is Mikhail Prince's pads. He'll take you to the cleaners and he'll pick up a maximum every single time. And no intent to hold that down. Look at that. He went up for it and he was going to clear that fence no matter what.
Oh, his mind seems to be so clear at the top of the order, Mikhail Prince. Scoreboard is not putting that much pressure on the South Africans. 235 from 267. He can play himself into a good innings here, Mikhail Prince. And if he's driving this well, he really might. They're chasing it down. Nuanidu Fernando cannot keep up. Neither can Wickramasinga. 4 runs again for Mikhail Prince.
First over that's gone for double digits. 10 from the over. 14 from the over. Glorious drive for 4. A pickup flick for 6 and another glorious drive through the covers. And Mikhail Prince is making it very hard for the bowlers because you can't go onto his legs. He's going to whip you for a maximum and you can't give him any width as well. Those lengths and lines are going to be so crucial, especially with him getting his eye in, getting his groove on, standing on 27 of 18 deliveries.
Just a bit too full from Wickramasinga. Again, a bit too full, but he's helped by the adjustment of his pace. Removes the speed, because if that was full on, most likely it would have been fished from the boundary again.
Oh, we actually saw that, man. It's out of your screen, the backward point, the extra cover actually being asked to come a little bit wider. So it will just allow him to bowl that little bit straighter. But Mikhail Prince now has got a bigger gap if he opens up that face. Third man on the fence, and the fine leg has been moved all the way around to square leg.
The key here for Wickramasinga is to not give off too much width. Any sort of width. Those hands from Mikhail Prince can manipulate the ball. And that's a good one. That's where he wants to be in terms of lines, in terms of lengths, but it comes from this over a little bit too late. It's already 14 taken from it by Mikhail Prince. 39 for 1.
39 for 1, the SAA. Great start again. This wasn't the problem on Saturday. They had lost an early wicket. Betters fell a bit earlier as well, Bettingham. And then also a bit of consolidation that was there as well in that first match. But again, the panic stages came in when the spinners got the ball in hand. As we see now, they've decided that, hold on, we've played enough games now. We're gonna put some spin on this.
South Africa are bowling or batting at 7 runs to the over. You don't want that to go out of hand way too early in the game. You don't want at the end of the power play for South Africa to be on 80 for 1. So they bring in Wanuja Sahan. Got big turn at the end of the day on Saturday. And that's a pretty decent record for a spin bowler, going at less than 4 runs to the over. Average is pretty decent as well at 22 per wicket. And that best 6 for 33. They would love that today to seal the deal. And if he bowls like anything like he did on Saturday, he might be in for a treat.
It was a handful. He went through the gates of Mutosab and also Andile Petlekwayo with big turners.
Starting easily this time. They're looking to push for 2. Mikhail Prince Beautiful running between him and Matthew Bretsky. Little bit of sleep. Nuanidu Fernando.
Oh, Michael Prince went out like a bullet out of a gun. He had no doubt that he's going to turn for that second. Great work by the SA opener, making sure that they put the pressure on Sahan. Do not let him settle. He's the big danger.
In that first game, out of the 10 wickets that fell, 7 of them were in the hands of spinners, 2 of them in the pacers and 1 run out. So 70% of your wickets come from the spinners, something you have to be wary of now. Down the track, Matthew Bretsky deals with it well. And so far, not booming bounce and turn for the spinners like we saw on Saturday.
Yeah, he started off on this side on Saturday as well, and then he switched ends, and then all of a sudden his fortune changed. And it's not often you see a finger spinner that got the amount of turn that he did. It's normally your wrist spinners that get a lot more purchase, and he got double what the wrist spinners got.
Another thing that caused big problems was that extra bounce he all of a sudden just started getting. And then when he started getting that, they called in another spin bowler to come in and create more damage, which he did. Hemanta came in with those leg breaks.
That ball straightened up. There was something there. Mintha, Danusha all played a part in that. Mintha picking up the 3 wickets with Sahan.
Good start this from Matthew Bretsky and Mikhail Prince versus the spin. I'm sure everyone watching and keen on this game is waiting to see how South Africa are going to be able to deal with this spin. First over of it goes for 5 runs. South Africa need 227 from 258.
Yeah, not forgetting that South African Awards is still to take place. That's for the 23-24 season. That happened last year. That's the 5th of September, 8 o'clock. Oh, Pendulo. Who's it going to be? Who's going to be player of the season? Who will walk in and walk away with that coveted prize? It is something, it's a big night for South African cricket.
How good has the umpiring been in this game?
Fantastic umpiring. Great calls, especially that one we saw in the Sri Lankan innings that looked like it was a bit of glove. It actually hit Fernando on the shoulder. It was a great call there by the umpire.
That's because both Stephen Harris and Lubabalo Kuma are nominated for the CSA Awards that you mentioned, for Umpire of the Year and Umpire's Umpire of the Year. Wickramasinghe gives width to Matthew Bretsky, punches that for no run.
It's the 3rd or 4th time that Sunil Danusha has gone to that non-striker's end. Michael Prince is backing up quite a while, but the last thing Sri Lanka would want is that ball just clipping the stumps and running away for overthrows. Mohamed Shiraz changing ends, coming from the vast end.
Down the track is Matthew Bretsky. He finds Nuanindo Fernando. And speaking of Matthew Bretsky, he's also been nominated for the T20 Player of the Season. Big hitter. Alongside Ngaba Peter, whom we saw bowl, took a couple of wickets. Breakthrough season last season for Ngaba Peter, so he's been nominated for T20 Player of the Year as well.
He had a great SA20 campaign. The T20s went well. He's been someone that was not in the crosshairs of anyone. All of a sudden, he becomes a commodity that you want in your team.
And players growing into their roles as well. Just like Mikhail Prince, he scored a brilliant 166 alongside his wicket keeping and other contributions he's made. He's been nominated as the domestic newcomer of the year, Mikhail Prince. And you've seen some of the shots that he played here today on 28 on 21 for now.
It's going to be a very interesting awards evening.
Just not timing it enough that Mikhail Prince was there to be hit though from Mohamed Shiraz.
He was dropping his hip into that one. Almost feel like he wanted to loft it over that mid-off. Just did not get elevation or timing on it.
Be happy he got no timing
Yeah.
on it.
Yeah, I actually think that he must try and lean onto that ball a bit more. He does have a lovely cover drive.
Draws down to the legs. They are asking for 2 runs. Fantastic running. Would have made it, but you don't run on a fumble. So it's good pressure being applied from Sahan Arakchige at short mid-wicket.
Yeah, so if you want more information about the awards evening, go to www.cricket.co.za for all your cricketing needs. You can also buy your tickets for the exciting T20 schedule that's still ahead of us as well. It's going to be a phenomenal season.
Matthew Bretsky hits it over the top. He manages to get it over the top.
Almost looked like it's not going to reach it, and you thought, hold on, let's just take the one then.
Dushan Hemantha with the super dive. Didn't get all of it, Matthew Bretsky, but he launched himself, did Dushan Hemantha. For a moment, he thought it was also going to reach. He picked up his run, but it runs for 4, and South Africa make it to 50 runs.
Yeah, it was almost like he gave it away there, very close. I think his heart would have been in his throat there. Didn't get all of it, and in his case, he'll probably say he got nothing of it. You know what a big hitter Matthew Bretsky is. He's got 100 on this ground, and he was clearing the fences like you can't believe.
Many of the exciting talents we have around the South African domestic circuit cannot overstate how much the talent pool is already expanding over the past couple of years, and with the coaches experimenting, bringing players in whom they believe have a shot at the top of the game. It's just beautiful to watch.
And also, as we saw, the Momentum Health Challenge closing up that gap between Division 1 and 2. Still have a long way to go to close up that gap, as the 2 fielders see who's going to get to it first. Wickramasinga wanted it. And like I said, the gap just closing up between Division 1 and 2. There's a loan system in place for the big franchise to get 1 or 2 of those players that's not playing in Division 1.
Last season, we saw that loan system come into power. Jean Duplessis went on from SWD, Southwestern District, and he got a chance to play one single game for the G-Bet Rocks. Didn't he perform, scoring a century? And even from Division 2, came to play for SAA. Even there, he scored a century.
He's one of those gems that we found in Division 2.
Down the track, is he going to beat the man? Doesn't even reach the man, Matthew Bretsky. Pushing it over the top, and it is retrieved by Fernando. 2 runs.
Yeah, didn't try and overhit it. Just felt that he didn't get to the bounce, almost hit it on the up. Just made sure that he opens up enough of the face to get it wide of the man he had long on. And now there's a change in the field with Matthew Bretsky showing his intent to use his feet against the spinner. That man had long off, now moves over to more to an extra cover.
Opens up all the stumps for Arakchige, or for Wanuja rather.
You see a bit of laughs there. I feel that he went for it and then left it for his partner and said, got it, no you have it.
Dot ball at the end of the day. Ooh, Bretsky was hoping that one was going to be a maximum. Gets it under the edge of the bat, and it's 5 runs off the over. South Africa A need 215 from 246.
They must just be very careful in their attempt not to let Sahan settle into a line and length, not to play too many rash shots against him. That was a big boy. He went for the big shot over mid-wicket against the turn. Might have we seen him practicing the shots, just see him going straight down. As we see a couple of the lads in the dugout just having a bit of a chat.
Probably talking about how they need to work about this run chase, as Sri Lanka work about how they're going to defend their runs. They bring back Mohammad Shiraz from the JB Marks end, just switching him over to see what he can do running down the slope.
Just hear the chatter, just calming everyone down, just making a slight adjustment, bringing in third man, dropping fine leg. So now they've got a fine leg and deep square out. It's for Mikael Prince. Got to feel maybe they're going to drag the length back, maybe test him with a short one.
Seems like everything was set up for that straight one and that short one. As you can see, ball is collected at deep fine leg. There's also a deep backward square set up, and then a mid-wicket too for any mistimed one that might go into the air, but Prince able to get himself off strike.
Even that delivery, if you saw the timing on that. I don't know if going into his pads might be the right ploy. Testing him with the short one, definitely. We see for Matthew Bretsky, the field has changed completely. They got deep point out and deep square leg. Exactly where that ball goes, it's that deep point. And then the man jogging back for Mikael Prince. So it looks like they got the batters worked out. They got a plan for each one. Now it's just about the execution.
Of course, Mikael Prince scored those 2 big sixes on that square leg boundary where they have the protection. Seems to be happy to take it up in the air from the pad, so fine leg is also in the picture. Slower ball from Shiraz though, and it's very well navigated by Mikael Prince.
Just almost looks like his slower ball is a bit of a leg cutter.
Seems like Prince was able to read that off the hand. There was nothing from the way he played it that suggests that he was fooled or deceived. It's what happens if you are confident in what it is that you are doing.
And oh boy, hasn't he looked good opening the batting compared to a scratchy start he had going down the order. Just much more comfortable against the quickest.
Short stuff, mistimed. Here's that mid-wicket coming into play. Not a fielder you want to mess with, Sahan Arakjige.
There's that short one we thought was going to be coming. We saw Prince just moving across his stumps, expecting the ball at him. That one just looked like a bit more venom.
That's why it kind of rushed him. Didn't get the timing that he wanted. Wanted to hit that over the top of mid-wicket and score himself a boundary. Oh, something like that, and he still misses it out. Good bowling from Shiraz, just keeping lower than what Prince would have thought.
That previous one hitting him on the splice, and this one giving him a second belly button. That's going to leave a mark. You can just see him looking around. That will wind you. I don't care how tough you are. If that hits you in the midriff, oh my word, that hurts.
And like you said, Shiraz just putting a little bit of venom behind his deliveries now. There's one more to go in his 5th over. Mikael Prince is mistimed that. Someone is in the picture. Oh, it's dropped. Wanuja Sahan running in from deep backward square. That is what Shiraz and the Sri Lankans were banking and working on. Mikael Prince would have been an invaluable wicket. He survives. It's the end of the first power play. Sri Lanka have taken 1 wicket of David Bedingham. South Africa played themselves to 59 for 1. Senuran Mususami, Mihlali Mpongwana. Andile Mohakane, Andile Petluwayo, Andile Simelane, Dayan Khalim, and even Cody Youssef. South Africa's batting deep as we bring back Brady Barons.
Thanks for that, champ. Yeah, South Africa is obviously off to a good start, steady start. 59 for 1 after 10. I think they'll be happy with the start that they've got, eh?
Could have been much worse. Could have been what happened on Saturday where they lost 4 wickets in the first 10 overs. But it's not the case. Seems like they're a little bit more patient here today.
Yeah, I think Howell's obviously played a good knock, and he's getting going with it and obviously striking it quite well. I think he's very key. Luckily, he just got dropped now, which is a massive positive for us. But in saying that as well, if he gets going, the score could be. It could actually get the score very, very quickly with his ball striking, which should be fun to see.
Sahan, he's the man who dropped that catch. The moment that ball left Bretsky's bat, they charged for 2. It puts a amount of pressure onto the fielder, and they come back for 2. Make that 3.
Yeah, it's going to be very, like I said on Saturday as well in the first ODI, it's going to be very important how South Africa plays this facet in this stage now, leading from 11 to between 11 and 40, especially with the spin. We know that the Sri Lankans are going to. The Sri Lankans are obviously going to look to slow them down during this phase of the game with their spin. So let's have a look at and see how the South Africans obviously deal with that as well.
These are the moments that both Bretsky and Prince will want to rotate the strike as much as possible. Just hitting the men who are stationed at the boundary to take those ones. And there, Wanuja Sahan or any other bowler presents the opportunity of a boundary and they'll look to latch it on. But it's keeping those wickets in hand for the latter parts of the innings that matters. It's really good here from Bretsky and Prince, who've brought up their 50-run partnership as well.
Played good. This is very good by these two. What I really like about these two as well, the intent at the wicket and the way they're obviously running and putting fielders under pressure, which is really good.
And that's what Sri Lanka were looking to do as well when they were batting, but feels like South Africa were up to the task here today. You could barely count the amount of misfields that were performed by the men in green and gold.
Played.
And because of that, there was a lot of tools that were denied by the South Africans. You could hear every single time a ball is hit, South Africa putting pressure on their own fielder themselves to keep it to 1, to keep it to a dot ball. And maybe, just maybe, we might see that become the difference maker here. 11 overs gone, 66 for 1.
Yeah, definitely fielding is in the modern day team and environment. Fielding is obviously a non-negotiable, and everyone has to be able to obviously field. I'm pretty sure the South African management sets high standards in the field for them to obviously achieve those fielding standards in the game. So, and they probably hold each other accountable as well when it comes to fielding, because it's something that you can't control.
I mean, if you're the home country of the greatest fielder of all time, I think it makes sense that you'd want to make sure that the fielding is up to par. Of course, referencing the great John T. Rhodes. Lightning around the field.
Yeah, well, not just him as well. I think over the years, we've had such good fielders there. So we do set a high standard when it comes to obviously to fielding.
hitting the deck hard, Mohamed Shiraz. It's important for both Bretsky and Prince to not get overzealous in their running. They're keeping it at a good pace here. It's so important here for Sri Lanka to try and break this rhythm. You only do so by accumulating these dot balls.
Yeah, Shiraz has done a good job here these first 2 balls, and also in his spell he's been really steady. Running in, hitting the deck really hard, which is especially this is so good. Yeah, especially when there's not much lateral movement, you probably gotta, the one thing that you gotta do as a seamer is obviously run in and hit the wicket really hard.
Seems like changing ends has also worked on his economy in good favor here. Mohamed Shiraz is keeping it really tidy, keeping it really strong here. Surely he'll want more than the 1 wicket he got in the first game on Saturday.
Right.
But if he drops it to the pads of Prince, who's shown to be rather imperious on his legs, it's not going to get much purchase, Shiraz.
He dispatched that one on off his legs over the grandstand. It was quite a big one there.
Was out of here, nearly into the sports village. What a great find for the Northwest Dragons is Mikhail Prince. Oh, but he's found himself halfway down the track. He was gone for all money. He had given up. Lucky that didn't hit the stumps.
Yeah, he got caught once in there halfway down the wicket. As you could see here. Mikhail really ball watching there. He was well out of it there.
Had no chance. Could have taken his own time, the fielder, set himself up. But it's still 68 for 1.
Bold.
It's a good short ball from Shiraz.
It's a really good finish to that over. Shiraz is really bowled well, which is, as you see, the end of the 12th over. South Africa 68 for 1 after 12. Going along steady. Run rate achieved 5.7. Run rate required 5.3. So they're well ahead of the game. Not well ahead, but they are ahead of the game at the moment.
And the fact that this is happening right at the beginning of the innings as well. We're just 12 overs in. And if this trajectory of their batting continues, once we reach over number 25, once we reach over number 30, the difference between the rate achieved and required would have grown much more significantly, which is why the South Africans here really want to make sure that Mikhail Prince and Matthew Bretsky keep it on.
Yeah, just when you are chasing scores and fairly big scores, you could break down the chase in the first power play if you go off to a fly, and it just becomes a lot more easier in the middle where you can just knock it around. The minute you let the run rate obviously get away from you, that's when it starts getting really tough to obviously score number 1 and to obviously get the runs as well.
And Sri Lanka want to keep on applying that pressure. They bring on Eshan Malinga. Economy rate is pretty on the little bit touchy expensive side at 5.8. He's here. He'll want to get one. No relation to Lasith Malinga. But he'll still want to keep that Malinga name strong in the Sri Lankan bowling camp, as he is stripped off the ball. They bring in Sonal Dinusha. They rather slow pace than the medium pace of Eshan. We've seen Sahan bowl. Wanuja Sahan. He's yet to get a wicket. Here's Sonal Dinusha. Slow left arm bowler. 5 wickets away to his 50 wickets. 2 right-handed batters he'll be bowling to. So I think it's a smart decision here from Pasindu Surya Bandara.
very smart decision with the ball, obviously turning away from the both right-handers as well. Start.
Sonal Dinusha starts with an easy outside off stump delivery. Dealt with easily by Mikhail Prince. It's once we see spinners coming on both sides of the pitch now where we'll see the true test of South Africa, if they've learned from their mistakes and if the pitch is acting up as it gets baked on. But so far, much minimal spin than what we saw on Saturday, and it's good placement from Mikhail Prince, who turns that into 2.
Yeah, good running by these two. I think they complement each other really well when it comes running between the wickets.
They both extremely quick between the track. Mikhail Prince is brimming with confidence. He's played very well for his 39 runs. And also, since they had problems with the spinners, they'll want to just break them down with many jabs. Tries to go down the track, looking for an uppercut or a hook. Doesn't work that time.
I don't think that's a good option for him to run down the wicket towards him. I think it'd be better just to obviously sit in the crease and just keep knocking it down to the sweepers.
Quite risky as well with the ball spinning away from him too, to try dance down the track and play across the spin.
That's better.
And this is just much more smarter. Lot of land on the leg side, only with the mid on and the fine leg in the ring. So if you hit it square off the wickets, it's 2 runs.
No, spot on there. I just think that's just a better option. So if he can minimize those dots in the over that he's obviously just built up there. And if he's going at 6s, then you're smiling.
This is exactly what South Africa wants.
Beautiful. Good cricket shot down the ground.
It's all they need for now. Establish good control over the spinners. Don't let them settle into their work like you had said. Taking these 1s and 2s gets them thinking, how do I set my field? If you change your field, you have to change how you bowl. And that plays into the hands of the batters. After 12 overs, it's 72 for 1. And remember, you can see at the top of your screen in purple, Hollywood Pro Series. This is not the Pro Series. The Hollywood Pro Series is brand new as it's sponsored by Hollywood Bets for the first time this season, and it is the Women's League. Women's T20 will be called the Hollywood Bets Pro 20. The 50-over game will be the Hollywood Bets Pro 50, and the women's game has gotten professionalized, and it shows Cricket South Africa's commitment in growing the game of cricket. And so, and talk about growing the game of cricket, South Africa A here on 72 for 1. Here's Eshan Malinga. He returns also with a slingy action, and it's really good running from Briatsky and Mikhail Prince despite the direct hit.
The running between these two guys has been really good. I think the skipper's obviously thrown the ball to Malinga here. I think they're trying to search for another wicket. I think if these two carry on batting for the next 10 to 12 overs, this could be really good for South Africa to set up this game and set up the run chase really nicely for them.
Bowling really tight and really straight here, Eshan Malinga, which is good. Last thing you want to do is to be offering width and good lengths to batters who have now faced 70 deliveries together.
Yeah, lengths and lines are really important here, especially outside of the power play. You don't want to make it, yes, field is spread, but you still don't want to make it as easy as what it looks like with the field obviously being spread. You still want to hit a tight line. Great shot.
It's a good line, but the length just pulled back. The crunching sound from Prince's bat. And you can even see the fielders felt that on his left-handed, was hit hard by Prince.
Yeah, good pull shot that. A pull shot is definitely a shot of authority, especially if you get it away. You're putting the guy in front of square as well. You're really showing authority.
Really good control from Matthew Bretsky. Good direction rather than good control, because didn't time that too well. But like you say, authoritative if you can hit that in front of square, because it means that you've read the length in a blink of an eye, you understood the pace of the ball, and you know what you have to do to get it into the space.
Yeah, spot on there. I think they're also going to try and maybe use the ploy as how the South Africans used the short ball as well. They're also going to try it here.
Malinga's bowling seems so better suited and seems a little bit more threatening if he's going to target those stumps. That sling arm action, you're looking at that skiddy bouncer, which is why it's not coming up to the head. It's just coming up to the torso where they can try and whip it away. But it's just that awkwardness of that action that makes the bounce not as consistent as you would find from high over the head. Different little factor here from Eshan Malinga. Gets an inside edge.
Get through for one there.
Ends over. Number 14. South Africa A with a really good start here. It's partnership between Bretsky and Prince with 63. They need 193 to win.
Yeah, they're really doing a good job for the South Africans, really laying the platform, obviously, for them to get to the total, which is really good. And it's all in a run chase as well. You really gotta. Those partnerships are really, really crucial.
No. Even on top of that, it's the second game of 3. South Africa in behind in the series. If you want to get your name selected into the main team, into the big boys team, it makes it much easier for the selectors to pick you if you are from a winning team.
Yeah, no, definitely. Especially if you're winning and you're contributing to obviously the win, it'll just make life a lot more easier for you to obviously kick on and go to the next level.
Especially now with Bretsky on strike, he is the captain. Carl Verreynne going to the county championship. Scored 70, Carl Verreynne. Oh boy. So South Africa would have really wanted those runs here, but they have the talent enough to score them themselves. Here's Matthew Bretsky facing Dinusha. Well placed from Bretsky. Mohamed Shiraz is chasing it down, turning for number 3. Prince is running to the danger end, but it's a wayward throw from Shiraz. Good batting from Matthew Bretsky.
Yeah, the wicketkeeper not really happy with the fielder. He could have easily stopped that for 2 runs, but he actually turned and chased down that ball rather slowly.
Rather relaxed, Mohamed Shiraz, big fast bowler. Prince is very measured now. He's been measured, despite the fact that he's taken a few over the top for 6s. Those have been deliveries worthy of being smashed for 6s, and everything else has been very composed.
I just feel the way these two are obviously playing the spin, which is, I think it's spot on in how they've got it. They really don't need to take any risk with the spin. You just got to keep knocking around, just like what Bretsky is just doing now. And they should be happy with it. They don't need to take any risk at all.
50 overs is a long time to bat. 50 overs is a long time. So it's a long-term plan here for the South Africans to try and keep it together. You can only go long-term if you keep all of your wickets. If you lose all of them, regardless of how quickly you've been batting, won't reach the score.
Good.
So it's good preservation of wickets, but also just chipping away at the score ever so slowly and ever so slightly.
Yeah, the only thing is just you really don't need to. I keep saying this, you really don't need to take any risks. It's just your rotation is the most important thing. They just got to keep rotating strike. That's all. This is really good from these two.
Breski with a lot of power through that. Vitality blast was a blast for Breski. Now just need to reshape his mind for the 50 over game. So often you can be fooled into thinking you can play the same type of game just because you're wearing colored clothing, just because the ball is white, just because it's limited overs cricket. But they're two very different disciplines. After 15, it's 84 for 1. Seeing two potential winners of CSA awards. Best newcomer, Mikhail Prince, he's been nominated alongside really strong names. Kwena Mapaga is a newcomer, Luandre Pretorius, newcomer, Andile Mokhakane, who's here with us, a newcomer as well. And then Mikhail Prince. Some stiff competition. But that's what you want. You want that internal competition because it drives everyone to do better.
Yeah, the more competition you have, guys obviously competing with each other will just raise the level of performance as well. Oh, well played.
It's just a conversation we were having on Twitter. It's always nice to engage with people on the socials because you get many various ideas on how the sports can take direction. And I was a little bit worried about the chop and change of the South African team throughout all the formats, given with the amount of players that we have fed into the system. It can be a bad thing if you have an influx of players who are not up to the standards. But it seems like there's a protocol that's been put in place by Cricket South Africa to raise the standards of the teams. Like Gers was saying earlier on, the competition earlier last week to bridge the divisions between Division 1 and Division 2, the loan system coming into place, the relegation system where teams drop down to Division 1, Division 2. Wide delivery.
Yeah, no, you spot on there. I think with regards to Division 1 and Division 2, I think in any sport, there's always going to be a gap, and then it's good that there is a gap because obviously players and teams know that, okay, this is why I'm in Division 1 and this is why I'm in Division 2. Whether you bring in the gap a little bit closer, yeah, it can possibly happen, but it's always good that you always know that the standard in Division 1 is the difference between the standard in Division 2. How you obviously get it better and you try and get the gap closer. We still need to try and figure that out and try and better our players, maybe get them playing more cricket. We're not too sure. There's a lot of obviously questions that you got to ask in order for you to get that answer.
But you know, you're actually seeing some of the older guys who don't mind going down to the Division 2. Hardus Viljoen going to the Northern Cape Heats. Oh, direct hit. But it gives overthrows. Mikhail Prince calls for 2. Matthew Bretsky thinks better of it. It's good awareness from the batters. Good fielding from Dinusha. Pity gets punished for a direct hit.
Yeah, lots happening there. There was almost a run-out chance, direct hit. Turn around, went through for 1. As we see here. He was in.
So easily you just get into a rhythm of taking ones, and you call ones where they aren't there.
That's a great cricket shot. That is a shot of authority, that.
No need to call for that one. Smashing over the top by Matthew Brzeski. Eliminates all doubt as it goes for 4.
It's a hell of a cricket shot. Just, as a fast bowler, if you're getting pulled in front like how Brzeski just pulled us, if you're getting pulled like that in front, I think the batter's just saying, listen, you bowling underarms, yeah.
He swung with his whole body there, Matthew Brzeski. Even did the little back foot hop. He's been looking for that short delivery for a while.
Beautiful.
So it's that thing, just Malinga's ball's not getting up. He's good bowler when he goes right in front. When it drops short, might just lack the pace a little bit on top of his skittish bounce that he gets. It's 16, gone, 92 for 1. It's a drinks break here. Potchefstroom, JB Marks Oval hosting us for these 3 one-day unofficial internationals between Sri Lanka A and South Africa A. Sri Lanka choosing to bat first, setting 269, courtesy of Udara and Arakchige. Wickramasinghe and Dinusha right at the end of the innings, bringing it back for the Sri Lankans to post that score. Similani getting those wickets right at the end as well.
Yeah, and as you see with the run chase with South Africa obviously trying to pursue the runs. Mikhail Prince 44 not out with Matthew Brzeski on 39, and the only wickets obviously fall was David Bedingham. But this partnership is growing nicely now, growing really nicely for South Africa to set the platform for this run chase.
Many phenomenal things also coming our way here. We spoke earlier about the Hollywood Bets Pro Series, the women's game getting the spotlight in the domestic CSA tour. And so, the Momentum Proteas, the ladies, they'll be in action against England this coming summer for 3 T20 matches, 3 one-day internationals, and 1 test match, which will start from the 15th of December. Yes, the ladies are playing a home test match. And you can get a watch of all of that by visiting cricket.co.za to book your ticket, get information about where the games are, get information about when the games will be starting, get a guess of who the players will be. Cricket South Africa is bringing you all cricket action. So stay tuned for what will be an immense summer of cricket. City #WarsAnawe. You definitely want to be part of it. We are on 92 for 1 with 178 runs to win here in Potchefstroom. We'll be back after a little sippy.
You guys want to go spin both sides?
We come back. Dinusha with the ball. Brzeski, who's fired his way to 39.
It's really good. This is so good by these two. You know, going back to, you mentioned the Hollywood Pro Series is so good for women's cricket. That they've got a sponsorship with Hollywoods, and they've obviously pump money into to see women's cricket grow, and it's really, really good to see, man. That's out.
Oh, Plum! Prince feeling distraught and spin strikes.
Yeah, I think just played the wrong line, down the wrong line there, Mikhail. And he got caught right in front of the middle and off stump there, unfortunately.
It has to happen after a break, doesn't it?
I told you about the break.
It has to happen after a break. They were in such good rhythm, Matthew Breitsky and Mikhail Prince. Prince was looking sensational. But the turn, just eating him up, playing the wrong line, like you said, the ball a little bit too full, went back as well. Mikhail Prince will feel undone. 44 from 45, it's 93 for 2.
Yeah, this is, as you see, Mutusami coming into the crease. Very interesting call this. I think it's probably a call to counter the left arm spin as well. Sen, really good player of spin. So I think just to counter the spin, yeah, they've brought in a left-hander, so the ball obviously will be turning back into him, which will just make life a lot more easier.
And we've seen how Matthew Breitsky has been running as well. Mutusami also can charge down the track. It's very decent average as 32 for an all-rounder. Strike rate at around 73. Over 2,000 list A runs, so he's no muck with the bat, is Senoran Mutusami.
No mug with the bat is Sen. Hard-working cricketer. Really, really hard-working cricketer.
Oh, it gets a tiny little feather. But the ball is played fine enough. 3 players converge for it, but they're converging to collect it over the boundary on his first ball. What real bravery to reverse it away for 4.
Yeah, good. That's a really good shot to have in your armory as well. And I'm a big fan of that shot, especially if the bowler is not attacking your stumps. As we see that instantly now, the point is out at the boundary for that reverse sweep, which is
just chasing him outside the line, looking to go conventional now, Senoran Mutusami. And now with that, Dinusha cannot afford to give any width. There's a big gap if he just hits on the offside square of the wicket, because backward point is very behind square. And the next fielder is short extra cover. So the whole cover boundary is just open for Mutusami.
yeah, Sen is a really good player of spin.
He will be missed here in the Dragons. He had some good contributions. Some healthy contributions for the men in maroon. Now he's piling on the runs for the men in green and gold. Just 2. As South Africa moves to 99 runs. They need 171 to win, with 198 balls to go. Senoran Mutusami, starting off in the Dolphins down in Durban. Found his way in the Dragons here. And now, this season, he's going back down to the coast, but in Eastern Cape, where he'll be representing the Warriors. Also coming up with loads of leadership under his belt, Senoran Mutusami. So he's not just contributor with both bat and ball and on the field. He's also a leader in the dressing room, experienced in the dressing room. That's another thing that they're going to be losing out here, the Dragons.
That's very well played. Well run. Good run that. On Saturday in the first ODI, that's 100 up for South Africa, 100 for 2. at a good rate that they obviously scored it at as well, which is off 105 balls, which is really good. They'll be really happy with that as well. Going back to what I was saying now, Bretsky, when he got out on Saturday, similar shot where he chopped on and it obviously clipped the bells. At least now he's literally looking to drop it in front of him. And always looking for the one, and he's always looking to obviously run between the wickets pretty hard, which is really good.
I think that's the key thing. He's not allowing that ball that goes him out to be a ball that he's just looking to get away and fend off. He's still looking to score out of it, still looking to be positive. Malinga looks very good when he goes for the stumps. We can't stress this enough. Batters look a little bit uncomfortable when they have to face him on those front-on deliveries.
100%, and we obviously see them putting a slip back in for the new batter, which is always encouraging.
Eshan Malinga, 23-year-old, he plays for Jaffna. Jaffna finishing third in the National Super League.
Beautiful shot. Beautiful shot there by Sen. Out for one.
He's showing the talent. It's there, Senaran Matusami. Let's not forget he got his recall back to the South African team after the tour to Sri Lanka, where he just bowled nuts with the ball in the red ball stuff. Can he use Sri Lanka to raise his hand with the white ball stuff again?
I'm pretty sure he can. He has got the skill to obviously do it as well with bat and ball. Does Sen. I've seen him do it here for the Dragons as well. Win many games with the bat. So he definitely has it, and he definitely has it in his armory as well.
And right now, he and Bretsky having a lot of time in their hands. It's a good call to not take two on that one. Bretsky would have found himself against the arm of Hemantha. Don't know if that's a race he would have won, because Hemantha was charging in from the boundary with all of that momentum. But like we said, not really much of a rush here for the South Africans. They do have a lot of time on their hands.
You see the slip coming back in. Still looking to nick him off.
Giving him a big gap through the covers as well. Bowls it short because there's a deep square leg and a deep fine leg, if those ever get aerial.
Yeah, you know, now the modern day cricketer is actually really good to see that how Sen obviously rolled his hands and got down and hit down on the ball, especially with two guys catching in the deep there. A lot of the modern day cricketers now, they like pulling the ball up. That's a lot of these bowlers now see these things and they keep persisting with the bouncer because it's always a chance, because of the guys trying to pull the ball up and trying to pull for six. And that's still you trying to run the ball, run your wrist down on the ball. It could work for two, yeah, could be two. This is good running. This is really, really good running. This is really, really good running by these two. Yeah, so you're trying to obviously, it's still a good shot. You can still hit it for four if you just roll your hands down or over the ball, as we see the end of the 18th. Where South Africa 105 for 2 after 18.
Can't help and feel like the discourse surrounding strike rates nowadays also just kind of plays psychologically into the heads of the batters. It seems like in the white ball stuff, the average is slowly taking a backseat, and people are starting to look at the strike rate. You and Gers talked about this on Saturday, that now it's all about strike rates. How quickly can I score these runs? Because that's entertainment. And that's how you get the call up to the big T20 leagues, where we must say that's where the money is for players who don't play for the big countries.
100%, and you know, teams now look at what type of impact you actually make in the team, whether you're there for, and sometimes they could just sign you. Yeah, where teams could just sign you just for a certain amount of balls that they just need you to face, and in those balls you obviously got to score at a certain rate. So they're not really big on averages nowadays. They really speak really high on on strike rates and the impact of the game, whether you with bat and ball. They speak about those things, and that's how they make their signings. So averages, like you're saying, I'm still a big fan of averages, and I think you still got to have a healthy average. But teams now say, "Ooh, this is teams now." They thrive and they just keep reminding players about strike rates.
It doesn't help that this year's IPL was the way that it was. Runs galore. They normalized 200 over 20 overs, which is not a normal thing by any stands of the imagination. Scoring at 10 runs to the over is not at all an easy task. Senaran Mutusami goes under the ball. Oh my goodness, that is a cracker-lacking shot. That belongs in a T20 game. 6 runs over the covers. And they break loose just a little bit here.
Just as we have a look here, you can see this is a hell of a cricket shot. Literally inside out, and he just pops it over long off's head for 6 there, which is a really good shot. And I told you he's a good player.
The thing is, it's the timing as well. Normally when you generate that much power, you dance down the track to build up momentum. He decided to just stand his ground, read the line length of the ball.
The thing is that as a spinner, it becomes really tough if a batter's hitting you from the crease. If he's hitting you from the crease for 6, then you're in trouble here, because you wouldn't mind a guy coming down the wicket and trying to generate that, because then you can play with your lines and your lengths. But if someone's hitting you from the crease, it becomes really tough to pick, okay, what line am I going to bowl, what area am I going to bowl, what lengths am I going to be bowling.
It's even worse now because that spin that we found on Saturday is not here on this particular pitch. So it means that they'll have to rely more on their thought processes here, the bowlers. Just look at that, and absolutely no assistance from the pitch whatsoever. They cut it away for 1. It's the end of over number 18 or number 19. South Africa A need 156 from 186. You know, they're not getting that same amount of movement and same amount of purchase. So what you saw from both Senuran Mutusami and Ngaba Peter when they were bowling were a lot of variations, lots of change-ups in their speeds, trying out with changes in the field, because you saw how Matthew Brzezinski constantly was changing the field to adapt to the batting.
Yes, I was spot on there. When you are trying to adapt, you've got to be smart, and you got to be one. We always say you got to be proactive and not obviously get behind the 8 ball, and I think Brzezinski did that really well today as well.
And now he's showing off with the bat as well. He's running bucket loads between the wickets, Matthew Brzezinski. Untiring. Now they bring on Saha Narakjige. A threat on the field. Can he be a threat with the ball? He's already contributed to 1 wicket of David Bedingham being caught at mid-wicket. A really good catch. What can he do now with the ball? Sri Lanka need wickets. Senuran Mutusami needs runs. And they stop it to 1 with good fielding from Sonal Dinusha.
Yeah, good fielding there. I think he was hoping for a clean pickup to have a chance for a run out there.
It's good wrist work from Mutusami as well, because that ball was on 2 leg between off middle and leg stump. He's able to just open up his hands and push it away to those covers. Really handling the spin well here. Matthew Brzezinski is put down. That was the sharpest chance to get at short mid-wicket. Very tough chance. But doesn't change the fact it's been put down.
Would have been a hell of a catch. Was hit with actual venom as well.
Was trying to go over the top there, Matthew Brzezinski. If he goes over short mid-wicket, was just slightly off your picture. Would have run for 4.
Good, very good.
Tucks it around the corner this time. And they go for 1. Pass into Surya Bandara, the captain. Oh, that would have been a captain's catch if he had grabbed onto it. Especially it would have removed Breski, who's looking rather ominous on 48 for 49. Mutusami not looking too bad either. There's Surya Bandara. Almost got that crazy catch.
I think a good option here for Sen. I know the ball's turning away from him, but if it's off the wickets, I think a sweep is really on here for him.
Tries it out. Beautifully angled. Oh, Brady Barons, you must start telling us what the numbers of the lotto will be. Beautiful shots from Senoran Mutusami, who just sweeps it and pedals it past Wick Ramasinga. It brings the end of over number 20. South Africa on 122 with a really gorgeous sweep shot. So delicately played from Mutusami. They need 148 from 180. As Gers Maloney now joins Brady Barons. Brady Barons, the fortune teller.
I really hope I could tell the right numbers, the lots of numbers. That hurts. I think I'll be all right then.
Yeah, I only want 10%, Brady, so I'm fine. 10%, you can have the rest. Pendula will take 9.5.
But as we get back here to the action here, looks like we've got a change of bowling. Dushan is into the attack. He had a really good outing on Saturday with the ball in hand, and they're probably going to look to him now to try and knock a few over here for him.
Dushana Mentha took 3 wickets on Saturday. Only going at 5.8. Again, a run rate for South Africa not the issue. And this time around, the wickets neither. Keeping those wickets intact. Breetsky and Mutusami looking fantastically well.
Start. I think these two right now are obviously really bossing it at the moment and controlling the game at the moment and the tempo of the game as well.
Yeah, it's a pity about the wicket of Mikael Prince. They were going nicely. His woes with spin continues. So we see the figures there, best of figures of 5 for 24 for Hemantha. (44 of 46). Mikael Prince.
Oh, that's a good start. It'll be interesting to see how Sen plays Dushan now.
Very importantly, if he's going to pick the wrong one, that he does bowl.
Good, very good by Sen. And that's all these guys need to do. I think if they carry on going like this for the next 5 to 10 overs, they'll be cruising this game.
That's 146 of 177 deliveries. So there's no pressure, no scoreboard pressure at the moment. They can just keep on milking the spinners.
Good, very good. As Sri Lanka, for example, they've got to think wickets, and that brings up Bredsky's 50 or 51 balls.
Scoring all around the field. Mostly of his runs coming square off the wicket. Not a lot of straight deliveries at him. They dragged the length back. He did play 2 glorious cover drives as well.
Going back to where South Africa doesn't need to take the risk or anything, they can still knock the ball down the ground and around the ground. And as we speak, Sen rocks back onto the back foot and pulls in for 4. It was good feed by Sen.
As any good coach will tell you, there's going to be a bad delivery. In every 12 balls, there's going to be 1 or 2 that you can score off.
And we've shown the last couple of overs, Tosami sweeping one fine to finish up the 20. And this one just rocking back and getting himself into a nice, steady, powerful base. Just one bounce and into those advertising boards.
Beautiful. This is such good cricket. This is against the term we're talking.
Great fielding by Wickramasinga, chasing that one down all the way. Only keeping it down to 1, but that means that that over has gone for 9 runs as well. And so that what we gotten back to with the previous game as well. Run rate never was a problem. It was those consistent fall of wickets that hampered South Africa's chances to win the game. Now at 131 for the loss of 2. Matthew Breetzky at 50. He's nice and settled. He needs to kick on. 28 from 20. Mutusami, we saw Makael Prince. He's 44 of 46. They just look more comfortable as we look at the scorecard there. At LBW kind of came off nowhere.
I think he just played the wrong line. Mikael Prince, instead of probably knocking it straight down the ground, he probably tried to look square of the wicket by the looks of it. But the only way that we could possibly get South Africa could possibly allow Sri Lanka back into this game is if they keep giving them wickets. If they're not going to be giving them wickets and they run hard just like how they're running now, they're going to really bat Sri Lanka out of this game.
Yeah, Breetzky. He dropped it and looked at it, and about in the first 3 or 5 steps he didn't look interested, and then all of a sudden he shouted 2-2-2, and he played it with such soft hands around the corner, just dropping it. And a long chase for the fielders coming from the boundary, now standing about 15 meters off.
Oh, there's a bit of a mannequin there.
Maybe a mole sticking out his head out of the pitch, who knows?
Oh yes, man. Oh yes. Glorious. Absolutely glorious. Straight over his head for 6.
Lovely shot. The footwork, we spoke of Mutusami's footwork in the previous over when he hit that 4. This was just deliberate, nice, quick feet movement, and just posed for a picture there for a second or two. Look at this, just a shimmy. There we go. Lovely, glorious maximum for Breetzky.
I must say, South Africans were always tagged as guys that couldn't play spin, and we can't play spin really well. Over the last few years, I must say, batters' skill levels when it comes to spin has really, really improved. And it's a good sign, because if we play in spin well, naturally we'll be a good players of seeing. If we play in spin well, especially in the middle overs, we can obviously boss and dictate the game in that facet of the game.
The game has changed so much that spin has almost taken over with the introduction of T20 cricket. Everyone thought that, there goes the spin bowlers, they're going to be smashed. And they've actually been the most successful in T20, the most sought after commodities.
Yeah, so good. This is really good batting by these two.
Great over thus far. Already 10 coming from it. Still delivery to go. 9 in the previous over is just taking all the pressure off.
And by them obviously doing this, it's if they carry on batting like how they're batting and they're playing spin like how they're playing spin with such ease as well, it just means that the seamers have to come back and bowl. And if the seamers come back and bowl, it looks like it's quite easy to obviously to play seam. Sorry. As you see the end of the 22nd. South Africa 141 for 2 after 22. Breetzky on 59, Mutusami on 29. Partnership at the present moment 48 runs, and they've got to those 48 runs rather quickly, eh?
Yeah, they're closing in. They've done that in 34 deliveries. Just look at the bowling figures there. Mohammad Shiraz going at only 4.6 to the over, 28 runs of his 6. Wickramasinga picked up the very first wicket, that of David Bedingham.
And then the other wicket taker is Sunil Danusha, LBW, Makil Prince. But other than that, everyone's gone between the 5 and 9 runs to the over.
Yes, and this is so good, man. This is so good. This is such good batting by him. That's against the turn. And he's executing that. This is batting at its best, yeah.
I actually think he picked the wrong one there. I think it was the wrong one trying to get the ball to straighten up on the left-hander. We'll have a quick look there. Yeah, just the wrong one. He picked it and just played through the line. Talking about players of spin, the man on your screen now, Mutusami, is probably one of the best.
Yeah.
Playing spin, he's used to batting in that middle overs.
Yeah, he's a really good player of spin. And I think this is a really good call by them by sending him up the order to obviously counter the left armour and then plus the leggy as well. That was a good lead.
It was the one. Just a little bit flatter, a little bit quicker. Didn't give him opportunity to go for it. You can see he's eyeing up that extra cover boundary.
Yes, and man, this is so good, guys. We are watching batting at its best here.
Lovely, doubling up on the fours in this over. And although it's lofted shots, it's no risk cricket. Making sure he gets to the pitch of the delivery and just playing it over extra cover. Just look at this late movement, quick feet, just popping it over. And now they make a change to the field. They see that Mutusami is eyeing up that extra cover region. They've put in their long on and long off, very wide of the crease.
I think he's going to sit back here and try and cut.
Well, you're half right. You went for the cut, just didn't try and do it off the front foot.
Almost got it right there.
Almost got it right. Well, what's the old saying? When in doubt, lean back and cut.
Knock it into the gap foot one. Alright, good.
That looked good from the screen up here. It's the second one that's adjudicated LBW. And I must admit, it looked like another good decision.
Yeah, I think that hit him right in front. In all honesty, I don't think there was a need for that. To be dead honest, he could have just knocked it into the hole again and maybe trying to run two.
It's one of those instances where overconfidence is your downfall. He started off with a reverse sweep, thought he'll give it another go. Just, that's dead. That's hitting top of middle. But taking nothing away from Mutusami, played a lovely little hand there. As the third wicket fall, Mutusami scoring 33 of 26 deliveries.
Yeah, I think he's played a really good knock there, did send Mutusami. Just took momentum and brought it into South Africa's favour. But like I said, I just don't feel they should have given him or given the Sri Lankans a sniff back into this game. And the only way they're going to get them back into this game is by them giving them wickets.
That's the only way, because they only needed 121 of 162 balls, as we see Mpongwana coming in. He's only played the 24 innings. A healthy average of 35.17 for an all-rounder. And his strike rate of 77. He's got 100 to his name, and that 105 was a brilliant innings. Those 250s as well came in quick time. He's a very tall gentleman. Matthew Brzezinski is no slouch, and look at him towering over him. It's about 195.
Yeah, that 105 came against us in the final, which wasn't a good day for us, but he batted really, really well that day. It's actually really good to see how he's obviously grown in leaps and bounds as a cricketer. I first saw him when he made his debut on this field for Western Province back then in the semi-pro circuit. He came here as a seamer, and it's good to see that he's obviously developing into a better and a good all-rounder
You see the single down to the sweeper fence, and it's not just. It's a difference between being a very good all-rounder and someone with potential, and being a reliable player in your team, and that's one thing that he's created over the last season. He cemented his place, and he's also became a reliable all-rounder.
No, you're spot on there. I think whenever you look at a cricketer, you want to obviously look at a cricketer yes, he's a very steady cricketer, but he's consistent. And if you can be consistent as a cricketer, the team will always back you, number one, and always look to you to put in performances.
That's exactly what they want, that consistency in their players.
It's a good one. It's good. It's really, really good by these two.
Just the awareness, and he's got long legs. Brzezinski has to work twice as hard to get to the other side. A couple of steps and he's there.
Oh, it's good.
See him just pushing hard, hoping for a misfield.
The one thing that Brzezinski does bring to the crease is energy. He runs really, really hard for every single run of his.
Yeah, and one thing he also does is he runs very hard for his partner's runs as well. Nice and compact by the 24-year-old. Born back in 2000, May 15th, in Pongoana. Hails from Western Province. Played under 15s and his provincial cricket there as well.
As you see, the end of the 24th over. 152 for 3 after 24. Pongoana at 1. Brzezinski on 61. Looking to rebuild another partnership with another player or partner. The bowling phase has started, yes it has, but in saying that, they really don't need to panic. They don't need to push on any fast buttons or anything. They can just knock it around and just knock off those 118 runs.
Now they can even afford a couple of dots in between. No need to get panicky. If all goes according to plan for the South Africans, it'll be a 1-1 as we go into that final fixture on Wednesday.
Very good. And I feel now that's why I still feel that wicket of Sen is such a big wicket. Because now that left-right combination, now there's two right-handers at the crease with two bowlers that are taking the ball away from the right-hander, which is a big threat.
Will just allow the bowlers just to settle into that consistent line and length where they can manipulate the flow of the game. You see immediately with the new batter slip coming in. Of all the players in this SAA team, Pongoana don't think would have been too high on their radar.
Yeah, googly coming in.
Quicker ball, lovely play behind that.
It's good running.
Good running behind that backward point, just in front of backward point.
I think, and I've just got a feeling that the googly is the threat here.
Oh, he's such a tall lad. And often with tall players, they commit sometimes against spin a little bit too early, planting that front foot. Asking for something is the Sri Lankans.
Who Dara behind the stumps. He's been really animated behind the stumps as well.
We saw that on Saturday as well. It's not just asking politely, it's almost begging. Oh, you love wicket keepers to be characters on the field. Just keeps everyone's spirits up, keeps everyone alive. One thing you don't want is a quiet keeper.
Just keeps everyone going, like, you know, pulling the team through as well.
Just moving everyone around. They got a deep square and a deep mid wicket now for Pongwana.
Oh, yeah. Good Austin.
Field will just allow Mensah to go a lot straighter. And Pongwana, that will be the threat when you mentioned that googly, that one sliding on straight with the arm. He's had 2 LBW shots already.
Yeah, that's good. Really good one, Pongwana. Very, very good.
So all they need to do is just make sure that there's 3 or 4 every over. And Mensah is going to settle down. Like you said, the ball's now turning away from the right-handers, does make it a lot more difficult.
As you see now, the end of the 25th over, South Africa 156 for 3.
This partnership still nice and fresh. We saw a nice partnership between Mikael Prince and Matthew Breedsky. Mikael Prince just losing his wicket. LBW shot. Plum dead in front.
And it's okay. It's really okay if he blocks. Like you said, they've got enough balls to maybe block out a few balls as well. They don't need to take any risk. But I just sense and I feel that something is going to happen here. I just really hope they don't panic. They mustn't panic. Don't panic.
That one looked like it turned, grip turned top of off. Brilliant delivery that is. Arakchinge just getting the better. Pongwana. He's been there for 12 deliveries but just could not handle. This one just really straightening up from around the wicket. Let's look at this delivery again. Pitching round about that middle stump. And just straightening up. Lovely delivery.
Yeah, I just didn't look like there was much turn in that delivery, but just from our view, I just feel that he played the wrong line to be honest, and he's starting. It looked like he obviously exposed his stumps as well and his off stump as well in his guard. I think I must stop talking because whenever I do mention something, the wicket falls.
Yeah, the bad omen. I think Sri Lankas will love you. That's a big wicket of Pongwana. Sandile Mokhokane coming to the crease. Had a bit of a tough time about it as well. That's what we mentioned about the lanky players. Every now and again just planting that foot. He just looked like it went down leg stump instead of coming towards the delivery, closing up that gap. Because the ball actually beat him on the outside part of the bat. So, true what you say, Brady. Definitely the wrong line. Average only 16, still 27 matches in his very young career. Best of 78, 250s to his name. A very talented bowling all-rounder.
I think I would have really loved to see the South Africans obviously bring in Andile Phehlukwayo up the order to obviously just counter these 2 spinners. You know, no disrespect to Andile now at the crease, but I think just to counter and just be a little bit more proactive, they could have sent the left-hander in now.
Yeah, especially with Breedsky still there, that he's set on 62. Mokhokane was part of that middle order collapse that saw in 10 deliveries as South Africans losing 4 wickets, including a run out of Dezorsi. Was Dezorsi and then Mokhokane, Phehlukwayo and Mutusami, all in one clutter. Oh, there's another big appeal and given out. He looks down at the crease. What is going on? Is this ominous times for South Africa's batting lineup again? Arakchinge striking with a double in this over.
Yeah, Gertz said it about the only way you can allow the Sri Lankans back into this game is if you give them wickets, and they've just picked up 2 in the same over, which is extremely tough, and you just brought them back into this game.
Now, all of a sudden we went from 3 wickets down to half your team back in the dugout. You just see Mokokane walking back very slowly, not trying to make eye contact with any one of his coaches. And this is what you've been calling for. The experience coming out to bat. Andile Petlikwayo just brings that right-left combination in again. Again, South Africa's vulnerability to spin, detrimental to our chase. If you're a South African supporter, if you're a Sri Lankan supporter, it is exactly what they wanted, exactly what Sri Lanka needed. So we see the numbers there for Petlikwayo, 27 average, over 100 innings this, over 2,000 runs, scored that 100 not outs and also 950s to his name. 78 ODI caps. Sri Lanka will be ecstatic about this comeback because they were down and out. They were counting down the deliveries and the balls, just trying to string a couple of dots together, and those 2 wickets, Brady, as you mentioned, just swung it a little bit back into their favour.
Yeah, I think at this prism I really like this ploy now, obviously with Andy coming in just to counter this leggy and the left armour. I'm a firm believer in the ripple effect, and if you look at it, with Sen obviously losing his wicket, brought 2 wickets on top of that as well. The South Africans were literally probably 1 ball away from really bossing this game, but obviously Sen getting out and then 2 wickets obviously falling after that. As we see the end of that over, 2 wicket maiden.
Double wicket made in that one, as we see Mokokane dismissal again. Nicely tossed up, floated up. And just see, look at the elation from the Sri Lankans. They know they are right back in it. And just like Saturday, run rate not the problem.
I just think we just need a little bit of a... Right now, this is a very important partnership and a crucial partnership for the South Africans.
Almost feel that this is probably the partnership that must take the South Africans home. Sri Lanka would love to see the back of maybe a Matthew Breetsky. That still is the big wicket for them. If they can send him packing, they know they might get a 2-0 heads up before the last game on Wednesday.
Very important here now. And I feel this is where the game actually lies between these two now, batting at the crease. And I'm pretty sure the Sri Lankans also probably feel the same. And they probably think that as well.
See a finger spinner again. It's just nice quick changes. Great captaincy at the moment by the Sri Lankan. The captain being Surya Bandara.
Beautiful. Great shot there by Breetsky. He picked that length so quickly.
And he also picked a plan because he's going to go very much round arm to him, and he's going to come around the wicket to the right hander, trying to cramp him up. They see they're susceptible to that ball, and oof, look at that hip follow through. Lovely shot A lot of power there. Fielders on the fence were split to perfection.
Very interesting field this is. Bold.
That's kind of what he's trying to do, is just angle it across the right hand and then swinging it in. He's got those 3 men on the fence. It's long off, cow corner, and also deep square, waiting for that slog sweep. Goes to that long off. Vikramasinga picking it up.
Yeah, it'll be a very interesting field that he had for Brzezinski.
I think that field was set to get Brzezinski off strike.
Probably bowled to Andy, which is the new batter, and the ball obviously turning away from him. I really like this ploy by the captain. Obviously, he's got the left arm on the other side to still attack Brzezinski, and then he's still got an offie on this side to obviously attack the left-hander, which was very, very smart by them. Yeah, good
Not
start.
if you're going to drop it short. And Dile Petloquaya doesn't need any invitation to pull. Oh, a bit of a misfield. Just lucky to drag it back. Oh, not great running by the South Africans. There should have been 3.
Yeah,
And Dile not known for his quickness between the wickets.
should never be on strike.
Yeah, it should have been 3. You can just hear the Sri Lankans have just livened up in the field. They've just come alive and said, hold on, we want this. Squirting on the outside part of the bat. Well, that round arm action will create a bit of an angle for Sahan.
Angle maybe to skid on, probably as well. Beautiful. Beautiful. That's all they need to do. Just keep knocking it around like that. Because this is the crucial partnership, as we see the end of the 25th or 26th over, sorry. South Africa 164 for 5 after 27.
Matthew Brzezinski is there on 67 of 61. Andile Petloquaya joined him just a short while ago. He's on 3. This partnership is going to be crucial for the SAA. Sri Lanka would love to see the back of Matthew Brzezinski. He's just having a bit of a word to the umpire there. Asking for a face cloth. It's getting very hot here in Potch. Just asking Tony Dezorsi just to run on quickly. Just want to wipe off the sweat of his eyes. Maybe ploy just to reset.
It's more like, I don't know about you, but I definitely think they should obviously start thinking of Duckwood Lewis coming into play here. They've only managed to bowl 27 overs. I don't know if you're going to be allowed to put on the lights. Oh, it's turn.
Well, that will all depend on the playing conditions in the end. Now, the over rate has not been great by the Sri Lankans. They've been very slow. Duckworth, Lewis and Stern, if that comes into play due to light, it's 188. Falling a bit short there. But then again, with the abundance of spin, even if the light deteriorates, it's going to be one of those questions where we'll just continue bowling spin.
Yeah.
Petlukwaya on strike. Sahan. Dancing down the track, and Andile Petlukwaya says thank you very much. That's over the side screen. 6 runs.
It's a glorious shot by him. He's come down the wicket and he's hit it over mid-on's head with ease. He's a sweet striker of a cricket ball as well.
He's a phenomenal striker of the cricket ball. And he does clear the fence with a bit of meters to spare as well. Very hard hitter, and once he gets going, that 98 required can go down very quickly. 172 for the loss of 5 wickets. Umpire just having a look at the cricket ball there, saying no, it's fine. Landed softly against the wall. Great feet by Andile Petlukwaya. Oh, missed chance, missed opportunity for Sri Lanka. Is there going to be salt in the wounds? Yes, there is. It's one of those, do you go for the catch? Do you stop the fall? For Sri Lanka, unfortunately, went for the catch. Committed a bit too late, didn't get there. And Sri Lanka missed a chance to get rid of the very dangerous Andile Petlukwaya.
Very tough chance, but at this level they should be taking those. He's running in really hard. And I think he thought it was going to bounce short. Yeah, this is good cricket. This is really good cricket by Andy.
Knows that he's gotten a life there. Big forward dive there by the Sri Lankan. Looks like Malinga down there.
There's a little bit of turn here. And I think Britsky's not a big reverse sweep of the ball. They could carry a slip here.
Yeah, if anyone's was going to turn it, it's going to be Sahan. So mammoth turn in the Saturday game as well. Also coming in a bit later in the match. But a very productive over for South Africa. 13 runs coming from it. 177 for the loss of 5. That's after 28. And this partnership has gone into double figures at 21. It's coming off 13 deliveries. Showing a bit of impetus in this innings for South Africa. The equation, Brady, nothing to panic about.
Nothing at all to panic about. I will say this yet again, Gert. The only way is if South Africans give these guys wickets.
Absolutely agreed. It's the only way that Sri Lanka can get back into this match. And it's not like they need a cluster of wickets. 2 wickets. Great Shane Warne always said, doesn't matter what position you're in, add 2 wickets to the wickets column. How do you feel then? And in South Africa's scenario, if you go bang bang now, and there's another 60 or 70 to get, as a Sri Lankan, you'll feel comfortable.
Yeah, you'll definitely feel comfortable if you're staring down. They're probably thinking, if we can get them 185 for 7 in 30, I think they will be really on top then. Reverse sweep, yeah.
Just worked it around the corner. Man at deep square coming in. They spread the field out for Andile Petlukwaya. They notice that he might be the one taking them on. Doesn't like to hang around, knock it around. But there's no need for anything else. Matthew Bretsky is there on 68 of 63. He can just go through the innings. If he can bat through, you feel that South Africa has got this one in the bag. For Sri Lanka, they would love to see the back of Matthew Bretsky.
Yeah, definitely. That's
They-
a big wicket for them.
If they can get him out, then they know they got a hole to bowl that.
Yeah, well played.
Just opening up that face. They hit the man at short cover. Now just opening face a little bit more, making sure that there's a single there. The required rate is only 4.2, so if they can definitely knock around the singles. The ones, the twos, the boundary ball will come. Just another single by South Africans.
I can just sense that Andile wants to take these guys down, and there's no need for him to obviously do that right now. I know that's obviously his natural game, but he can still just knock them down the ground and just keep ticking the scoreboard over, just like how Brett is going here. But in saying that as well, if there is someone that wants to take a risk, it will be him. I think if Britsky's there at the end, he doesn't need to take the risk, and he can obviously take the risk, which they probably have communicated and obviously said that already.
Already on the required rate of 4. Oh, this one played powerfully down the ground. Andile Petluguayo says 4, let's make it 8. 8 of the over. And he looks like he's got plans for tonight.
I think he's on a rush somewhere, but this is really good batting by these two. So they probably have obviously spoken about it, as you see this against a turn as well. It's a really good shot with Mudon up in the ring. They probably have communicated and probably said if there is that someone that's going to apply pressure, it must be the new batter that obviously comes in. Bretsky's obviously in, and he should just keep knocking around and going at a runner ball.
And also with Andile's natural ability to strike that ball, you almost feel that the way he's going to go out if he tries to knock it around. Similar fashion to what he went out on Saturday, ball spinning through the gate, hitting the top of middle. And this is now what's happened. They brought back the seamers. Eshan Malinga coming in. He got a bit of a reverse swing in the latter parts of that South African innings on Saturday.
It'll be interesting to see if he gets to tail it back into the right-hander.
No relation to Lasif Malinga. Oh, hitting the pad hard.
That's a good line that he's obviously ployed here with. Trying to hit the stumps here. He's definitely got to try and knock 1 or 2 over here to just keep Sri Lanka in the game here.
Malinga might just be that the one they need. Maybe nick it off. Force a false shot. Get that ball to reverse. Oh, this one just tickled around the corner. A lot of work to do.
Good work
And-
down here finally.
Sahan picking it up. Vanuja Sahan covered a lot of ground. Malinga just straying onto Bretsky's pads. Just coming off the thigh pad. 2 runs in the 30th.
That's a good call. Well bowled as well. Well played as well. I just love how you're always looking for one. Bretsky's always looking for one.
Again, a stifled appeal. One of those just nips back.
Sliding down there. I think Bretsky just needs to just hold his concentration here for this period now. So obviously runs have dried up a little bit, but in saying that, he's still got to be proactive and obviously still put the bad ball away when the bad ball does come his way.
Oh, lovely shape.
Oh, good run in, really good run in.
Fantastic single. They could turn this almost into two, but Bretsky just went too far.
Really good run in by them.
They can even afford an over or two. That's good. Just get going. There's already 3 runs coming from the over. The equation is only 82 of 121. No need to panic and take those risky singles. I think Bretsky maybe have hit it a bit better than he actually anticipated in the beginning. Slip into play for the left-hander.
Interesting. Very interesting.
That one died on the keeper. That kept low. Bit of a lowie there to Andile Petlukwayo. As we've reached the 30 over mark. Normally you'll say from here you want to double up, but they only need 82 of 120 deliveries. Matthew Bretsky 71 of 71. And his partner in crime. With him is Andile Petlukwayo. He's 21 of 12. He's striking it nicely. And Brady Barons makes way for Mufasa. The golden voice. The King Lion. It is Pendulo Makobane. Welcome, Pendulo. Interesting facet of play you come into.
What a situation. One point in time it looked like South Africa were cruising. Then all of a sudden a couple of wickets falling in this spell of 10 overs puts them a little bit set back. However, Matthew Bretsky, the mainstay, captain's innings indeed, and helped out by a man who can be clutch on his days, Andile Petlukwayo.
Double change for the Sri Lankans. Mohammad Shiraz coming in, bringing back seam, maybe just to unsettle the South African batters. Desperately need to break this partnership. This partnership, you got to feel, is the one that's got to take it as close to home as possibly can.
There's no other choice, having lost the other wickets that they have. Bongwana and Mohakane were quite the big blows. Dayan Khalim has that injury that stopped him from continuing bowling. So we're going to see how he's going to manage the batting should he come out to bat.
Those bowling all-rounders can all hold the bat. Cody Yusuf, very handy with the bat as well.
Andile Simelane can take it out of the park when he wants to. Really dangerous player, Simelane.
Big lad is Andile Simelane, one of the best athletes around. 189 for loss of 5. South Africa at the moment just happy to knock it around.
But should South Africa lose a wicket here, there will be a huge weight on the coming batters now, because you are past halfway mark of your batting lineup. Well, balls are starting to dwindle down further and further, and the more you lose wickets, the further the score seems.
Oh, nice shade by Andile Petlukwayo. Great bowling by Mohammad Shiraz. He's going to try and keep it quiet, but they desperately want a wicket here. They would love to see the back of Matthew Bretsky, because it's almost like he's just keeping the batters coming in calm, except for those 2 wickets in the same over. Mohakane, the second victim in that over. Bongwana, clean bowled. Oh, played off his legs. Not really the place you want to bowl to, Andile. Didn't really make a great connection there. Only the one.
One thing that did scare the South Africans was is it spin doing it again now? Really, are we going to get another collapse? But Andile Petluwayo, he's come in, he's stabilized things for the green and gold. Matthew Brisky is happy that he has a partner that he can just confide in for a little bit longer. Partnership now 34 from 29.
Coming in nice and tight is Mohammad Shiraz. He's really getting in right next to those stumps, making sure that he bowls wicket to wicket, just hitting an immaculate length.
Bretsky has had a super innings. 22 runs coming from the boundary. The other 50 is him running in between wickets. It doesn't look an inch tired on top of that. Still looks like he's just faced 15, 20 deliveries.
He's a very, very fit young man. Matthew Bretsky. Again, just look at that shape, just the sound of the bat. Has 3 runs coming from that Mohammad Shiraz over. Fantastic length that he bowled. Gave them nothing, and because he gets in so tight to that stumps, no width whatsoever. As we're going to enjoy a bit of a drinks break. 191 for the loss of 5 wickets. And don't forget that the CSA Awards are coming up. That's going to be on the 5th of September. It's going to be a very fascinating time of it. There's a couple of big names. We've got a man playing in this game, Mikael Prince, as the breakout star of the year. He's nominated for that category.
Standing out there with 44 and 46. Matthew Bretsky showing his prowess in the 50 over stuff, even though he's nominated as T20 Player of the Year. So that shows the versatility that you get in Matthew Bretsky. Ngabapita taking 1 for 58. He's also been selected as the breakout star of the year alongside Mikael Prince, Andile Mokhakane, Gwanamapaga, and Luandre Pretorius.
Yeah, okay, that will happen on the 5th of September, 8 p.m. on Supersport Channel 212. So, yeah, who will walk away with the coveted Player of the Year? www.cricket.co.za. Hashtag be part of it. And also not forgetting that on that same website you can catch more information about our Proteas men that will be taking on the current ICC T20 champions, India, in a number of thrilling T20 international matches. Tickets on sale now. It's also at www.cricket.co.za. More information. And not just that, more subcontinent teams coming. We got a full-on Pakistan tour to look forward to with a pink day. We still got 2 test matches against Sri Lanka to come as well. And they will all take part, that pink day, the covenant pink day in South Africa. We all love that day. It's great fun. That will take place on the 22nd of December. It will be a 2 p.m. start. And that would be against Pakistan with a full-fledged tour, which will include T20s, will include test matches, one-dayers. Oh, it's going to be a festive season. And all the information you need on www.cricket.co.za.
Never mind. We're back.
191 for the loss of 5. 31 overs gone. Ishan Malinga into the attack. Desperately need a wicket here for Sri Lanka. He's been very attacking, especially Matthew Brzezinski, coming in nice and straight. And the same can be said by his partner in crime on the other side as well. As they've come nice and tight in. They're keeping the angles right at the stumps. If you miss, I hit, and you want all the risk to be on the batters.
It's time now for the Sri Lankans to also start showing off a little bit of their skill. Spinners not as effective as they were, barring the fact that 2 wickets did fall in 1 over. But even still, if they are able to complete their set of overs here, the Pacers, without taking too much damage from Brzezinski and Petluwayo, they could take themselves with a bigger chance where their spin bowlers now can come into the picture when South Africa are looking to attack them. Then they might be creating those catching opportunities later on in the innings.
Mohammad Shiraz still has 3 overs to go. Just look at that running, putting his head down, trying to force the fielding error. But great fielding, getting to that ball very quickly, making sure it's only down to the 1. The man down there is Fernando. Didn't do much with the bat today, but he did a great job on Saturday, scoring a 97.
South Africa would have been happy seeing the back of his shirt walking back into the dressing room. However, they didn't plan on Lahiru Udara coming in and raising his hands and doing it expertly. Much like Matthew Brzezinski's innings here, very reminiscent of what Udara did for the Sri Lankans.
Oh, big appeal. That just sounded 2 noises.
Saved by the bat, that Andile Petluwayo. You talked about Malinga being incredibly attacking, going for those stumps, making it hard for the batters to fully engage in big shots, because a little misjudgment from them could see the end of their wickets.
You can see where Andile Petlukwaya was aiming. There's no one at deep mid-wicket. He just needs to get it past and over that short mid-wicket. They got a deep square and a very wide long on. And interesting change of angle. Coming around the wicket. I would have felt that would have another go at him over the wicket.
He's going to want to keep this wide.
Excellent batting by Andile, just walking into that one. Brzezinski, immediate reaction.
Anything that strays is straight with the field that they set for Petluwayo is easy runs for him. There's only one man standing in the inner ring, which is mid-wicket. And if he's coming around the wicket, it makes the angle even harder for the mid-wicket to stop it, because it means that be much easier to play it behind square. So that's what he did. They're just walking down the wicket, tucking it into his hip and taking the 1 run. Easy pickings. And if it does go even more expansive, there's more runs in the deep.
Just jamming it down into the crease. Having a look at the edge of the bat there. And we saw on Saturday he got a bit of a reverse swing, did Malinga. Reminiscence of the other Malinga. And even got a bit of round arm action with that one as well. That's why I'm very surprised that he's actually going over the wicket to the right hand and around the wicket to the left, because he's caused some problems over the wicket to the left-hander. Just takes that angle where they can hit with the angle out of the equation. 193 for the loss of 5 wickets. 32 overs gone. Matthew Brzezinski is there on 74, and Andile Petlukwaya looking good at 23.
And with that round slinger action that Malinga has, coming over the wicket, creates a very awkward angle that left-handers rarely deal with. Coming over the wicket and the ball being released basically in front of the umpire. It's coming straighter than what they normally do. And so the angles that they work with are a little bit skewered. and could cause more problems rather than coming around the wickets where the ball will gently come into him and then he can just parry it off the pads.
See a bowling change. Amenta coming in. And he is replacing the seam of Mohammad Shiraz. Dushan Amenta. 1 for 21. He picked up the big wicket a bit earlier on of Mutusami.
The big wicket it was because he and Matthew Brzeski were starting to really bring it back for the South Africans. He scored that 37 with some delicious strokes from just 28 deliveries. And South Africans have been handling Hemanta pretty well here today, despite that Senran Musisami lost his wicket. Apart from that, they've really been in good control, just rotating the strike, not feeling under pressure with the spinners.
Yeah, it's a much better outing against the spin than what we had, the South Africans had here on Saturday. Oh, this could be the chance they were looking for. Yes, it is. It is the mammoth wicket of Matthew Brzeski. Just like we saw with Klaba. A long hop down the track. Brzeski getting the middle of the bat and hitting it straight down the throat of a man lingering about 10 meters off the fence there, deep mid wicket.
Oh, that is not a good look for the South Africans. They lose their captain. Matthew Brzeski was the most set player with the most bizarre of shots. The ball keeping low from Hemanta. Really keeping low. He saw from just the connection that he's done a doozy for himself. Those are the ones where you hope they don't hit the middle of the bat, but it did, and it carried. That is the end of Brzeski.
And he got himself in a horrible position because he definitely didn't pick the wrong one either. It was the Dushra. In the bowler's credit, he kept very low in that action. You saw on the replay there, he's almost haunching forward, trying to keep the ball low. Don't give it the extra bounce. And it's exactly what's cost him. There's Ndile Simelane coming in. Only 18 innings to his credit, but look at that strike rate and an average of 20. Normally coming in low in the order. That's good going with a best of 110.
He's going to score you those 23 runs in 18 deliveries or so, given his strike rate. But here, he has more time to work. 76 to win from 106. The key here is going to test his batsmanship. Andile Simelane coming in at number 8. Good thing is that he's coming in with a batter who's good. He's been there for a bit. Andile Pehlukwayo. So there's not much pressure on Simelane to take it on by himself because Pehlukwayo's there. And Pehlukwayo will be hoping that Simelane just gets his bearings in so that he doesn't have to harbor strike from the tail enders. They can work together to cover the score.
He's a very compact player, but you gotta feel that Sri Lanka thinks they've got a hole to bowl at. New batter coming in, still 76 runs to get, only 4 wickets in hand.
All the more important for both these guys to just keep it out there for as long as possible.
A lovely footwork by Simelane. Just getting himself off strike. I said it earlier, they would love to see the back of Matthew Brzeski. That's going to be the telling key for them. And now they've got to feel that they're in it. What a brilliant change by the captain, Surya Pundara.
And Hemanta striking. He was going for a little bit of runs in his first 3 overs. 21 runs. He has to do his job as a bowler. That's why he's in the team, regardless of whether you're going for runs or not. You're getting paid to bring it back and control the innings. And he does that. Hemanta dragged it short, kept it low.
Oh, and he's clean bowled, and Ndile Pehlukwayo not picking the wrong one. What a delivery that was. That ball has gripped, that ball has turned, and again spin. The demise of the South African batters. Fantastic bowling. Dushan Amintha, take a bow.
Petrovayo seemed to have no idea what just happened to him. He's been playing so well for his 24. No foot movement, the bat just dangling in the air, and somehow Hemantha finds the gap between bat and pad, clubbers the off stump, and just as Simelane walks in, Petrovayo walks out. And now it's getting a little bit darker for the South Africans.
Yeah, it's one of those scenarios where both set batters are now back in the hut. Exactly not what we as South African supporters would want, but if you're a Sri Lankan supporter, it is exactly what you would have wanted. Dayan Khalim has got a healthy average, being a bowling all-rounder. At best of 96, 450s to his name. Strike rates of 92. Approaching 1,000 runs.
But you can see he's still hobbling a little bit with his walk. He's not walking like a man who's good, is in good shape, because we saw him just get an injury while he was bowling. We saw him bowl 5.5 overs, and he's been pushed to the low as much to as low as possible. The batting order coming in at number 9. At least he's a good hitter of the ball, and he has Simelane, who's an even bigger hitter of the ball. So less running, bigger hitting.
Now it's a question of, do you go to your natural game, or do you allow Hamantha just to bowl at you?
And what's worse now is that there's no batter on the other side who's more set, both of them on fresh skates.
But if ever was a time for you to put your hand up and make a name for yourself, this is the kind of scenarios that's not ideal, but that you hope for. Because if you can put your hand up in a scenario like this, where you're 7 down and you and your partner take home the team, oh, they would love to see that. South African selectors, 196 for 7 as we just look at the scorecard there in Pendulo once again. Apart from Wicket and Masinga, oh, wickets galore for the spinners.
They just fell again in that middle order. 4 runs from Pongwana, 0 for Mohakane. Ndile Petrovayo felt like he should have pushed through with a good start of 24, because it's so hard to get into the surface. And now all of that weight falls into the bottom order. But with 74 runs, there's still 102 deliveries. And these two still have the capability of taking the game over with 74 to go. That's the depth of South Africa here. But it doesn't matter how deep you are. If you can't swim against the spin, you will drown.
And that's why I feel they just got to play a little bit of their natural game here. If they're going to allow Sahan to bowl at them. We saw most of the wickets that fell. It wasn't aggressive shots. It was almost defensive shots. We saw the 3 LBWs. Even that one from Petrovayo was trying to just push it. Exactly what we're talking about. Lovely shot into the advertising boards. That is exactly what you want, a sixer.
Beautiful shot from Dayan Khalim. Injury for who? As he dances down the track, meets the ball on his bounce. No one is outside the back. Oh, he just aligns himself with the ball perfectly. Plays it under his eye. Over the top for 6.
200 comes up for SAA. And they've had that short cover in basically the entire innings. Even when Brzezinski was going well, he's harbouring there around.
Kind of feel like at any time you can pop the ball up into the air to those cover fielders. We've already seen a catch from the short mid-wicket, Bedingham playing it off his hips. So easily the ball can misbehave, extra bounce or stick on the pitch as you drive and it gets caught at short extra cover.
There's where your knowledge of players comes in.
because they would have done their homework. I know that these two like striking the ball, so hard hands, like you mentioned, just pop it up to one or two of those guys. Another use of the feet. Dayan Khalim, what injury he's had with the ball doesn't seem to harbour him too much with the bat. As we come to the end of another Sahan over, and weirdly enough a successful one for South Africa, bring up the 200 in that over with a lovely shot for Dayan Khalim, going for a 6.
It's a game that moves in momentum swings, Gert. Starting off this particular innings, you're feeling like South Africa have the upper hand, and then wickets fall, and then all of a sudden it crumbles. Motosami joins Brzeski, it turns around for the South Africans, and then it falls again. Pikawayo comes in, it comes around for the South Africans, and now it has fallen again. Problem is, the common denominator in Matthew Brzeski is no longer there. So the responsibility now on Khalim and Simelane to disturb the rhythm of this bowling, which has the upper hand in this period of the game.
Mentha will just carry on. He has picked up 3 wickets, as you mentioned. He's gone for a couple of runs, but your wrist spin is there, not there to try and keep the runs down. You want him to take wickets, even though he's bowled 4 overs. 3 for 24. As a captain, he'll take it.
Happy stuff. Those 3 wickets are now worth 8 runs apiece. If you look at it from that perspective, it draws a completely different picture.
Oh, another chance created. Wickramasinga says thank you very much. Mentha has caused a huge collapse here for the SAA. Dayan Khalim trying to stay positive and just managed to pick out Wickramasinga down on the fence. And it's another one down for South Africa, and elation for the Sri Lankans.
The circumstances were a little bit different from the one he hit for 6. When he hit it for 6, there was no one in the deep. It was absolutely nobody, and now Surya Pandara putting Wickramasinga at long on. Dayan Khalim looking to go for power, but not powerful enough. And South Africa again collapsing in the hands of the slow-paced bowlers. 205 for 8. They need 65. And in comes Cody Yusuf.
His strike rate is 50. You can see there only 7 innings this. Does have a high of 28. It's another one that will rely on hitting the ball and not nurdling it around. South Africa's bowled out with 13 overs to spare on Saturday. Again, run rate not an issue. Wickets is the issue. 205 for the loss of 8. 2 more wickets to get for Sri Lanka, and they'll win this with a game to spare.
Sri Lanka banking on their 11 they chose on Saturday. They haven't changed it. Still the same strategy with their spinners. And now you can't even say that it is the turn that is bamboozling the South Africans. It's actually very good bowling met up with mediocre batting in retaliation.
Mentha picking up his 4th. Dayan Khalim, and all of a sudden the captain getting very animated. Surya Bandara playing around his pad, and that, if the bat wasn't there, that was the 4th LBW for the day.
Oof, that looked mightily close. Good stuff here from Hemantha, just bowling it straight. He's in line for a 5-wicket haul.
Just the wrong one. Carrying on with the line. Well covered there by Cody Yusuf.
He can hold it, can Cody Yusuf, but can he swing it effectively?
Big turn, not a lot of bounce. You can see whenever he tries to let the ball go down and just slide on, he just leans into it, the crease, stays low.
See, the problem for South Africa now is not the fact that they can hit the ball. It's getting those ones and twos. It's now working the spinners against the turn, with the turn, picking the wrong ones, picking the correct ball to hit. As our batters that are at the crease now, Simelane can still hit a long ball, but more known for the bowling.
These are the times where men are made. These are the times where if you want the selectors to really put you up there in consideration, they test your big match temperament, your mentality when you are being bogged down by the opponent. What mindset do you use to get yourself out of this little hole? Andile Simelane has his chance here on 3 for 4. South Africa needing 65.
Yeah, talking about a little hole, still a 4-day match in Kimberley to look forward to as well. After the third ODI on Wednesday. Run out chance. Wicket Masinga going to the bowler's end. Simelane putting on the skates. Cody Yusuf calling him for a very dramatic single.
It's going to take a couple of deliveries just for them to get themselves in sync. It's going to take themselves a couple of calls because they both fresh in the crease. So they still need to ascertain how quick is the outfield, how quickly does it get to the fielder, which fielder to target so that they can run.
When it comes to the covering of the delivery, a nice, good offensive shot. All the batters look good, but I say again, the problem comes in where you've got to work it into the gaps, get the ones, get the twos. Try and put the pressure back onto the bowlers. And with Sahan, who was a thorn in our side in the previous game, was a thorn in the SA team side. Oh, but a foot movement and a drop catch, and that's going to leave a stinger. It's on the bowling hand, and this is what you're mentioning, the communication between the two is not really there.
It's just going to take some time because of the teams that they play for. The Lions for Yusuf and the Dolphins for Simelane. They're very strong in the top of the order, both those teams. You mentioned Bryce Parsons, Marcus Ackerman, Tsepang Ditole for the Dolphins. You mentioned Zubair Hamza. Mitchell van Buren, who had an excellent SA20. Vian Mulder for the Lions, who got his call-up back to the South Africans. Then your lower order all-rounders don't necessarily get a big chance to bat long and bat big.
It's true what you're saying. They come in and normally have to smash it. A couple of overs left and say, do you see the fence? Yes. No, you don't. Try and get over it. It's the end of the over. It's 208 for the loss of 8 wickets. 36 overs gone. And this is the phase in play where South Africa found themselves in a similar position on Saturday. 36.5 overs to get that 205. 3 runs more this time around, with the great innings of Matthew Brzezinski and more batters chipping in. But the big wicket of Brzezinski was the turning point, and then Andile Petlukwaya not picking that wrong one.
Really must have hurt the South African dugout. The energies there are surely a little bit more tense now. The Sri Lankans, you can even see with the way Dushan is setting himself up, brimming with confidence, saying, I'm coming for you.
Trying to go across, moving all the way across to that 4th, 5th stump. Simelane even doing some gardening.
It's very impressive, this comeback from the Sri Lankans.
Oh, there's that Lowy again. Better communication between the two fast bowlers. And you got to feel that, as you mentioned, they didn't have a lot of time in the crease as the season goes on. This is still very much the start of the season. Sri Lanka wouldn't mind this. Just knock it in. They feel in with a chance. Amantha, after this over, still has 4 overs left. Sahan still has 4 overs left. I beg your pardon, 2 overs left. Oh, there's the big shot coming. Similani says, take that, thank you very much. Horrible effort by the people on the grass embankment. It's almost like they didn't expect it.
That's Andile Simelane. The game has gotten quiet for the South Africans. Big hitting young man is Simelane. Gets under this, gives himself a fist bump after the shot because he knows he got a good connection. He's capable of more than that. He's a big hitter, Simelane. So much so that he unbuckled his laces as he swung through it.
I really gave that one a big heave-ho. A little bit against this spin. So Amantha wouldn't mind going for the runs. If he can pick up his 5th, Sri Lanka will be more than happy to let that 6 slide during the fines session. Similani going again. And this time in no good connection. Wickramasinga can just pick it up on the fence. Throws his head back. He's made up his mind. He's going to play his natural game.
A little quicker through the air that time from Hemantha. He rushed Simelane.
Now Kariusa playing it straight down. Similani will maybe look for the second. Wickramasinga, great work once again.
He's been stationed that long on. Very risky to try and take him on, but Simelane, he made the direction work. He made the connection work. It's 37 overs gone. 218 for 8. It's looking down bad for the South Africans here. They already lost the first match on the 31st of August, which played this Saturday, by 93 runs. It's looking promising for the Sri Lankans to repeat what they did on Saturday because they defended their runs there. And then once this is over, we move to Wednesday, where we're going to have game number 3, regardless of what the results will be here today. And then we move on to the Red Ball stuff coming Saturday for a 4-day game. And then the following Saturday will be the final game of the tour. All of these games, of course, will be live here on the CSA YouTube channel page, so don't miss out on any of the action.
Oh, finding the outside edge of Kariusa's bat. He'll come back for 2. Again, just that defensive shot almost being detrimental to the batter. Cody Yusuf pushing a delivery from Sahan, who just is getting it to turn, getting it to straighten up against the right-handers.
And all of a sudden, that makes the arm ball such a threatening delivery. The one that just slides through with the arm.
Using his feet. Little shimmy. Just want to get to the pitch of the delivery. Exactly 50 runs to get for the SAA. Sri Lanka only needs 2 more wickets to get this one done and dusted.
When South Africa went to Sri Lanka in June last year, they came out victors 2-1 of that 3-match unofficial ODI series. They won the first one. Sri Lanka came back on the second and made for a nail-biter in the final game, where South Africa were eventually able to win. And here, they'll want to take it to the final. Otherwise, Sri Lanka will go home with the sweet taste of revenge with a game to go. Vanuja Sahan wants to make sure of that.
Not often you hear the spinner grunt. Maybe trying to get some extra turn there, or maybe just put Cody Yusuf off. Thinking it might be a quicker one.
It's a little tactic I once commentated on blind cricket. The ball rolls down the ground so they can hear it. So when the pace bowlers that are running, when they're bowling a slower ball, they'll grunt before they deliver the ball. or they'll grunt a little bit late. They'll grunt before the ball is delivered because it takes time for the sound to travel. They're like, "Ugh!" And the batter's already swung. So sometimes the batters will swing 3 times until the ball arrives. Nice little trickery. It's the end of over number 38, 220 for 8.
Cricket is all about psychology. Psychology. Don't forget that the Cricket South Africa Hollywood Bets are excited to bring you the Hollywood Bets Pro Series, Women Professionals. This will be made up by Hollywood Bets Pro 20 and also the Hollywood Bets Pro 50. It's Friday the 4th of October when that will start. And thanks to Hollywood Bets now coming on board, being the official sponsor for the Women's Pro Series in South Africa.
All things are happening in South African cricket. Even the SA20 has been unveiled, the fixtures.
Lovely footwork by Andile Simelane. Fantastic work done in the deep.
Love the confidence of using their feet here. Andile Simelane unafraid to just work out the length of the bowler. Seen him take some down the ground as well.
Oh, this one is played over extra cover. More work for Fernando to do. This time they do double up. Couldn't get a firm base to throw from that Fernando. 2 runs and now the equation is under 50.
It's going to be important here for the Sri Lankans to maintain that same level of intensity because so easily the game can slip away from these situations. The bowlers need to continue what they were doing. Now the field is even tighter. Surya Bandara, you see him standing 3 strips away, right in front of the face of the batter. Arakchige is standing still at extra cover, who is dangerous on the field. So they're trying something here, Sri Lanka, to settle the batters. So far, so good. By both Simelane and Yusuf.
And Sri Lanka feel no cheeky shots will be played. They got no one behind square covering the fence. Another one just knocked down the ground. They've got the sweeper on the offside. They've got long on and long off on the fence. And then they've got deep square on the fence as well. So they got no one behind square. So they don't feel cheeky or sweeps anything coming. Oh, he had a bit of a go there. That was tossed up nicely. Just getting over the eye line.
And the batters haven't even tried for any shots behind square. No sweep, no reverse sweep, no pedal, no finesse of guiding it down the third man. Everything is being hit in front of square. So you understand that decision making from Surya Bandara.
Oh, what a delivery that is. That's dead. It's another one not picked. And it's the 5th wicket. Hamintha deserved this. He's been threatening the entire day, and that is the 5th wicket for Dushan Hamintha, and more importantly, the 9th wicket for Sri Lanka.
That might be one of the finest deliveries of the day. Completely bamboozled Cody Yusuf with the googly, turning the other way. Look at that. Oh, gorgeous stuff. Big appeal. Cody Yusuf had no chance to survive that. Plum as ever, nice and full, right up there. And it's a very deserved 5-wicket haul from Dushan Hemantha.
One person who can't ask Cody Yusuf why he didn't pick it is Andile Petlukwaya, because he was undone by exactly the same delivery. Just hitting the pegs of Andile. And now we're in to the last wicket. Andile Simelane. If there's going to be any hope, it's got to be on his shoulders. And I think he's going to use those broad shoulders to start swinging.
There's no other choice. You rather lose your wickets swinging for the heavens rather than trying to be cute, especially with the match situation the way it is. It was a really good delivery from Dushan Hemantha. It is unbelievably plumb. For a moment, Yusuf thought the bails were dislodged. Nah, just clipping the pads. On the way to the stumps, umpire Guma says that's the end. 1 over to go until Sri Lanka can put 5 fielders on the boundary. Doesn't feel like they'll need that. If anything, they'll need more players in the ring to create pressure for both Peter and Simelane.
Baba Peter, not the worst with the bat, but he is known for his bowling, where he's made his name and his stake. You can see him just running off there, just practicing the running between the wickets. It was the end of the over.
Sri Lanka will be very happy with their outing here. Sanuj Sahan with 2 wickets. He's about to bowl his final over.
You can see the intent there. Simelane is going to try and get this 45 in an over or so.
At this point, what else can he do? There's 1 wicket to go. Pushing it around for 1s and 2s would have worked if Cody Yusuf was still there, because that seemed like that's what they were starting to do. Oh, but now it's just getting away from them. Big gap on square leg.
Simelane didn't time that one as he expected it. Actually wanted 2 there because he went off. If he timed that a bit better, it would have been 2. Baba Peter now has to face the music with Sahan. Still 4 deliveries to go. What would his strategy be? Will he maybe try and play the glory shot? 44 runs to get, 226 for 9. This is the 40th.
No one speaking English down there. Ngabaphetha and Simelane speaking isiZulu and Xhosa. Sri Lankans definitely not speaking English either. Setting up their fields. Simelane and Peter trying to figure out what they're going to do. And like you said, Peter, not the worst with the bat. Simelane trusting him for the rest 4 balls.
And it's Sahan tossing it up nicely. He wants that extra turn.
Can Peter deal with what he delivers? Can he deal with the magic?
Oh, very nicely played and timed. Baba Peter play that one lovely. It's great timing. Nice sound of the bat.
Even the scorers in the scoreboard were like, hey, did you see that? Really good timing from Peter, getting into the pitch of the ball, guiding it down to long on.
Oh, going Simelane. Did he pick the mid-wicket boundary? No, he didn't. It's 2. And he's gonna play his natural game now. He's gonna throw the hands at it. It's 18 or 15. 41 more runs to get. Last wicket in hand.
Andile Simelane is a much better player when he's looking to go into the attack. He just feels and looks more at home.
Oh, lovely sound of the bat. Absolutely cracked away. The thumble causes 2 runs. And Simelane will face the... Oh, it's over up. I thought there's going to be 1 delivery left. Might have settled in for the 1 there. But it is 231 for loss of 9. It is 40 overs gone. Sri Lanka needs 1 wicket. South Africa needs 40 to win. Interesting finish, Pendulo.
Final 10 overs to go, Gert. We are going to see how these are going to play out. It's truly going to be fascinating stuff. South Africa in a little bit of a dark place, but there are still streams of light beaconing through the clouds. The fans want to see those little strands of sunlight bring full light to the South African batting lineup. 39 runs needed. Andile Simelane, Baba Peter. Really different situation from how they started the game in the first 20 overs compared to now. Brady Barons returns.
This could be very interesting. I said it just before I went off air. The only way you're going to get these guys back into this game is if you gift them wickets. And South Africa has gifted them.
It was only that one wicket of Andile, those 2 wickets of Petluwayo and Yusuf that really messed with the batters. But Andile Simelane skies it. Sonal is under it. Oh, he drops it and it hits the boundary rope. That is 6 runs. Big shot from Simelane. Taking on Sonal Dinusha.
That's 6, man.
Umpire Lubaba Lotuma still asking. But that is definitely 6 runs.
Yeah, hit flush on the boundary ropes, yeah.
Ooh. Scary moments for Simelane. But 32 runs to win now.
In all honesty, I think if I was Andile right now batting in this situation, from what I just saw with Naba Peters, he can hold a bat. And that's good, and I think that is the answer, that he keeps doing that. Probably take a risk to get a boundary, which he did already, but then he can still trust Naba Peters to obviously still get a 1 and still knock the ball around, because 31 might sound a long way away with 1 wicket in hand, but Naba Peters can bat.
A couple of more boundaries really changes the momentum of the game. All of a sudden, the Sri Lankans will feel like they need to change fields a little bit more. Right now, they're still comfortable. Still quite comfortable with their field setting, believing that they can get Nabapeta out. It's the end of over number 41. It's 239 for 9, but most importantly, 31 to win with 1 wicket in hand, 54 balls to go.
Yeah, and if there is a guy that's at the crease that can obviously clear the ropes, is Andile Simelane. He does hit a clean ball. It would be lovely to see if there were 7 wickets down or even 8 wickets down for him to really have a proper dip as well.
That wicket of Cody Yusuf truly was a big blow. It truly was, because they were starting something smooth there between the two, and now the chances of taking risk is down to almost 0 because of the amount of runs in hand, and because of the ability that Andile Simelane has. He feels like he can take it over for South Africa. And even the dugout feels like he's capable enough of taking it on.
Yeah, it looks like obviously Seams come back, which in Malinga. This could be interesting, and just to see how he obviously plays the situation. I think it'll be easier for both of them to obviously play seam on this wicket. I think he's going to try and take him on these first 2 balls.
It's getting darker as well, with the sun starting to set. There's no traces of sun on the field anymore. Game truly in its dying embers. Eshan Malinga has bowled pretty well for his 5 overs, just 22 runs. Gone! It's over. Right in the block hole by Malinga. We've heard that term before, but this time it's Eshan Malinga. Lahiru Udara just giving a tap to Andile Simelane for his efforts. But with that victory, Sri Lanka make it 2 wins in 2 and are the winners of this unofficial ODI series going into the last game on Wednesday.
Yeah, as we see replays here, the old-fashioned Yorker. You miss, I hit. And he absolutely crashes into middle and leg and unfortunately sees the back of Andile Simelane.
Well bowled that from Eshan Malinga. Spin bowlers again. They come and be the thorn under South Africa's foot. Fully exposed. 5-wicket haul by Dushan Hemantha. And it's 10 wickets gone now for South Africa. They were looking to chase it down, and Sri Lanka win it by 30 wickets. It has been brilliant batting from Sri Lanka. It's actually been high quality cricket from Saturday right up till today.
Yeah, it's been quality cricket these past 2 days. Unfortunately, the South Africans falling short here. We did mention they were cruising the game at one stage, but the fall of wickets obviously dampened things and put them in the situation that they obviously found themselves in right now.
This shows the importance of keeping the wickets in hand. South Africa were looking so good, and all of a sudden Sri Lanka were looking even better when their spin bowlers found their mark. When they started off, the spin bowlers, they were just loose a little bit. Matthew Brietsky was playing them brilliantly well alongside Senoran Mutsusami and of course Mikhail Prince at the top of the order. But all of that good starts from South Africa undone by 8 wickets from the spin bowlers. Dushan Hemantha, 5 wickets with 2 absolute gorgeous wrong ones to trap Cody Yusuf LBW and bowl Andile Pehlukwayo. Wanuja Sahan with great control for his 2 wickets. Sonal Dinusha with a single wicket. Eshan Malinga also getting one. And it's all over here in Potchefstroom.
Yeah, obviously South Africa Matthew Brietsky with top scorer and Mikhail Prince with 44. Senan Mutusami 37. Mpungwana only managed with 4. Andile Mokokwane only unfortunately falling for 0. Andile Pehlukwayo showed glimpses of his 24 along with Andile Simelane with 27. Khalim 8. Cody Yusuf 8. Now Peters 2 not out. And unfortunately they're falling short of that total.
It's that great bowling from Sri Lanka again who do the job. It's the spin bowlers who again wreak havoc for the South Africans. But the series might be over in terms of results, but it's not over in terms of the cricket that still needs to be played. Sri Lanka will want to walk back home and into the red ball stuff with a clean sweep of a 3-0 victory. South Africa will want to redeem themselves going into the red ball stuff with a victory themselves. And that game will be starting off on Wednesday at 10 a.m. Catch every single ball live on the CSA YouTube channel where you are watching this particular game. And then we'll be going on to the 4-day games starting on Saturday. It has been a fantastic game of cricket, hard-working cricket that Sri Lanka eventually prevail in. They are the winners today. They were the winners on Saturday, so they are the winners of the unofficial ODI series. More cricket in store for the South Africans. CSA T20 Challenge starting on the 27th of September. But first, the players will be getting their rewards for their work in this tournament. And speaking about rewards, on the 5th of September at 8 o'clock, it will be the annual CSA Awards happening this Thursday. If you don't have your tickets, visit www.cricket.co.za for more information. And you can also just watch the whole awards live on Supersport 212. Ladies and gentlemen, let us enjoy the presentation. This production has been brought to you by Pitch Vision, Cricket South Africa, and from myself, Mpendulo Makubane, Brady Barons, Gert Maloney. We thank you for all of your exciting comments on your YouTube channel. Over 13,000 watching live. We will see each other again on Wednesday. Sit back and enjoy as Sri Lanka lift their trophy.